quite a bit of a reputation all the way from their respective PMPLs.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the 6 teams from PMPL Africa and the 10 teams from PMPL Arabia battling it out for that one slot to PMWI and, of course, the Kaching in the pockets. Now, what's interesting is, as we've already alluded to, right, we highlighted a couple of teams yesterday as the respective champions from their PMPLs. I mean, that, of course, for the likes of Africa being Triple Esports, for Arabia, we were talking about Quest Esports, and Nassau being the champion. And they just haven't had the day that we were
Mm.
expecting yesterday. Instead, it was Crash Gaming. It was the likes of obviously Arab Golden Galaxy, who actually came much lower in their respective PMPL than what we saw them yesterday, ending up
Mm.
in second place, just behind Crash Gaming with 54 points. So there's already been this statistical turn on its head
Second
for
time's a
these
charm.
teams. They've
Six.
already come
My
out
like
with a
PC
bang
data
and
just
made sure
crashed,
that they
bro.
gave themselves as
I
good
don't
of a
know. My
start as they
like
possibly
I
could.
need a
We
new
saw Triple
PC, bro.
Esports
My
sort of
PC's
catching
shit
up
now.
towards the end of yesterday. I could say the same for Nassau Esports. Quest still
Eventually it'll
waiting to
work,
see
bro.
what Quest and Nassau can really bring to the table. I mean, even for Triple, you got to catch up to 72 points, man.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day, but I definitely think that the teams that we have sitting a little bit lower with regards to their position on that leaderboard, I'm definitely expecting them to bring in that upset, that step up in performance, because as you've just said, right, we've seen a completely different story when it came through in the finals of those respective regions. So we now want to have a team like NASA step up and just blow
Hmm.
us away with some phenomenal gameplay. The same, of course, can be said there for Triple Esports. But I mean, getting back to what we saw come through from Arab Golden Galaxy just yesterday, right? This is not
Oof.
really as much of a surprising
Here's the diamond.
performance coming from them, right? We did see back in the fall season that they just dominated the moment they stepped out onto that PMPL. So a very consistent kind of performance if we compare those two, right? But I want to see the other teams catch up. We want to see that
Mhm.
jump come through from R8. We want to see Vista, NASA, even Quest bring in a lot more of a stronger performance, the kind of performance that we know that they can bring out onto these battlefields. So I think, having
When
said
people
all
any start
that,
again
today is going to
starts
be an
on
absolutely
August
phenomenal day,
27th,
filled
I
with just
think.
some pretty sweaty PUBG mobile action.
Yeah, it's really going to be very interesting to see how these teams will adapt to what was sort of just laid down on the ground yesterday. It was sort of like a
To
mic
six, what
drop
do you
moment
think
for Crash
game?
Gaming. They were like,
To
"Cool,
six,
there's the
what do you
bar. Try
think
and
going to
catch up. Let's see
happen
if you can."
today? I don't know.
And that's brilliant. It is an
Mm.
absolutely brilliant
Teams
way to
kill shit.
start, but it also puts a target on
Shit
your back
dies.
because now everyone's going to know, cool, where was Crash dropping? How do we take them out? And how do we ensure they don't have a day like yesterday? Because if they continue that sort of momentum, it's almost impossible to stop
Yeah.
them. I say almost because we always know that stats in PUBG Mobile mean nothing, especially by day 2. Hell, even by day, match number 3, I don't even know what's happening anymore. So let's go take a look at the tournament schedule to see exactly how many opportunities they have. But day number 1 done and dusted,
What's
and
six? What's the
yeah, we can
esports?
take a look. These overall rankings are wild.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Of course, as we saw yesterday, right? And you, as you were alluding to just now, Crash coming through with an absolutely insane play. What's also quite scary to think of is that they brought this in with only one winner chicken dinner. I mean, Arab Golden Galaxy, we saw them locking in those first 2 victories just yesterday, back to back.
Are you playing next
But
split or are
that
you going to
only
view party?
allowed them a
I don't
grand
know. We'll
total of
find out. We'll find
54
out.
points. So, aside from that slight little bit of a gap between first and second place, the rest of the teams still maintain a very contentious position when it comes to the leaderboard. And especially, I think, anywhere from second all the way to potentially like 12th place or even 16th, all of that can still change today, right? These are the points acquired in just one single day. So expect even more insane performances coming through on the battlefield.
Yeah, we just have to look at these numbers, and I almost want to take them with a pinch of salt, but at the same time, we don't really have stats of the PMPL Arabia and PMPL Africa teams going together in the new season. Africa circuit. You're not surprised to see them in the top slots whatsoever. I mean, even Rook Esports, and Raad, they did fantastically. GK Esports, also another name that we are so accustomed to, and we can continue, but it's all going to come down to that second page because that's where the pressure is really going to be, especially for the teams towards the bottom. But let's start at the top. Nigma Galaxy. Yesterday there was that glimpse of
You
hope
think Koops going to be
when
insane day?
Coops was in
Yeah, I
that
think Koops is going to pop
1v4.
off
I
day two.
thought for a second, I thought it
Good
was
six
going
was
to be
good
that
50.
team wipe. I thought there was going to be that winner chicken dinner steal, but it didn't quite happen. And then from that point on, there was a little bit of a glimpse of hope, and they falter back and forth. But if they can
Mm.
start today strong, it's still doable. It's still doable for them to catch up to the top slots.
Yeah, it is going to be doable, especially knowing what they are capable of. So all we can do at this point essentially is speculate and wait and see what they're going to be bringing on through. But an interesting thing is also I want to see from Triple R8 as well as Vista is a little bit more placement points coming through, because I mean they definitely have the eliminations. The only thing that's not working out in their favor at this point is of course those elims. So essentially all the teams from 11th down into that 16th position. They can
Hmm.
definitely do with a healthy dose of placement points. So hopefully today could be that day that does all that magic, right? That allows the teams to really get that chance, right? To get their hands on all the placement points that they can
Your
find,
party,
and
your
of
fun
course
because we can all
continue what
chat.
they've been
Yeah, that's
doing
what I
with
like. I like
regards to
your
those
party
elims.
because I can
Because
just chill and
looking at
talk to the
Triple
chat. We can
Esports sitting
roast the
with
teams
21
together.
eliminations all the way on that second page, I mean that is still not a
Honestly, I
bad
want to see you
position
play
to
again, but
be
man,
in.
who's your
And of
party
course, if
will I
you compare
watch?
that
Because
to what we
honestly,
saw
yours
on the
has that feeling.
opposite end,
So
I mean, we
what
still have
I'll
a very
probably do
similar
is I'll
kind of
probably
looking
force
situation,
Enigma
right?
to viewer
Brute Force
party for
sitting on
me. He'll viewer
26,
party
we
on
got
my
GK
account,
sitting on
and so
24.
you
So
can
there
all
is
watch
that great
watch
opportunity for the
him, watch
teams
me.
still on the second page to elevate and catapult themselves back onto that first page.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye out on Quest Gaming specifically, because coming into this tournament, they were one of the easier picks almost because of the players that they have. I mean, they
Mm.
have that PMGC experience just in the previous year, and I mean the players like Aziz, D7, Al Hajj, Kante. These are not players that you would take lightly in any
I
sort of
take them lightly,
scenario. So
chat.
I
They're
really
free
do want to
farm
see
to
what
me.
Quest is going to be bringing to the table today. Maybe yesterday was just
How
sort
you
of
doing, 50?
the setup, but today they can really bring the fire, DK.
Oh, yes, they can definitely bring in the fire. But of course, now, speaking about fire, we've got a few things that are yet to come on through. I mean, I just heard something from the producer. I missed a little bit of that. So let's just hear that again. Oh, so we are going to be
Quest interview.
hopping into a quick interview with Questy as well. So let's enjoy that and see what they got to say.
When's this shit gonna start, chat? I thought I was like late to the stream, but like apparently I wasn't. Yo, chat, hit the like button on the stream. Let's hit 100 likes real quick. Even though there's only 100 of you in here, but we're gonna hit 100 likes real quick.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين. المرة هاي حيكون عندنا مقابلة حصرية جدا مع الحجي من فريق كويست اي سبورتس. حجي مين أهلا وسهلين فيك حبيبي. كيف شعورك بعد ما خلصت PMPL العربية لموسم الربيع؟
I hurt my nose.
يا حبيبي شمس رم الله الشباب.
This guy's pretty good.
وصلنا على المركز
Allergy?
الثاني.
Allergy? How do you say that?
مع تيم نصر. حاولنا نحقق المركز الأول لكن صعدنا ظروف داخلية وإن شاء الله القادم أفضل.
هلا غير انه كويست اي سبورتس بادين المركز
الثاني. Chat, I choked my own spit, bro.
اصحاب اللقب للبطولة الإقليمية الماضية. وحابين طبعا
KOOPS and Nox all but one of them gonna go crazy today. Yeah.
سؤالي
I think Icy's gonna go crazy as well today.
انت مركز عليه او شايفه كمنافس لكم في
I need some lemonade. What team is gonna recruit me next split? Traps. I don't know.
ال 16 فريق كلهم منافسين وكلهم يعني جايين البطولة، وهاي البطولة اللي بيحقق بها مركز أول تروح لبطولة PMWI. يعني راح تكون المنافسة كلش قوية من ناحية من 16 فريق كلهم راح يلعبون لعبهم الحقيقي وماكو أي غلط راح تصير. والتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله.
A very humble response coming through from Al Hajj, right? You got to say that. I mean, when asked who's their competition, they said, well, all 16 teams, right? That's it. We're all competition, and that is why we've made it to the championships. I'm quoting that verbatim, right? So I'm adding a few things in there because why not, right? We might as well to see what we can bring through. But of course, it's going to be quite an exciting day, right? We are going to be looking at our map rotation again to see and of course remind our viewers as to which maps we are going to be venturing in towards. And as we said yesterday, it's going to remain the same for all 4 days, right? So yesterday it was Erangel Murmur, Erangel Sanok, Erangel Murmur. Of course, today we have that situation happening once again, and it will remain like this all the way through to day number 4. But I mean, what is great about this is, and we spoke about this a little bit yesterday as well, is having so many Erangels in here does really look quite phenomenal for teams that perform like absolute legends when it comes to the map of Erangel.
Yeah, and yesterday I would have said the only team would have been Arab Golden, but they very quickly proved me wrong. We had such a phenomenal performance with such a plethora of teams. I mean, we had GK Esports taking the second last Erangel of the day. Ironically, that number of
What team gonna
19
recruit you
keeps
next
popping
split?
up
I
on
don't know.
Erangels. I don't know if everyone is just aiming to win with 19 points. If it is, then fine, let's keep it going till the end. But it's been a very interesting showing, and yes, the teams that are comfortable on the bread and butter of a wrangle in this level, because I mean everyone knows the map, everyone plays the map every single day. But if you can play in such a phenomenal manner at this level, then this is the perfect championship for you. This is where you're really going to be packing in those points.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, we've seen, as you said, right, there was a little bit of a trend with that 19 coming through. In fact, we saw it come through 3 times yesterday on, well, it happened on 2 of the Wrangles, and of course, one of the opportunities, or one
Yeah.
of the instances was over on Miramar. But yeah, we want to see where these teams are going to be pushing it towards next, right? The highest score that we had yesterday was, of course, that beautiful 20-pointer coming through from the side there of Crash Gaming, which they secured all the way over on Sandrock, right? A lot of that rumbling in the jungle really coming to fruition here. So there is going to be a lot of opportunity for that. And of course, speaking about rumbling, speaking about opportunities, we also want to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So mad respect, mad love going out to them. And of course, we are going to be looking forward to seeing who will be unleashing their beast as we are going to be cycling through our 6 matches again today. Now, yesterday I asked you if there was a little bit of a prediction that we could maybe put in, and you said no, we're not going to do it on match number 1, but day number 1 is
Okay.
done, right? And I mean, as we saw now, there's no point in looking at our stats really because the teams keep on surprising us. So if you had to put in a wild prediction, what would your
I do
prediction be for game number 1?
Ooh, okay. Game number 1, I would say, just on the offsets of what we saw yesterday. Naturally, Crash Gaming and Arab Golden would be 2 teams that very easily come to mind because of their consistency and because of their explosive energy. Mm, I'll do you a solid. I'll go with the Broody Fruities. I'll say Brute Force has that opportunity to bring through
They
a
stopped calling them
surprising
Broody
performance
Fruities,
because
bro.
they
Holy
were
shit,
more
bro.
often
Was it
times than
serums?
not in those
Was
top
it
5
Melanet?
places. We always saw them,
Was it
sort
Muhammad?
of
How
hanging
you guys
around, sort
doing?
of getting themselves into a
Six,
better
do you think
position, and with the
do you
rotation
drink
they've been
energy drink
making,
when
it's
you
been very
play?
interesting. Even add Vision Esports into that one.
I used to
If
drink
not the
4 Red
win,
Bulls before I
I
played
definitely
tournaments
see a lot more
and
eliminations in
scrims.
their future.
That was back when I was a
Ooh, all right,
C9.
now
They
I'm going
gave
to
me
take it
like
even
a bunch
further,
of
right? I'm going to go
energy drinks,
for
and so I would
Triple
chug the motherfuckers,
to
bro.
be one of the
And I
teams
would
to
drop
step
30
it
kills
up
per
in
day.
this
It was just
coming
2
match,
3.
right? So that's one that I'm going to go for, and then the other one's going to be NASA, right? We want to see
Please.
those PMPL final champs step up, showcase what they can do right here in the championship. So if match number 1 is going to be the opportunity for them to do exactly that, well, let's have it then. Let's see what they're going to be bringing on, as of course we are just inching our way closer and closer to getting into our very first match of the day. And it's going to be, I think, a pretty contentious play, right? Because yesterday we saw right out of the gate,
I
the
need
teams
to
touched
work out
ground.
after
They
this.
just got right
Chat,
down
remind
to
me to work out.
business, already starting with a few sprays. So we might see a little bit of a change up in that, but I think the shift in dynamic is not going to be that vast, right? The teams are focused on their prime objective, which is to try and secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. So all we can hope for is just absolute insane PUBG Mobile gameplay.
That's the hope. And yeah, I would agree with you. Those 3 teams we highlighted at the end of yesterday, I mean, Quest, Nassau, we can throw Enigma Galaxy in that, Triple Esports, all teams I want to really see more of today. That showed us glimmers, that showed us, just we can do this. But then they had that one match where they found each other. So they all stepped up at the same time, but then they took each other out. I was like, no, point to the other teams, please. So if they can start with the first wrangle,
What
just
cracked
really
out? Yeah,
locking it down, even if they
I was
play it a
cracked
little
out
bit
my mind,
more
man.
calculated, just making sure they've got everything down in the banks, take some placements, get some good foundational eliminations. It really should go a long way to building through some good momentum for today. But to that point, right, we also have to think about Crash Gaming and Arab Golden Galaxy, how their play from yesterday is going to translate into today. I mentioned it briefly. Such an incredible
How long have I been
play,
live,
such
Chad?
an
I've been
incredible
live
start
15
to the
minutes.
week,
This shit still hasn't
puts a
started.
target on your back. You
Yeah.
know, Arab Golden Galaxy, they had 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners at the beginning of the day. That's quite a statement to make. And then Crash Gaming was the only team to really catch up and go
workout
further,
exercise.
getting those 72 points with a
Chat,
nasty
basically, like if I
44
don't go to the
elimination.
gym,
So they were very
Fair.
violent, but to a
Like,
good
these
point.
workouts are easy
And
as
if they
fuck.
continue
So,
that
like,
with this new point system that we have, with
I don't go to the
focus
gym,
on aggression,
I'll just do this dude's
I
workout.
find it very
Y'all know
difficult to see how
here.
everyone else is going to catch up.
Let the shit load.
Yeah, I
Fraser
have to
Wilson, he
agree
does,
with you
like,
on
these
that one.
20-minute
I mean,
workouts at
they're
home, like,
already
just for
setting the
arms and shit.
bar at a
So,
very
like,
interesting
he'll
spot,
just do
right?
these.
Looking to see if
Like, it's
anyone
all
could
you do.
potentially maybe try and catch
He'll
them
just do,
at
you
that
do the
position.
workouts with him.
So the heat is definitely going to be
And
on.
it's just easy.
But looking
But
at
I
the
don't
performances
pull
that
up the
we've had
videos
come
because I have
through
it
from
memorized
just
already. So I just
yesterday, I do
memorize all these
think
workouts and then just do
that,
it in my room.
I mean, you might be right with
And then
brute
he has, like, a
force,
bunch of other
maybe
ones,
doing
too.
a little bit of a something.
Like,
You
he
know,
has,
I
like,
think
7-minute
there might be a
ones
bit
for
of an
abs, 10-minute for
opportunity
full body
there,
workout.
especially looking at the amount of
There's a
points
bunch
that
of
they were
random
able to
ones.
secure
I do, like,
yesterday on Erangel.
do,
So
like, multiple per day. I do, like, 3 a day because it's 20
kind of
minutes. I'll do
adds
an
up,
hour
right?
worth
Brute
of
Force
workouts
looking to
every day.
potentially maybe be the strongest team on Erangel, at least based on that first day's performance. But I think it's going to be a lot more decided moving through the remainder of today, right? Having all 6 maps come in, seeing what these
All
teams are going to be
6
bringing through, and
maps?
of course, how those adjustments have been made. Because one thing
You just
I
say all
think we
6
can
maps?
rest
Like, as
assured
in, like, there's
is
6
that
maps
the
in today's
teams are
rotations?
doing all the information gathering that they can find. Of course, speaking about information gathering, it's now time for us to gather a bit of additional information as we are going to be venturing into our very first match here of the day. So this is where we get to see what that flight path and zone is going to be bringing in. Where would you like to see a potential zone shifting towards?
Not the south, please, please. That's all I want. It's all I've ever wanted on Erangel in this last few weeks. We've seen so much
Gotta play crew
southern
challenge last
zones.
week?
We've seen so much of the south portion of Erangel. I'm missing a little bit of that shooting
Well,
range, Severny,
that's okay.
Stolber, Yasnaya, Rozok. I'm missing all of these spots to the northern side of Erangel. So if we could, please, could we go the other way? Or stay here, just let the zone come here as well.
I hate this plane path, chat. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a good
it's
plane
an
path for my
interesting flight
team where
path
we
to come
drop, but I
through.
hate this plane
It
path.
does look kind of similar to what we had at the in the beginning of yesterday. Not exactly to attack the same, but it's close enough to a certain extent. But now I'm going to be waiting for that zone to be revealed. I'm potentially hoping for a little bit of a western shift, right, heading in towards like Gatka, towards that western coastline, maybe a bit of that hospital play as well to come through. But essentially, as we know, it's all going to be down to what the RNG is going to be throwing in. Sometimes that is the case, right? With this kind of flight path, we could be looking at a western zone, but all will be revealed. And it also does seem like, at least for the time being, we're not really looking at any major hot drops or anything of the sort coming through. Yes, we do have R8 and Triple dropping right there down in towards South George. But aside from that, seems like the teams are just playing a little bit more of a separated start. Ooh, look at that. It is going to be close to our last Erangel from yesterday.
Just, I feel like someone's doing this on purpose. I don't know how.
ERG has a good
but
zone.
doing this on purpose.
Good first shift for
Listen,
them.
we finished on
They
that
can
bridge
take time to
yesterday,
loot because
right?
they
We
have
got very close to
complete center
finishing
circle.
basically on top of a
Same
bridge,
with
which would have been
RTG.
wild.
Nasser gets
But,
an easy quick rotation to the.
This 50-50 that the teams
Nasser
have
can
constantly
take
been
like
dealing
these
with has
compounds,
been
do a
just
2-2 split on these
ridiculous.
compounds.
We had so many
Or
bridge
even a
camping
1-1-1-1
moments. I can't deal with it. But it's okay.
across here.
It's okay. I will believe in the
And
mainland.
then Nasser can
supremacy,
hold that
so
for the
hopefully
first
we
circle
go
or two.
back to mainland. Maybe go to the north sometime soon. But for now, the teams will be dealing with quite an eastern shift. So, I mean, there's some very great opportunities there for the likes of Arab Golden, who do favor that Malta to farm area. Nassau over towards Shelter, very comfortable. Vision over towards Lapovka, I think, is going to be a prime positioning for them. We mentioned yesterday their play style of, playing around the edges, playing those gatekeeping opportunities. Coming through from Lapovka, they're going to have a lot of time to themselves to loot up and take things in their strides, potentially going quite ham with the eliminations. I also I realized I never said why I thought Vision were going to be picking up eliminations. You do know in our top 3 players, in terms of eliminations, we have 2 Vision players.
Yes.
Mon with 17, Volt with 13. So I believe in the Vision.
Yes. Yes, I mean, hopefully they have 20/20 vision, but for the time being, it is going to be the first hit connecting on through, getting sent right in as the confirmation has been secured.
That's interesting,
and that
chat.
is
That's
the first
interesting
blood
right there,
getting
boys.
drawn. Cow
That is
rather
very
getting that
interesting.
first hit. So well played, and I mean, unfortunate to see it our roof being the first one to
That is
fall.
interesting
Now,
right there,
hopefully, the
chat.
rest of Nigma will be able to defend, because yesterday we did see Nigma actually going out early a few times.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of troubles. You saw, I mean, I would say trouble all around yesterday with all of these wild rotations that we saw with the flight path to zone rotations. There was a lot of mishaps on rotation, right? So teams rotating straight into one another, losing one or two players, a little bit of gatekeeping on the in the out of the zone. So I would like to see that cleaned up a little bit. We already see the teams making a conscious decision in terms of the drop sites that they're taking to try and avoid as much of that as possible. But again, we are still having like a northern flight path and a southern or southeastern zone. So there is going to be a little bit of that chaos sprinkled on top, which is fine. The teams have to deal with that, and they will do so quite well.
Y'all hear that?
In terms of rotations, I think I wanted to dub
That
them
little, like,
yesterday, but I will
random
dub them
noise
today
every
as
once in a while,
Crash
chat.
Gaming is always the furthest away from zone. So you can almost just look at where Crash Gaming drops.
It's like
the zone will
someone's
be on
like
the other
touching
side.
their mic.
Sure.
Honestly, they're always so far away.
I mean, maybe
Alright.
it's just their thing. Maybe it's just the way that they like to play, right? I mean, because that was kind of the play that we had in Sanok as well yesterday. They were just big chilling all the way
NGX
up
still
into
doing bad.
the
Well, it's game
northwestern
1
side,
of day 2.
and then eventually
They got one kill
at
point,
some
but they
point
lost
they
one, so it's
decided, you
not
know what?
worth.
Maybe let's make a run for it. And well, that awarded
They
them the order
won.
with a chicken dinner, right? So I think they
Yeah.
might have a strategy cooking up here, one that we've not really seen come through from them, but I think it is going to be an exciting one regardless if that is the case. But RTG also then having a nice little bit of a leisurely stroll down towards those Nova crates. I mean, this is a great spot for them because they're not going to be contested here whatsoever.
No, they will be pretty much
Y'all
left
hear
to
it,
their
right?
own
Do y'all hear it?
devices.
Or
Again,
is it just
it's
me? Am I
about these
fucking
conscious
going
decisions
insane?
that we've mentioned. The teams ensuring that they are given as much space as they need. And with regards to the military base island, it's no surprise that we normally only see 1 or 2 teams going this way. And RTG seems to be quite consistent in that decision. Arab Golden will be hearing a couple of shots just whizzing on by. So a bit of a warning that there might be some opposition right up ahead on top of those mountains by the side of Malta. And for now, there's nothing really crazy to report. I mean, we've only really lost 2 members, and that, of course, being for the side of Enigma Galaxy and Vista. Accordingly, now, though, it's a bit more quiet because now the focus is on those rotations. And in terms of rotations, DK, anything that is standing out to you as a possible
First match,
oopsie?
yes. First match.
A possible oopsie. Ooh.
A
Well,
possible oof. That's gonna be rough.
no, not really. I mean, the western edge of the current zone, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be sweaty, right? Because we got the Raad, R8, Quest, Vista, Triple, GQ, and of course Crash, all yet to rotate through from that western edge. So I hope that like whoever's situated on the edge of zone, potentially Nigma up in Pachinki, I hope that they've pulled up their socks because they are gonna get heavily contested potentially.
Yeah, I mean, other than that western side, it's the same for me. I can't even see anything wild on the edges of zones, which is quite interesting. So much space that's been awarded to these teams, and it's such a stark difference from what we saw just yesterday in match number 1, which is really alluding to a very good amount of homework that's being done after these games, which is great. I love to see it. Towards the center, though, when we take a look at Farm and Milta, we obviously had that little bit of a, tit for tat, just peeking at each other between Arab Golden and Asar. Rook Esports, in the meantime, has joined them over towards Farm. We can see Vision taking that rotation all the way from Lupovka in, very close to Nassar, just for now, keeping an eye on each other. But it will be very interesting if they do stop anything here at this time, because as we know, there's a few more teams coming through to join them. R8, this western side, we mentioned it, Quest in the middle between Enigma Galaxy and R8. So hopefully they won't be catching themselves in a sandwich.
Well, let's find out, right? There's only going to be one way to know, but I like the slightly different style that we are seeing here. I mean, that might also be partially due to the zone doing what it did, but it does seem, the teams look a little bit more confident in their play. I mean, I still think center zone is going to be an absolute hornet's nest, as we have a rather big concentration of players situated right there. And of course, now with Nigma and Quest also rotating forward, I think that is going to add even more pressure to the whole play.
Did they say for the socks?
I mean,
Chat.
look
I
at
think they're
Crash
like British or
is
some shit.
still
It's okay.
just a slow push forward.
Chilling.
Triple, however, this time it seems like they are the team that is a little bit more reluctant, right? They don't want to necessarily take that
Oh, it is. They're
plunge
4.
because they're looking to see if the zone is going to stay towards
Oh,
the
Arabic is
mainland,
doing compared to
or
Arabic ones?
is it maybe going to move
I'm
down
pretty sure
towards the
Arabic has
island.
like
That'll
6
be
teams in the
I was
top
gonna
8.
say that was gonna be a wrench in the works because we only have one singular team on the island. So RTG will
R8
unfortunately
got
be the only team
PMWI
that's like,
slot
oh
for host
man,
country.
now I gotta move. The rest all making that migration over towards centering up around Farm and School and Potato Hill still in play as well, which is a nice little bit of a fun terrain to work with. So ultimately for Crash Gaming, this is going to be prime time. Heading through in from this northern side, very much uncontested. Once again, it's playing to their strengths. They love these sort of outside plays, and the zone has just gifted them the perfect outside circle coming through and giving them a lot of opportunity to start picking up some eliminations sooner rather than later. Yeah, triple, slow rotation, but they will be rotating right behind Vista when they eventually do make it into
NGX
the
have a good
zone.
spot in zone.
And Bisc is still just on the outskirts of Ferry Pier, so there would be that concern that he
Triple
might
X
be
think they're
caught
executed,
out.
bro. That's what I'm
We'll just have to
saying,
wait
bro.
and see if that's going to be the case.
Ooh, well, there's only we have to wait. Yes, we have to wait. But I mean, speaking about this position that we saw coming through towards the northern edge, right? I think there is going to be a little bit of a challenge, especially playing up towards that Potato Hill region where we see Ra'ad already looking to get themselves secured. So that could also be quite an
Looking for
interesting
more from
position
staying
to
outside
try
of
and
zone.
leverage, especially looking
Yeah, that's
at
definitely some
how
shit
the
they
zone
do.
is sitting right now. And of course, well, we'll
This
find out
late-ass
in a bit
rotation.
in a moment and a bit of change as to where exactly this next phase
Chat, I hate this shit.
is
I
going to be
hate playing
taking
like
us.
late.
But Nigma smack
Like
dab
with the new
center
point
zone.
system,
And I
I
think
feel
this
like
is
if
one
you
of the
don't
few
play like
instances where
aggro early,
center
then you're
zone
throwing.
is not
Like
necessarily
you gotta
the
take
most
fights. You gotta
opportune
play
position
hella
to be holding,
aggro.
especially
And
looking
then
at the
once
number
late
of
game
teams
happens, you just
currently
chill
surrounding them.
and you go get kills
Oh,
off a late
absolutely.
game.
It's in terms of the terrain that they have to work with, you know, the cover, we can saw Biscay just up ahead of Triple will be hopefully joining their team shortly because trust me, you do not want to be taking on the entirety of Triple Esports, and Triple almost have to wait and see if they're actually chasing Biscuit down, which I don't think anyone would want to be in a position of. If so,
Wait, they
Biscuit
can easily
just
clip
drive,
this.
man.
Oh, and I
Just
thought you
don't look
stopped,
back,
never mind.
just drive. But in terms of that center position, everyone's stacking up, everyone trying to just grab whatever compounds they can, get themselves set up for the next zone rotation, so
Go for
that
the
they don't
kills
have to
here.
worry about those
Why are you smoking? You don't
scattered
need to smoke in the
eliminations
ridge.
that or the numbers that they dropped yesterday. But I mean, it's a double-edged sword because
Mm.
now they place a target on their back. They're in the center. Everyone's looking at them. Everyone wants to take a piece.
What the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, I
They're
mean,
not
but
leaving?
there's
They're
only
leaving, yes or no?
so many pieces to be had, right? There's only 4 pieces, unfortunately. So either someone's going to share or someone's going to sit on the edge, just looking on as all those
Yo,
pieces
Milton,
get
fire,
enveloped.
Milton clear.
But
RPG
speaking about that,
rotates
though,
across the
RTG actually pushing all the way up from that southern edge, just managing to stay ahead of the blue Ra'ad, though they're going to be blessed with a
GK and
beautiful
NGX have
little
really
drop.
good circles. Like no
Just
matter
getting
where it shifts,
sent
they should
towards
have a good
them.
spot
Nice
in
little
surfing.
present, right? In the meanwhile, the
Yeah,
zone
NGX can still hold
does move
Snake.
slightly
GK
more
chills
towards
there.
the north. And again, I like this terrain because it is going to
Nasser
be
has
quite
a good
challenging,
spot.
but this is where Ra'ad already find themselves in a beautiful
Dude,
setup.
chat, I'm
because
telling you, if
all they
Nasser
can
did the
do
split
now
out
is
spot
just
where they
move
like
a little bit
4-man
closer towards
split
that
this right
eastern
here,
side of Potato
or
Hill,
even like
and
4-man
that will
split
even
this,
allow them a line
they
of
would have
sight
they
down
would have had
on
center
towards
zone.
the world of
Dude, I'm
battle.
just too good at predicting where the zone's going to
Absolutely.
go.
So again, terrain is going to be key here. We can also take a look at the World of Battle and Crash Gaming. Having that northern side can, as we said, provide them a lot of space, but also give them a little bit of trouble depending on how these high-rise positions will be worked upon. But Nigma, Galaxy, and Quest, 2 teams that we really
Koops,
want to see
you
popping
aren't-
off
you aren't
today.
that
Once
guy, bud.
again, they find each other. What is it
Slow
with
down.
these teams finding one another when I don't want them to?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
Alright,
one of those
crashing
things, and
GK.
also, of course, it is going to be GK and R8 getting into a bit of an altercation here. Hope going through with a beautiful
Oh, chat, is
spray.
this-
Ida not
Oh,
looking too
shit.
great on that house bar, but a
Why is this
beautiful
stream so
DBS shot
laggy,
to
bro?
stop Santa
Like it's like
in their
frame
tracks,
dropping.
and Hope is
Love
been
that.
restored as R8 can take it
What the
right
fuck
on
is
down.
that smoke,
GK now
brother?
sitting with a very comfortable 4 elims, but it could be short-lived as Vista now comes knocking on the door. Up comes Vista, Brood, and the rest of the crew. And they want their share of the action, right? They want a slice of that pie. Oh, the nades just raining on down. And I'm not quite sure if Hope is going to be able to hold on this time around.
Yo, why is this shit
As,
laggy
well, at
as
least
fuck,
they do have
bro?
a full health bar, but it is going to be a very contentious push coming through from Vista.
One can hear the commotion. We even have Triple Esports moving in for the
Like,
territory
y'all see how
because
bad this
all
shit
of
looks?
these shots, all of this action means surely that there's a little bit of an elimination waiting
Or
for
is
us.
it just
Even
me,
Nigma
chat? Like, this
Galaxy
looks like it's
is
in 30
moving
frames
up
right now, and
into
it's
this
like
altercation.
skipping.
We have gone from a 3rd party to a 4th party to a 5th party as Mazzaro goes down, immediately realizing what's happening.
We've gone from party to disco. That is where we are at right here. So everyone, welcome to the disco. Game number 1, day number 2. It is absolute insane.
you
A whole
peeking
lot of
him?
carnage erupting on the
I mean,
screen
I guess
here.
that's why
Now
you're peeking him.
Nigma looking to try and leverage a bit of that southern positioning. GK, I mean, they're not going to fold just yet, right? They're going to hold on to this compound as best they can. But Triple definitely going to try and reach in, bring in a bit of the upset. But Bisk still managing to survive. So
you?
we've not yet said goodbye to
just
any
me, bro?
additional
Like-
teams at this point. But this is where Bisk needs to try and play it as cautiously
Played on
as
2
they
times?
can. Maybe hoping for an opportune moment to strike. And speaking about opportunity,
My brother.
Thor, though, getting lit on fire.
Yeah, it's not quite what you need to be doing in the winter months here by us. We also don't set ourselves on fire, so would not recommend it. But hey, GK Esports need to do what they need to do to get themselves out of the situation. Vista in a similar bit of trouble. Bisk has just been running from one team to another and now straight into GK Esports. At least with a shotgun in hell, that S12K might give them a little bit of extra damage, but they need to be so wary. Now it all falls onto Hope as well. The last hope here for GK
Yeah.
Esports to keep them
Oh.
in, but Quest.
Yeah.
Oh,
4 teams in this
Yes.
compound.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? Opportunistic play, that is exactly what we saw coming through. And of
I mean, it
course,
doesn't look like it's
of course,
lagging
now
anymore. It just looks
Quest
like it was
securing
lagging
that
like a...
Elam.
Okay, never mind.
But, you know, things are not looking any easier between
Like, it's
Triple
choppy
and
as
Nigma
fuck.
right here. As Bisk also still looking for a potential way to get out of the situation. The zone has shifted further towards that eastern side. So that does add even more challenge to it. But Chemo looking nice and steady. Bisk, I mean, I don't think they've been this quiet for quite some time, but that is the approach that you need to take at this point in time. I mean, make too much noise, they are going to find you, and that is going to be the end of your run. But now Triple, I mean, I don't know that they are aware of Bisk's position.
Ooh,
Ooh.
that nade is definitely going to signal that there's something wrong with the situation. And Bisk, I mean, has just been the hero for Vista Gaming, was one of the last rotations and actually the players to join.
Yo,
the rest
chat,
of
y'all
his
heard about the
team, and
new game
now
called
at least picked
Undawn?
up 3 eliminations before ultimately going down. So not a bad effort by Vista, but now the World of Battle feeling the pressure.
Oh, and up comes the hit, the spray, the sweatiness just boiling through. Hey, buddy! Flying in with that buggy, gets the hit, gets the shot, and now the World of Battle reduced down to only 1 remaining hopeful. So you can see Azem holding steady in the little shack here, trying to carry that team's name all the way to the very finish. But of course, Xenox has got a different plan for them as that vehicle goes up in flames. Hazem quickly just popping that smoke, trying to put up as much coverage as they can. But Vista, or Vision rather, also now creeping into contention. And this is just, I mean, it's just stockpile upon stockpile, right? Everyone, again, trying to capitalize on the available opportunity.
There's no choice but to exactly that. So third party central, I thought we were on Sanok for a second, but no, this is just a wrangle. This is just what these teams have been forced into. You can see quite a lot of recovery that needs to be made. Nigma Galaxy now in the similar hot seat. Lord trying to get that res onto Hamodi, but Rook Esports not letting up the pressure, sending out any and every
That's a
piece
good
of
nade.
utility, just
Oh,
hoping
a little too
for
far.
that one
Oh.
connection
Thought
to
it was a
land
good
them
nade.
a
Looked
team
good.
wipe. At least for now, Hamodi, just a little bit of time. Get those health bars up as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Triple
think the
Esports
Arabic
finding
streaming is
Ra'ad
fine
as
there.
well. So we have a multitude of clustered fights happening all over the show. I mean,
I
even
don't notice
Quest
it
is
as much
jumping into
anymore.
that fight with Triple. So it's not going to stop anytime soon until we have some silence, until we at least get down to potentially the 16 marker.
Wait, is bro laying
Yeah,
prone in
it's
the
a,
open?
it's a cluster fluster, right? Because I can't use other words. But here we go, as Reno now sends out a bit of utility. I mean, that
Triple
nade
Esports
landing
dies
on
here.
towards Old Boy is not what Triple needs at this point, and I'm not quite sure IC is going to be able to pull that res off. But up comes Rad, moving in at full force.
Well, DBS is still DBS, boys.
Oh,
That's
tries
all.
to get
That's
the
all I know.
job done, but unfortunately, it's not going to be on the cards. Off goes,
Wait, so you're telling me they
Triple
crashed
now
a
losing
shack outside
quite
of zone?
a bit of a position there. Ra'ad
They
also
crashed a
getting
shack
traded,
outside of
Nigma
zone,
getting shipped
and then
out.
immediately
Down
died
to 10
after?
teams we go. It is absolute
What?
carnage,
Why did they just
absolute
try to
mayhem.
Work
I mean,
inside
Ez, this
circle?
is
Like,
even
I guess
more
GK's
insane than
there.
we
They
saw
just
yesterday.
suicide that team because they knew GK was gonna wipe him.
Part of me loves it. Part of me just that doesn't. I'm not even going to try. Don't ask me for predictions.
Clash of
If you
Clans,
ask
wait
me
time
for
to pissing
predictions,
you.
this is what
Oh, that
happened.
looks
okay? I'm
alright.
gonna blame you.
It
because
looks
I have no one
like-
else to
It looks like it'd be a
blame,
good
but yeah.
game to grind.
This is
Like,
just the absolute
I'm probably gonna
insanity
play it a
that
good
is
bit.
the MEA
Would
championship.
y'all,
Everyone
like, if
just
I
pushing
streamed it on
so
YouTube, would you guys
heavily
watch it?
for those
I know not all of
eliminations.
you
I
would
mean,
watch it, but
whatever
would some of you
opportunity
watch it?
are going to be presented, they have to take at this point in time. And unfortunately, as I've mentioned, the chaos will not be stopping anytime soon. Still plenty of rotations to be made. As we can see, Nassar safely within the zone, I say, with a bit of a question mark, because we still need to see what the rest of the teams will be doing about this. We've got Arab Golden just to the side of Nassar. We've got RTG, obviously, down south, being the main focus right now. But what will the other 9 teams, rather, be doing about the situation, as they need to rotate in from the west? We have to have teams coming in from the northern side, really applying the pressure to the backside of the south.
I mean, what's interesting is this time around the teams are quite a bit more scattered throughout this available zone, right? Especially on those outlying regions. But as we know, they have only about 2 minutes or so left on the clock before that blue zone is going to be forcing their hand. And in the meanwhile, GQ going to try and make a run for it while still maintaining a little bit of that elevated positioning here. I mean, that could be absolutely golden, especially looking down onto the side of Quest. As you can see, Fidan, ooh, already spotting out that opportunity slightly preemptively, even before the shots connected in. They had an answer to that. But not quite sure if they are going to be able to maintain it. The answer for the time being, at least, is yes, as Evo Station gets met with quite a bit of aggression here, but AZ not going to give it up that easily.
130 meters away from that blue zone, needing to get themselves into safety.
It's almost like they're both zombie games.
At this moment in time, they can't push forward until they get rid of Quest. But even once they are done with Quest, look who's up ahead of them. It's going to be Rook Esports, just within zone, potentially.
Oh my god, bro.
Them. But Fahidan is just doing all the damage at this point.
Homie just got sat down, bro.
Have to send it. They have to get out of the situation.
Oh, but where's it gonna go now? Fidan trying to just stay up ahead. I like that position coming through from Al-Hajj. But of course now the smoke makes it quite obvious as to where Al-Hajj is positioned. And that is going to allow the opportunity for Tofi now to try and just send the utility and try to reach across. But a nice little bit of suppression coming through there from the Arab Golden Galaxy team as well. But Al-Hajj has been found. And Tofi just now needs to replicate that nade to get the confirmation.
That's what your kept his promise of streaming, or he's still setting up.
Trouble.
He said he's really like stream scrims, but I'm gonna make him stream classes with me. Because chat, if I play comp, then I'm gonna play classes like 6 hours a day on top of playing scrims and shit. So.
It is Fahidan that has to make everything happen, because, well, Al-Hajj will be joining the lobby very soon, especially if GQ have anything to say about it. And now, just behind one vehicle to keep them alive in the scenario, even though they've got the blue zone. It's just been such a tough time for Quest, and now we even say goodbye to Arab Golden. So everyone who was just absolutely on fire yesterday, barring Vision Esports and maybe Brute Force, well, we have to say goodbye.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say at this point that Arab Golden Galaxy, they're not going to get the winner chicken dinner in this match. I think that is a very accurate prediction to come through. I think it's very safe to make that assumption.
I should log on Undawn right now and make my character.
As to the performance here for Quest,
you can customize
I'm not
your
quite
character.
Sure how far Fahidan is going to be able to push the envelope on this one, because aside from the pressure being applied here from the GQ team, we also have Rook just hanging on that western wing, so there is going to be a lot of pressure coming through. And also, still Brute Force left with the 2 pieces. We can see them up north, but now up comes that push, a full send from Rook. And Prepot actually getting a good response.
It's all together, and I'm far away from my fucking screen, so like it's just a bunch of words to me.
But let's see, Prepot can maybe still clutch this one out. It is going to be Rami and Bronsberg stepping up, and there we have it. The shots
Nasser got a good spot. They chill. They've been getting zone blessed.
Well, they can send out in 7.
They're going to have no losses. They're going to be 4 men up.
Let's go. GQ moving in is obviously going to be spotting those vehicles out. Bronsberg just alongside this Wizard Tower, and they need to lock this one down while rotations are still coming through. AZ needs to make something happen, give their teammates enough time to close the gap and to get into action. But there it is. They're activated. We've got already one knock, immediate confirmation. And our Rook Esports just has to watch on and potentially leave the situation if it wasn't for the likes of GQ. I love that team push from them.
GQ's making really on point. GQ's been fucking owning this game, low-key, where they were at.
Make it happen there.
They were making, and I mean, what
we saw yesterday as well, right?
I gotta download or update the game chat.
With the full squad still left, they have a really high chance of probability to secure themselves.
Yeah, they do need kills, but like, right now they have 4 points basically. This is 4 points. So if they win the game, they get 10 points. So then that's worth.
That pressure
You can drop
on.
like 5 kills
But
max and win the
meanwhile,
game, and
RTG
that's
find
15
themselves
points right
in a
there, which
little
is
bit of a
good.
tough position, trying to still gain a bit of a foothold.
You want to
in that
average
zone
around
as we
8
see
points,
Groza
8 to 9
already
points per
securing
game.
it, but Rio and
And so
Kalaga
second place is
moving up.
6,
That
first place is
maybe
10.
open
So
them up to the side
as long
of
as they
NASA,
win, that's all that really matters.
is a little bit of a ridge line that does provide.
When you get zone blessed, chat, like if you don't get a lot of kills, it's fine.
But
Because
RTG,
as long as you win the game, like if you get zone blessed and then lose,
they will
like
continue
4th,
to tread onwards
then it's just like,
and
oh,
upwards,
rip.
looking for the opportunities. But you got to watch out for Spec here. This could be the opportunity now to drive the nail
Spec has
into the
coolest
coffin there
skins,
for
what the fuck?
GQ.
Yeah, for Nassau, they would definitely love to add some eliminations to the tally. We're already down to 4 teams, and they have not yet found any success. Whereas, I mean, compared to Vision with 6 eliminations, Road to Glory with 4, Team GQ with 7, sitting pretty waiting for the rest of the teams, they definitely need to catch up because placement points won't be alone enough to catch that gap. So let's just wait and see how they are able to make some sort of glory happen here while the rest of the teams rotate on in. Vision Esports still massive control of that northern side and a very split up control. That's why they're keeping in touch with the vehicles so that they can rotate and regroup if needs be.
Vision Esports low-key has a
obviously would
better
have heard what
position
happened
than
there towards the Wizard Tower of GQ,
Nasser.
and they're running as a duo there. So if Vision choose to do so, they could make this very difficult for GQ.
Wherever it shifts, decides who wins,
going.
most likely.
But I gotta say, I like this new Vision, right? I like this new Vision. I mean, I have this feeling that they might have, you know, visited an optometrist or something, because that you know, the vision is just on point. So it's looking phenomenal. It's looking amazing.
I think
but all
Nasser
they gotta do
wins,
now
though.
is again just look to leverage that high ground, look to play it
Maybe.
into their favor. And RTG,
They still have a compound inside circle.
are gonna have themselves
so Nasser
a pretty
can
tough
chill that
time.
compound
It
for
is
another
a slight
circle
bit of
without
an
worrying
uphill
about dying at
battle,
all.
literally and figuratively speaking.
And
NASA
GK has
also
to
looking
go
quite
inside
steady. I
circle.
mean, the
GK is going
compound,
to
that
die
could
to
be some prime real
RTG.
estate to look to try and
Because GK
capitalize
is going to
upon.
play
But where
the
will
bottom
it
side
take
of
them
circle
towards?
here,
Will
right?
allow
Which is
them
the only
that
place they can play.
opportunity to
Which means
secure
RTG
that
is going to
next
farm
bit
them.
of play that they
Which means it's going to be
need.
RTG.
Vision
What the
Esports,
fuck did
they
my
are
shit just
investing
drop
quite
quality
a
to fucking
lot
2 FPS? Or 2 fucking P.
Quite a lot into holding.
But RTG, it's gonna be
GQ
RTG,
into this
Vision,
position. We
and
know that zone has
Nasser
shifted off.
left alive.
R2G also.
And then after that shift, it really depends on
keeping
who
an eye
wins.
on
It's centered up
GQ,
a
just
lot for this,
trying
so
to
no one's
make
really gonna die
everything
other than
difficult for them.
GK.
So unfortunately, GQ, they have to fight
GQ.
2 fights on multiple fronts just to get
If
themselves into the
GQ
zone.
knocks Rio here, then
As we can see, it's
Nasser
not
probably
going to be
wins.
easy terrain to work with. Not a lot of cover that they can really afford themselves.
Oh my god, pull
but
through
a
with
bit
your
of an
goddamn
opening
spray,
here could
brother.
make the world of difference if they can just
This
find
guy's
at
gonna
least
die.
1 or 2
Rio's dead.
knocks. That will give them the distraction, the
Yeah,
time
Rio's
they
dead.
need to get out of it. The blue
Wait.
zone's even going to go through and help them out with that one.
So
And
that
RTG
means
just have to move on.
Nasser can
Maybe that
easy
was the
kill
warning
the
they
left
needed.
side.
Yeah, I mean, of
Vision's
course, you
gonna
don't
take
mess
a
with
lot of
Chucky
control
Norris
top
there.
hill.
I mean, it just
If
delivers,
Nasser doesn't take
such
control
a
of the front
devastating
side of the hill,
blow.
then they lose.
But Vision
Yeah,
are
they're
going to be
taking
looking to
control right now, which is
capitalize
good.
as we can see Volt just hiding in the
So
smoke.
they're gonna
Mon
kill
now
Leith, or whatever his
getting
name
ready
is,
to
because he's
step
so
up
split.
onto the
They
front
should be able
line,
to
sends
see
the nade
him.
over towards AZ. Is
He's
going to
running
find it,
back right
finds a
now.
little bit of damage, not sufficiently so, but that again pushes AZ right into the line of sight, trying to avoid the one team, does open you up to the next. NASA also now making a run for that beautiful bit of high ground here.
Wait,
Kalaga
Vision's
trying
gonna
to
crash
seal
that guy, or try to
elimination,
contest that guy.
but
RTG
NASA
could fuck
looking
them
quite
over.
steady here. I like the fact that they
Maybe.
also still maintain that full
Maybe
squad,
fuck
right?
them
So we
over.
got a 2v1.
Vision gave up so much ground, low-key.
V4. Kalaga is going to be pressured up as the shots connect on through. Starch and the rest of NASA now looking for that next position to occupy, because again,
You
it's
killed
all
that of ESN?
about
No.
positioning at this point.
It
I think
has to
RTG
be.
is gonna kill the last
Ooh,
GQ member.
It's going to be such a difficult opportunity now for any other team. I would say barring Vision and Nassau to make something happen here, but Vision have been so active, and you can see now they're taking this wide rotation around the zone. Ooh, the next shift does give them that spacing to work with, but then an additional knock might make things difficult. Nassau finally activated, finally looking for that aggression. They need to pack up those eliminations
guys won't get
before
third,
things
Loki.
get way too difficult.
Loki, I don't think
So
he was
they
gonna
can
kill
start
him
it here. If they can
until
start
RTG
adding
dies.
to the
Unless
tally
Vision
now,
pushes
we
down.
might be looking at
I
a
think
whole
Vision
different
has some
ball game
zone
for
at the
Nassau.
top, and they're gonna wait.
Well, let's see.
Nasser
where
has
this
the
one is
best
gonna
position
lead
in zone. They're
towards,
chilling. They
as
win
we
this.
are looking
There's no
for
way they
the
lose this.
approach here. NASA trying to play on this eastern front. I mean, on still pretty even ground compared to this of Vision. But how's it going to fold, right? Where's it going to take them towards next? Sophie there for the side of GQ also just keeping it nice and quiet, holding as quietly as they can. But RTG still in a very, very challenging position. Groza, Kalaga, two very capable players. They're going to have their hands full trying to dodge so much lead getting sent across. And there we go. The first few shots getting fired across. Vision not going to be allowing too much of that opportunity to be presented. Galaga is going to be able to heal themselves out, but it is going to be RTG trying to just rotate their way on in, maybe pulling off a bit of a flank. But first, they need to not only get past the angles held here by Volt, but I think Tofi is also going to present him with quite a bit of a challenging angle.
This game's
depending on how long Tofies can actually hide out, because if no one focuses on their position, if no one gives them the light of day and just ignores them, then we could see a serious problem for the surrounding teams. But RTG, and as I say, that Tofies are going to be feeling the brunt of the damage being dealt there by Vision Esports. Now it comes down to Nassar and, of course, Vision. RTG relegated to only one, so it's going to be the 4v4 between these two teams.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here as the shots now get driven in. Spec trying to play a slight bit of an off angle. It is going to be the final two teams now to fight it out. It is going to be NASA and Vision in contention for that winner chicken dinner. NASA having a slight number advantage here, but of course that race can be brought back in towards Mon. Mon being one of our heavy hitters from yesterday. So let's see how this one is going to play out. Vision already sitting on a very comfortable 10 eliminations. NASA, on the other hand, not a single elim to their name just yet. I mean, they've made it all the way up into the top 2 without a single elimination. It's like they're trying to complete some objective in PUBG, but here we go, Saif taking a little bit of damage, finding the sprays up in towards NASA, and with that they are down to only one as Xenox. Now just keeps a little bit more of a distant position, taking quite a bit of damage late. This could be the closing play. This could be the final nade, but no, the blue zone gets the upper hand, and down they go. The winner with a chicken dinner, going straight to the side of Vision Esports.
Okay, look. I did say that I was expecting Vision Esports to get more eliminations. I just was not expecting them to get the winner with a chicken dinner in that scenario, because I'm still trying to break down what happened. Nassar just pushed in. There was a little bit of bumper car action. And I don't even want to say it. Yeah, Nassar, I don't know what happened there, but that was a bit of a mistake. But ultimately, we have to give it up to Vision Esports for taking the winner chicken dinner. They did so with a phenomenal amount of eliminations. I said it. Vision Esports, eliminations. What more do you want?
I mean, it was quite exciting to look at, but what was quite strange though is to see NASA making it all the way to the top 2 and not finding a single elimination. I mean, that is just so surprising. But of course, let's take a look at that match report to see who our stars are. It's going to be, well, essentially pretty much.
Yo, chat, hit the like button if you enjoyed NA throwing.
See Lace coming through with the most elims, Volt with the most damage, and Mon securing the longest hit. And then, of course, we got Alhaji in there with that beautiful nade finish. And, of course, Tofi's doing quite a bit of traveling. But that is kind of what we were expecting to see, right? It is a wrangle. And, of course, that zone did move quite a bit away from them. So a lot of mobility coming through. But you got to give it to the side here of Vision. I mean, I'm actually surprised to see them not locking in any of those nade finishes. But a very dominating play.
I was absolutely fantastic coming through from Vision Esports. Loving to see that aggression once again making a resurgence. And they highlighted a little bit, especially in the early matches of yesterday, that they had quite an aggressive playstyle that they really could just activate at any point. And once again, we see that happening here. Just sticking to the outskirts, making sure that they have themselves a plethora of fights to pick whenever they feel like it, really is alluding to their success. And coming through from that northern side just seems to be their formula.
Well, speaking about formulas, right? I mean, damage definitely does form part of that formula, right? The aggression definitely coming through. As we can see, Vision going over and above with regard to that aggression. Nearly 2,500 damage being dealt. And then there's a major drop-off, right? Going down to Rook, GQ, and of course, the players from Quest. I mean, in comparison, well, you can't really compare it, but still, a very valiant effort being brought through by them as well. But Vision just running on something else. And NASA locking in so much damage, almost the equivalent of 10 eliminations. But unfortunately, they have to drop the one and just take that bubble.
Oh yeah, look, in terms of the damage, the sheer damage that Vision were dishing out, you could see that they would have very easily been a conversion for them to a lot more eliminations, just because of purely how accurate they've been, how aggressive they've been, how they just put themselves in the best possible scenario. And that is their formula. That is their template. And I don't see them stopping that going through to MEA. It again is going to come down vastly to how those rotations we're going to be working with.
Well, I mean, speaking about rotations, right, we are going to be taking a look at a few of the amazing plays coming through from this past match. I mean, there was just so much to work with here. The first few phases, very similar to yesterday, a little bit more quiet, right? Yes, there was still action, but once we hit this fourth phase, right, even the third phase, it would just pressure, and I don't see that ending anytime soon today.
I forgot I brushed my teeth.
Let's go. We are gonna eliminate
after you brush your teeth is not good, chat.
Time here for these teams.
Just want you to know that.
If we're already starting off with a wild wrangle, with the most repeated map that we have in this rotation now turning out to be just an absolute fest of aggression and chaos, then the rest of this day is likely going to continue in the same sheer. So yeah, we can only say we want a little bit more, because the teams definitely have turned it up to a new level. We can see all of this aggression. And I have to point out, for GQ, I was pretty impressed with the way in which they handled themselves, especially in that situation there with the Wizard Tower, managing all of those scenarios, managing all of those angles at the same time, and still turning out on top with that uphill, quite literally uphill battle, does signify a very good team synergy. And I'm very keen to see more of that moving into the next map.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that, because, I mean, yesterday we saw some great consistency come through. And of course, speaking about consistency, let's take a look at that map rankings as well to see exactly how many points the teams were able to secure. And of course, the consistency is there, right? As you can see, 7 eliminations coming through from GQ, 7 elims coming through from the side of Rook, and of course, that absolutely insane play from Vision Esports, sitting on 13 in total. But, I mean, it's a healthy spread of aggression, right? Aside from NASA doing what NASA did, I mean, everyone else still having at least one squad wipe worth of players.
This is insane. I mean, you know, we started off yesterday with a very top-heavy wrangle. That was our first interaction. We jumped in pretty much only one team.
Sorry, chat, make my dream character right now in fucking this game.
That's vastly still a very similar scenario for match number 1 of today, but we are seeing a much healthier spread of eliminations going down that page. I mean, to
chat, look at my character.
5,
can you see it?
You know, just the fact that we're
Can
averaging
you see it yet?
4,
this is what my character looks like so far.
Worth of eliminations, as you said already, is wild to me. That really does show that these teams are here.
Look at her,
to
chat.
Play.
W
but,
shit,
Nassar,
chat.
yes.
Acid or cold? What the fuck does that mean?
Do the same thing. Just change the last couple of seconds, and we could be seeing a whole different game. But let's go over to that second page, because I still don't know what to say about that other situation. And moving into this one, Donut Shop DK, we've got the World of Battle and R8 Esports not having the best starts on Erangel.
Yeah, I almost thought we called the donut shop the DK donut shop, and I was like, well, that's weird. But either which way,
DK donut shop. Ooh.
Yeah, whatever,
okay,
right?
Do it.
No, please don't. But of course, I mean, so R8, you know, they tried, right? They tried. We can give it to them. They tried. And that's all you can do, right? You can try, and if you succeed, fantastic. If you don't, well, you know, just try and patch it up moving into the remaining games. But the nice part is that this is only the first match, right? So there's still 5 more games to make up for the start, especially looking at the World of Battle, and of course then the players coming through from the lovely R8 esports team. But I mean, the World of Battle, not in the most opportune position. We can say the same about R8 coming into the proceedings here for today. So definitely want to see a little bit more focus being put in from their side, right? Try and fix it up moving into the next few games. As we know, we still have 2 more wrangles to come. But the next one is going to be MEA. So there's going to be a little bit of opportunity for those more ranged assaults.
I want to buy a PMNC slot, right? And then get a tier 2 team.
You can use the terrain to your advantage. And I want to see that,
I want to do that
stealth approach, that stealth play comes through, and the team's just going supplies, and then, you know, just picking up a few eliminations. But of course, speaking about supplies and eliminations, let's take a look at a beautiful head-to-head.
Absolutely. So, I mean, looking at this one, it was a bit tough to choose a head-to-head, but I wanted to highlight these 2 players. Obviously, Bisc from Vista being the absolute mad lad that they were in that 5-party amalgamation of chaos there between all of those teams. Managing to pick up 3 eliminations, really not bad, especially considering the Triple Esports was literally chasing their tail. And then towards the end, we had Toffees really stepping up for Team GQ. I mean, both of these players managing 3 eliminations in very different ways. So again, it's very tough to highlight, individual players head to head because it is very much a team effort so far. We haven't really seen one single player dropping a ridiculous amount of eliminations to the level of which we go, okay, how, why are you doing this? But it has been a very consistent effort, and the fact that we're still seeing everyone stepping up collectively, making sure that their team is reaching the goal is great to see. So hopefully we continue to see a little bit more of these 2 players moving into Miramar.
But what's interesting to note, though, is because I'm looking at the stuff now, right? So Vista concluded that match with 4 eliminations to their name. Bisk locked in 3 of those, right? So a good, strong carry coming through from them. But of course,
chat, my name's not taken yet. W.
How these points then affect the overall standings. It is going to be the players from Crash still sitting quite pretty. But look at this, though, right? Is my vision confusing me, or do I see something happening here?
Crash sitting quite pretty.
For once,
brother,
ever,
they're tied for first place.
Right?
They're not sitting pretty. Sitting pretty means when you're ahead.
Moving up into second place, being the only other team up with 70+ points alongside Crash Gaming, who had a very difficult wrangle. They picked up a good start with one of those team wipes, then found themselves in the ridgeline out in the open.
We have
no cover really to speak of. So then it was just that found themselves in a ridgeline out in the
open. We have. This is Africa region right here, and then Africa region. We have 2 Africa regions in the top 8.
Open has only 33 points. It is not, sorry, not 33. I think it was a little bit more than that, about 40 or so.
Chat, if I did get a team, I would get a tier 2 team. I would buy them a PMNC slot, and then I would pay them like like $50 a month, right?
Play come from
and if they did good, then I would raise it to like 100.
But of course, it is going to be time for Miramar.
I would take 0% of the price pool, and all you gotta do is you gotta post content. You gotta post like on YouTube or like stream. That's all you gotta do.
What seems to be the east
and then
side
you get paid,
of the map.
and then you get the slot.
Ooh, it's gonna essentially hug the coastline. As I think this is going to be a very exciting few spanners being thrown into the works here, because I don't know where the zone could be moving, right? At this point, it could essentially be going any which way. So regardless of where that zone goes, we can rest assured that the teams will have to do quite a bit of traveling to get them secured into that next phase, into that next zone.
Going over to PMPL Africa, DK, we were very well treated to a lot of water zones on Miramar of all maps. Did you have something similar in PMPL Arabia?
Not really. Maybe like twice, maybe 3 times, but nothing more than that.
So maybe it's a little bit of that African spice that we're bringing it in. But yes, with this flight path in PMPL Africa, we would have almost 100% concluded that that would have been a water zone. So here's me hoping just a little bit that we might throw in a little bit of that chaos here. But ultimately, a very one-sided flight path. So teams are going to have to take a little bit of a longer rotation to get to their usual drop sites, depending on how the zone pops in. Yeah, could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works. At least we're still hitting the northern side. So there is a little bit of spacing to work with that flight path, but those southern teams are going to have a very fun rotation.
Yeah, it's going to be an uncomfortable fun, I think, almost. But again, as we saw yesterday, we do have our aces in play. I'm asking very nicely. I just want to see our aces being in play beyond the first phase, right? Maybe like a second, third, fourth, heck, even a 9th phase. I'll take it, right? Just throw us into our aces, because it's gonna be brutal, right? Because why not? We can see it potentially. Maybe the probability of that probably really close to 0. But in the meanwhile, speak about 0, there's gonna be 0 time to waste as Raad look to get quite aggressive here.
Reload your goddamn gun. You have 6 bullets in your gun, dog.
At the expense of brute force, and
bro was ADSing like he was actually gonna hit
just heading in the direction here of Monte Nuevo.
Alright, so a very interesting rotation.
Alright, brother in Christ, you have 40 bullets now, because you tried to shoot an Uzi 150 meters away instead of waiting until they get close.
Wrangle. Bisk, where are you? Are you safe? Are you alright? Okay. But yep, no, we're seeing a lot more aggression teams trying to get a little bit lucky early on, if they could just hopefully get
throwing? I think it's team throwing, not KOOPS.
Eliminations, that it really does help them. We saw that was a little bit of the crux point for Nassau. moving into that first of wrangles, they don't really have those foundational eliminations to really bolster themselves on the overall standings because, you know, we've already said this, placements have dwindled. That you can't just solely focus on placements anymore. It just isn't good enough. We need these teams to be more aggressive. So, hey, if the car chase is the way that you're going to do it, do some more of it.
Yeah, might as well, right? Might as well just get right down to business. But what I'm curious to see at this point is how Vision are going to fare, right? So, I mean, looking at their performance statistically over on Erangel, based on what we saw just yesterday, they definitely brought in the upset here. But looking at their position now, they are one of the strongest teams when it comes to the performance on Murmur. Of course, that is referring only to the two Murmurs that we had yesterday. So it's interesting to see how these things could potentially be playing out. But let's see whether or not they could maybe make some magic happen here. But I still want to see Triple. I still want to see Triple look to step it up and push all the way through, right? We want that extra bit of an upset. We want to see the Triple from the PMPL Africa final region come in yet again.
Absolutely. Look, this is a very tough battle. I mean, the fact that we've already seen one team catch up to Crash Gaming in such a dramatic fashion. I mean, I'm still looking at it now. Vision Esports at the beginning of that match, they were on 52 points, now sitting on 75. This is ridiculous, honestly. This is just silly at this point. But I'm loving to see that kind of energy, you know, that we still have teams sort of just puffing out their chests and saying like, yeah, we can still do that. We can still drop a 13 elimination bomb and, you know, 23 bomb, which is already our highest score this week so far, just in one single map. We can make that happen.
All right, chat.
Still to this
How
point, which
takes
a lot of confidence, and it's really good to see.
Let me get this fucking cover.
Now the challenge is sort of just laid on the table to everyone else. We've got Crash, we've got Vision Esports in the 70s. Who's going to be that next team now to join them? I mean, looking at the positions we currently have, we've obviously got the likes of GQ, we've got the likes of Quest, and we've got the likes of Rook Esports very well in center in zone. So they're the only teams that really don't have to rotate that all that much. They can just wait for everyone to come to them, and then maybe we can see them turn this into a win.
Yeah, I mean, we could, right? That could be very, very probable, but it's all going to come down to how they are going to be looking to play through this one. I mean, especially looking when we look at the Murmur performances that we saw come through from the respective PMPLs. Again,
0 kills. You got him getting
as
0
we mentioned yesterday, apparently these stats don't matter because the teams bring in the upsets. But Quest, one of the teams that were not having all that much fun when it came to the map of Murmur. Hopefully they prove us wrong. Hopefully they bring in the upset, they bring in that step up, because going up against a team like Team GQ, I mean, they had a lot more fun when it came to Murmur, but the teams, they've done homework, right? We've seen how they've changed up those stats, how they've changed up these performances. So let's hope that there is a beautiful shining light at the end of the tunnel for the side of the Quest team.
I mean, yeah, if we follow suit with stats, I mean, just yesterday, obviously, this was the map that Arab Golden Galaxy took their second winner chicken dinner. So this was their back-to-back. This was them just rolling with the momentum. And we know first match didn't quite go as they were planning. So if ever there was a start for them, it would definitely be on a map like Murmur. I mean, coming through from PMPL Africa, when you saw Murmur, you saw this team, you saw the likes of P6, Teak, AXA, Puncher, you knew there was a little bit of spice happening. There was a little bit of an upset coming through. So would love to see them bring that similar energy. Because again, we're having a little bit of a Arabia versus Africa mini competition, right? Who's going to be at the top? Who's going to end up with that PMWI slot? Who's going to end up in that first place? That's what I want to know. And it would, I'm a little bit biased, but it would be very cool if an African team did take the win. But I'll be happy if
the moment they lost the team the way I vote. They were playing
as long as someone from the MENA region wins, we're happy.
Before that, since they've been bad,
that's definitely gonna happen.
I mean, that's
they were
the
also bad
the
last week of the league stage. They did really bad.
For Crash Gaming to take
Ever since the last week of the league stage, they've been doing
as
bad.
well as Yusuf, or from MEA. I'm saying MEA. It's MEA. So let's see how much prediction power or prediction influence they have on their end. In the meanwhile, it is going to be still a very risky rotation coming through for a lot of our teams. We still have quite a few teams sitting on those outlying regions. So we are still waiting for Brute Force, Nigma, Ra'ad, as well as the players then coming through from the World of Battle, Nigma, Triple. I mean, Arab Golden Galaxy, I said Nigma twice, I know. Crash, though, quite
twice, I
comfortable
know.
all the way up north. So I'm curious
Shall
to
I play
see
some Undawn
how
after
these zone
this?
shifts are
After
going
the
to play
game's
out.
over?
But I'm going to stick to my guns as I want Oasis to be
Or after
in
these
it,
games are
right? I
over,
want
is
to
what I
see
meant to
that
say.
zone go all the way up to Oasis because why not? I mean, especially looking at the terrain, there's so many hills and you know it's such a challenging terrain to play. So I want to see it go in that direction at least just once.
It will also immediately start a race to Oasis because not a single team is finding themselves in that location. Because why would they? Normally, let's see. Oh, wow.
Well,
you should have said you didn't want it to go to Oasis.
we can just hope, right? We can just hope.
Yeah, I guess.
But I mean, this is a nice shift though because we already see a big chunk of teams being situated within that zone. Right now, it's going to be quite a bit of a contentious play as to who can secure the best position and then defend it because you know those prime real estate spots, especially looking towards like water treatment and the surrounding hills. I can see a lot of teams already, you know, turning their focus towards those positions.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, most of those positions also absolutely clustered with teams right now. But towards the outskirts, we do have to do a little bit of admin and keep an eye out
good.
for
I
some
don't
of
know.
our
I've never
teams.
played it,
We've
bro.
got
That's why I'm
Ra'ad
saying
and
I'm gonna
Arab
play
Golden
after
still
this.
out in
I
the
start
blue
playing bad
alongside
when the team's getting
Brute
serious and
Force, who
matches
still
are
have
getting
to make
tougher.
that move in. The World of
They're
Battle,
playing
Liquid
too safe
Galaxy,
for this
similar
meta.
also all the way from that southern side. And they triple over towards the east, just on the outskirts of Al Azhar,
You know,
just
I could be
behind
wrong
Vision
here,
Esports. Those are the
but
teams
when
that
there's
have
a
to
league
basically for
where,
now,
depending
just
on how you
focus
do in
on,
the league,
moving
you
themselves
get
into
bonus
the
points
zone
going to the
while we
finals, where then
focus
if you
on
get
what's happening
bonus
here
points in the
in water
finals,
treatment.
you
That,
know,
of
you
course,
more
being with
likely to
GQ
qualify to
and
the next stage.
Nassar
I'm pretty
just
sure you play
staring each other
seriously
down
out the
for the time
entire
being.
PMPL, but
And this
that
western side
could
of the
just be
zone,
me.
as we've already said,
I don't know. I've
it's
never played
packed.
comp
It
before,
is
but I'm
so
pretty
packed
sure
with
when you're
teams.
playing in
But no
PMPL, it's
one
serious the
really
entire
wants to
time. You don't just get
maybe
serious at
make
one
that
point.
first move based on what happened on a wrangle. We had two teams going head to head. We turned it into a disco, and then suddenly we had lost like 90.
NGX was good in the old point system. Now their playstyle is out there, like no. So I think NGX's problem is that they sit out zone,
right? Let's see
outside
if we're
zone
gonna have
so
any
fucking
of
long,
that come through
and they
this
don't
time
try to like
around.
take any fights early game. I have yet to see them take a fight early game. Like they're outside zone right now. Like chat, you see what I'm saying?
You know, on a
You have to in this point system. It's 10 points for a win.
Well, Crash
4
and
points for
the
fourth
players
place,
from
and then for
GQ.
fifth place it's 3
NASA
points.
on a
Chat.
very similar trajectory.
And fifth place is like
towards those
second
more
to final
northern
circle.
angles. Of course, I mean we can't say that
So,
looking at spec here because
You have
they
to
just
take
playing
fights
it
in this
over
point system.
towards
You have
that
to
western edge
fight
zone.
people. You have to play
But
a
this way, I'm
semi-aggro,
feeling a little
but you
bit
can't
worried
play
for
dumb
Spec
aggro. You
because
gotta
we've got
play for
Brute
kills.
Force and Ra'ad yet to move in behind them. So, you know, I respect a little bit of scouting, but let's hope that they are able to pull themselves back into safety just within the nick of time. Speaking about the nick of time, though, Crash and GQ having a bit of a standoff here. I think this is a great opportunity for GQ to play a little bit of gatekeep, right? Because they know Crash will have to move forward, and especially if they dip down into that valley, it could be the Valley of Doom.
Absolutely, and no one really wants to put themselves in that position. Arab Golden taking a very interesting rotation. Now, they were in a very similar position to where we find Ra'ad currently. So that gives you a very good
I mean,
idea
you can
of
just look
how
at
far
how
north they
many
have
people are
ended up
alive in the
taking
finals versus in
just
the
to
league
be on the
stage.
other
No way you
side
can
of
say
Crash
they
Gaming.
play the
Maybe
same.
go over the way to
Of course
just
they don't
on
play the same in the
outs-
fucking league stage in the
section
finals,
there
dog.
of Cruz del
One's the
Val.
finals, one's
So
the league
that
stage.
gives them a very interesting pathing into this next phase and hopefully a very clear line of sight
Sure,
into
they're
the
still
next
serious,
zone.
but they play safer.
Absolutely. So they will be left to their own devices.
Your
with this
original
next
words
rotation.
were
It's gonna
they were getting serious
potentially pay off
and matches were getting
dividends for them.
tougher.
But now we have to wait and see who's going to be that team in
Now you're
center
saying,
to hold
but
down
they play
the line.
safer.
I'm just going to say it again.
You're
Quest
contradicting what
Gaming in
your
center,
original statement
holding once
was.
again a 2-2 split over that valley. I would hope to see them just regroup based on what happened yesterday in yesterday's Miramar.
Well, let's see if that is going to be on the cards. I can predict a very sweaty southern play to come through, as we can see. Just
the reason there's more people
a vast
alive
number of teams
in the finals of tournaments instead of the league stage is because in the league stage you have teams can test each other off drop
in the zone, but
for their
I mean,
spots.
speaking about challenges,
And so usually when the finals comes around, you know, one team's going to back off because they know the other team's winning more often in that side. So that's why there's more people alive late game.
Down they go, Prepod now trying to push in, but there's a Fever meeting
How
them
did he
with
get
a
the
good
knock there?
response.
The fucking BF dude.
Not gonna let them wander
ass.
on any further, and this could be that opportunity now for Ra'ad to really apply a lot of pressure onto the side of Brute Force. Zakaria now gonna try and dip out, but the focus is there. They're getting lasered with all the shots. Unfortunately, that reload does save Zakaria, at least for the time being, but the consistency coming through from Zuxi with that Mini 14 could be exactly what the doctor ordered. So let's see if Ra'ad will be able to secure the finishing blows here.
Oh, out in the zone, blue zone to your backs. Brute Force, they need to make it happen here.
Why is bro
if they want to
strafing into the open for them?
The action. Unfortunately, again, you're caught in between a rock and a hard place, and you only have a tree to keep you covered. Not going to quite happen. Ra'ad, they move on in, find that first elimination. Now it is up to Neds to try and keep the Brute Force banner alive, while Crash Gaming spot out Arab Golden. And again, this is that risky play from Arab Golden. They took that far north rotation, and now they find
Can we get this map off the stream? Like, why are we looking at this map for 12 seconds?
Oh,
it's still up, bro.
Well,
that
was an interesting one.
Yikes.
Arab Golden Galaxy, the first team to get sent out.
What's happening?
Yeah, this is so strange because Arab Golden Galaxy, a team we know to be quite confident and quite strong when it comes to the map of Murmur, now folding. Right, the first team to get shipped out. That is not what we were expecting to see. But again, Crash Gaming, I mean, a very similar kind of approach to what we saw come through from them just yesterday. So no surprise really at this stage. But I mean, I think that at this point, it kind of alludes to the fact that Crash might be a team to take some serious consideration about here.
Look, this.
Why did bro jump on the left side of his car, run all the way around, get
we've
thirst?
already
Why didn't he
spoken
just
about how
switch
we
seat
turn
swap,
those stats in the heads,
thirst
nothing
him,
really
and then get
goes
back
to
in your
plan,
seat,
especially going match
and
number
drive,
2.
which
And
would
here we
take
have a prime
little
example
time.
of what exactly is happening.
I'm
I mean, if we
confused.
take
Or
a
just
look
let him
at
die
the
his own.
current elimination leaders, we at least have some normalcy in the form of Crash Gaming being those leaders with 4 eliminations, but they did so by taking out Arab Golden.
Bro's
and now,
toes.
oof, Ra'ad just tippy-toeing around GK Esports, hoping that they'll be staying in this one and not being the second team to go out. We know placement points, again, you do not
Like right now, a lot
want
of
to drop
fights are
right now.
happening,
You'll be
a lot of
taking
updates for
0
NGX to
placement
be
points if
picking
you
off
don't
points
pick up
before
any
they rotate to
eliminations.
their desired
That's
spot and
nothing.
zone.
That
They
is
aren't
a
even
map
involved in
basically
any of it.
wasted.
Yeah, but this is where Ra'ad needs to play it like Muhammad Ali would say, right? You gotta float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
The fuck are you saying,
because
brother?
I think that's what you're gonna need to drift your way around
You're
the
gonna
side
need
here,
to float like a
GK.
butterfly
Because
sting like a
Ragnar,
bee.
Santa, and the rest of the crew, they are not gonna let anything pass them by. As you can see, the shots now just getting dialed in on towards Nasa.
Okay.
Fortunately,
Brother
they
got
do
baited.
survive. A great opportunity there for Zuxi onto the side of Santa, with of course that helping hand coming through from Reno. But this could be the opportunity now for Ra'ad to make a
one
run
job
for
is
it.
to be in this
Either
guy on
they're
the
gonna
buggy.
dodge
And you get
straight up
shit
into this
on.
building, or
Holy
maybe even come
fuck.
through with a bit of a drive-by spray down.
Actually just
as
shit
they now
on.
do secure
So
themselves 2
hard.
eliminations, and that cuts the half of the GK rather right in center. Now Reno are getting traded, and this could still be an opportunity for GK to bounce back, but not with those kind of hits. And again, all the hope now falls to hope to see if they can keep the GK name alive.
All right. It needs to happen here. We can see in the bottom of our screens as well, Nassar and R8 Esports in the meantime
Wait, are you
have
taking this
found
one
one
for real?
another and are looking to take the other out. As we take a look
Fucking
at
DBS
this,
is stupid,
Ra'ad
chat.
still just tiptoeing around
dead.
the
Why is he
tractor.
hitting that?
They
Why
make
don't you
it
just run?
happen.
Try to
Fever
run.
stays alive, but for how much longer? That blue zone coming in. Yep, there it is.
Alright, we have Nasser
Ra'ad.
and
that is
the
just
R8 here.
painful. Thankfully, they have one member alive, so they
R8's
should
a
be able to get the
3-man.
race going. But
R8
now the
just
question
left
is
them.
on R8
They said,
and
"Fuck 'em."
Nassar.
Well, let's see.
Where's
NASA's sitting
Nasser
on a full
I mean, not Nasser,
squad at
where's
the
NGX
moment,
at?
and of course R8 down to a 3-piece. But they've taken up a slightly different approach here, leaving Ragnarok to defend, while Ida and Esketon look for that position within the zone. Also, we do see
Lord
Nasa
picking
there
up
from Ra'ad
kills.
looking to
NGX
rotate
have
through as
2
well,
kills right
so
now.
we need to be super careful. But this could be still that opportunity now for R8 to leverage their opportunity. I mean, GQ also now moving in. And of course, if we look down towards that
Warehouse
southern
Hop's
edge,
so free
Nigma
right now.
looking to play
Holy shit,
a
bro.
little bit of a hide-and-seek game here, looking to see if they can find that opportunity onto the side of RTG. But Kalaga, I mean, they're trying to disengage, trying to fall back into the safety, just regroup with the rest of the team. So Groza and Rio, they're going to have to do a lot of defensive play at this point.
Ooh, Nassar just in the Valley of Doom. We can see Ragnarok running on up, looking to try and at least take one of those. But at least one little connection towards stars will be all for now. As you can see, Nassar just managing to get themselves into a little bit of a dip, using the terrain to their advantage. Meanwhile, GQ also feeling the brunt of the action as they are trying to recover their members, but the pressure just is not letting up. Rook Esports all the way from the northern side allowing quite a bit of trouble here for these teams. And
So
we
why
have
is
to wait to see
NGX
what
not
that next zone
killing
is going to give us. Potentially,
RTG?
if it can go towards the south,
Like
we might
they've
have
already
a game for
thirsted one
Quest.
of
There it
RTG.
is.
RTG's in a
That
bad
is not
spot. Why are they
necessarily
not
going
playing
to
a
be
little
the
bit
flag
aggro and
for
fighting this guy?
GQ. They have to get out of this situation. They
confused
have
here.
to get out of this position. And of course, Nassau and R8 right up ahead of them to make it difficult.
Yeah, and this is a great opportunity for both these teams now, R8 and NASA, to capitalize and, you know, maybe farm a little bit of that GQ action. But of course, now GQ trying to figure out which is going to be the less challenging and less risky approach to take, right? Are they going to try and just push straight forward towards the zone? Or maybe opt for a little bit more of a northern play? Because if they go north, we can see Rook Esports just slowly and steadily hanging in the wing there. But meanwhile, there's going to be Vision
That's
and
an
Crash
insane
now
vault,
getting
by the
into an
way.
altercation over on towards the western side. Walsh now taking a bucket load of damage. But fortunately, we are yet to see a buddy now rotate in, and this could be
So
exactly
NGX
what
still
Crash
hasn't made
now
a play
needs
when
to try and get the upper hand as Vision.
zone shifts.
And they have got the compound under
I'm so
lockdown.
confused
There
right
goes
now.
Walsh. Oh, the nade is in an A buddy. Now just
Like, are they
rotating
gonna fight
into
like triple
absolute
because they have three
carnage.
there?
This
Like,
is
what's
going to be
going
a
on?
pretty tall order, but they could potentially maybe still save
Wait, that's a good nade.
anything here
Never
for
mind.
the side of
Doesn't
Crash.
push long enough.
Oh, Crash Gaming stepping
the
on up.
shot!
BDS in hand.
Holy
the connection
fuck.
isn't quite there. My goodness. Okay, so
So
this
chubby
is
now?
literally the battle
Chubby,
of
bro.
our top leaders. It is Crash and Vision that have just taken
Bro
one
said
another
chubby.
out, and now, well, it's the Vision, baby. It is Vision
I'm
that
like
is coming
6'4",
through for
230
that
pounds.
new win.
It's not
So we say
chubby,
goodbye
that's
to
just like
Crash.
normal.
They've got enough eliminations as it is, okay? It is time for Vision Esports to take over. But what I am loving to see, what I am so happy to report is look at Nassau Esports. Already 6 eliminations. That is literally just the points they got from placements in our previous match. So
They're
a
gonna kill us
complete
on this.
turnaround from Nassau Esports. And I don't
Why are they being
want
so
it to
passive? I don't
end
know.
here. They need to hold on against Red Esports.
Oh,
Well, let's see whether they will be able to get the job done. It is, oh, the hits now connecting through. The SK
Wait, they're about to get
gets
2v4 by
found.
this team? Wait, what?
And with that, it turns down to Ida. Ida now trying to maybe just evade a few of the utilities getting sent across the way. But this is a great
NGX
opportunity
still
now for
hasn't made a
NASA to
move.
bring
They're
their
sitting on
team
the
back
edge of
onto
circle.
their feet, right? Especially with J7 and Spec on their knees. Ida doing exactly the same thing, bringing SK Ton back into contention. But R8, only 1 elimination up. Meanwhile, if we look down on towards the southern side,
Like,
it
you
is
see how
going to be
easy it is to
Nigma
fight this? Like, bro.
pushing into RTG, but Kalaga with a beautiful preemptive nade does secure the blow up in Rauf's face. But will they be able to lock in the rest? Beautiful attempt coming in as Amadi gets picked up. Now it's Lord and KOOPS trying to hold on. But will they be able to survive, right? Will we see those nades from RTG just connecting the dots? Ooh, good response. Nigma not going to allow this one to get by for free as Rauf gets confirmed on down, but it's going to be Vista just rotating up behind them. Rio gets found, and now the pressure turns to Groza. It's a 1v2 situation with the addition there of Vista, but fortunately for them, it's just one. It's only Bisk that has now moved up, but one nade is all you need to ruin the run here for RTG, and it is on the money as Bisk is just an absolutely different person when it comes to these utils.
I would say just when it comes to today in general, I mean, after Wrangle, now over towards Murmur,
So they lost one and got a singular kill out of it.
I don't know, I guess something different for dinner. But whatever it is, they need to do it again. Maybe they had some monster energy. Maybe that's what it is. But here we go. Nassau, as we mentioned, so happy to see them picking up those eliminations.
They just need to
now
fucking
they've been
send
reduced
this
down
man.
to a duo,
Ego this
thanks
man.
to the likes of R8
Get some
Esports,
goddamn
who
balls.
have now been reduced down to only Ida, who has to hold on here. Right behind them as well, we've got Vista, and Vista's already taken one.
NGX was always a pass team.
Vista's already done a third party dirty, but now
so
they can do it again.
They get KOOPS, one of the best gunners, right?
They feel like at this point.
And this side of the region type shit,
I mean,
you know?
they can almost do whatever it is
one
that
of the
they
best
would like
gunners
to
in
do.
the West,
And
right?
with that, it is going to be the end of
And
the world of
then
battle down to the final 8
they
teams.
don't change their playstyle. They still play that edge,
from
late as
R8
fuck.
alive,
They don't give him
now
any
looking
opportunities to
play
kill
for
shit.
that zone positioning. But instead, they just creep even closer to the side of NASA, and of course now Quest.
Freak should be
This
playing,
could
yeah.
be the play.
Freaks,
Alhaji perched on the roof. Beautiful bit of an advantage to play here. But it doesn't seem like R8 and NASA are going to allow any of that to really
Ralph's
come
eye generally
to
doesn't work
fruition,
anymore.
as both teams just
It's
split
like,
up and head in opposite
me and Ralph
directions.
used to have like
Meanwhile,
the
Vision
same like
now
IGLing,
trying
I
to
guess, like
pressure
close to
a
the same.
little bit of the
But like the
opportunity
thing is, you gotta
onto the side
change
here
your
of Triples. You can see
change your
Old Boy
IGLing playstyle
and the rest of the crew
to fit
now trying to
the
hold
style of the
on.
game now.
Ooh, opportunity
Well, the
is
card.
available. Saif needs to be very, very careful. But Volt and Mon holding on the front line. Of course, well, Volt and Lath holding on the front line because Mon is down. But let's see. Is this going to be the run for Vision to step up and bring in another insane play?
If not now, when, right? Alright, Esports, we're going to say goodbye to them. But now we take a look at this. Vista up with already seven eliminations. Is that really what I'm reading here? Nassau also just gone down with 6. I mean, not a bad match for them whatsoever. Again, would have loved to see the placements really do a little bit better this time around, but it's not too bad. What I'm loving to see as well, we had Nassau step up. We're having Quest now still stepping up. 3 eliminations. They're still up with all 4 of their players alongside Rook Esports and Vision. So that is something to be very excited about. When we take a look at the other teams who are still remaining, they all have a 3-piece each. So if you want to talk about a final showdown, this is by no means going to be easy for anyone. This is as full of a match v match as they can really take a look at it. We still have Triple taking on the likes of Vision now. This is going to be fights on all sides, and I love to see it. The story between Triple and Vision, I think, is also going to be a massive turning point for Triple Esports. If they can overcome the likes of a team like Vision, that really does spell a lot of positivity for the rest of their days.
But an interesting thing that I just noticed is that all the teams on the left side of that road have full squads, right? All the teams on the right side of the road on a 3-piece. So there's something happening. I mean, Vista being the only team that's making me swallow my words kind of slightly on that one, as you know, they've moved up. They still have a full squad available. I'm curious to see how they, well, no, wait, they also got a 3-piece. There we go. Yes, so I'm still accurate in saying what I said. So Rook and Quest still rocking a full squad, as we can see on the edge, and everybody else just holding on to a 3-piece. And as you said, right, this is where it's going to be one pretty contentious play, because we're in the 6th phase. We're about to hit the 7th phase. And, you know, that blue zone is going to be applying the pressure in the next few moments.
This is what we want to see. We've been asking for these teams in particular to step on up. We've got Nipper Galaxy really flying the flag high. And I know there's quite a few fans
bro.
of
It's
Nipper
cold as
Galaxy
fuck
in the
in my
chat,
room, dude.
especially of KOOPS. So if this was the match that you were looking for, well, here it is. Here they have that opportunity to make it happen. Unfortunately for the Triple fans, they have to do so against Triple Esports. And Triple already setting up a beautiful line of sight. Now just holding and waiting for that rotation. Again, Nipper Galaxy out in the blue. Triple just a bit of a step out, but unfortunately, as soon as they do make that approach into zone, well, it's Vision Esports, and it's also Vista now holding the line for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, now comes that pressure play, right? It's
confused why he's trying to fight this team that's not in zone instead of going left to that team that's in zone, and they can pull up above
just
them.
Keeping it nice and quiet. Nice,
because this hill is going to be outside zone.
But Vision also trying to see
so
if
they
can
should just
find
fight Vista.
Maybe a bit of an opportunity.
They have like the
here
compounds,
and
they have all
there,
the
right?
angles and
Still
shit on
just
them.
keeping a nice steady ground. Not going to be making all too much noise. Waiting to see what the zone will present. But it's going to be Kimo reaching across the way, finding that nade up on towards Harmony. As the confirmation has been secured, but Kimo in turn having to pay the ultimate price as they get lit on fire. And now this is going to be Nigma potentially looking to rush in, maybe close it out. KOOPS keeping their distance, but you got to watch out. Vista going to be lurking in the wing, and that could mean the confirmation coming through on the
literally inside zone. KOOPS is literally inside zone of these fucking ridges. What the fuck is Nigma Galaxy doing, bro? They take fights at the worst times possible. Like, they have all these ridges in zone. Why did they pull up to the hill? Why am I watching the hills not even inside zone?
KOOPS comes in, does a little bit more damage, tells them, hey, your time is numbered.
They take fights when they don't need to take fights.
Now looking for a piece of the action. Thor out with that
gun did 0 damage to him. I'm throwing.
And Vision will see Triple.
There's nothing wrong with Nova. Other teams just getting better ever since the transfers were sucked from WG.
For Nigma Galaxy out.
I mean, there's definitely something wrong with Nova considering the new point system they're doing ass. So you don't go from being the best team in the world to being a 15th place team repeatedly. Like teams just don't get that much better. Like all 14 of those teams that are passing them.
Big chillin', waiting to see what is going to come through. Rook I mean, what more can you say, right? Such a steady position to hold. But I think the main kicker is going to come, especially when that zone moves to either side, right? Either east
Suck the
or
goat,
the
chat. I
west
fully believe
front.
Suck is the
Because
goat.
we're
No
going
one
to have
else will ever be the
one
goat.
group of teams
Suck is my
secured
god.
within the zone, the others having to cross the road to get themselves on through. Because as we know, this phase, it could just center up on itself. Now, KOOPS just going to be holding in the wing, keeping it nice and quiet. Don't want to get spotted out. But Vista already dialing up the aggressions. We can see Mozaro finding Laith. Saif, pulling it to the exact same position. And I mean, I'm not quite sure how confident I feel about that play. Rook and Quest now are going to be going at each other, looking to whittle down those numbers. One of them has to rise to the occasion. One has to walk away as the victor right here. But Rook going to be trying to cook up a few of those utilities, trying to just set the site ablaze. But Quest, I mean, they're doing the same thing, and they can just sense those utilities getting flung over the ridgeline as the pressure is starting to build. Rami, beautiful one on Sukante there, and now this is the opportunity for Rook to just get a full-on flush, but instead, Quest sends out the nades, and now it's all down to Eugene. It went from an absolutely favorable play down to a very problematic position.
Eugene, the only player left alive. D7 still sending out nades galore, taking a double, and now looking for the final piece of the puzzle. And it will be Rook Esports sent back into the lobby as we turn our attention to Quest.
It's like,
we want to see what they will be bringing into this
wins this game.
Finally,
QST wins because Vision's going to get third by Vista. Vista's only a two-man, so they're just going to get fucked.
Now, the 3 for Vision. And of course, the 4 for Quest Esports will be our final 3 teams duking it out for that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Oh, I mean, this is going to be a very exciting play. I mean, Quest, they've been on a mission for a big majority of this match, already sitting on a glorious 7 eliminations to their name. Alhaji and the rest of the crew are looking to get themselves patched up, rather, in preparation for this last final-ditch effort. But now Saif moving a little bit further forward, trying to creep in alongside the players here from Vista. Mozaro.
Why did he jump there?
Out in the open, finds a beautiful trade. Down goes Saif. Again, just looking to alleviate a lot of that pressure. Now, down to Volt it goes. And this is where the whole situation gets turned on its head. Vision down to a one-piece. Vista still holding steady. Bisk, Mozaro could maybe still clutch this one out, but they are going to go up against the entirety of the Quest squad. And now Mozaro getting singled out. The spray is there, and Al-Hajj is secure.
It's like there's a lot of good teams going to be there. So.
Quest walking away victorious, and what an absolutely phenomenal performance that was.
Man, oh man, oh man. I have been waiting to say this, but absolutely congratulations to Quest Esports for picking up the W. This is what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. Maybe it was just the power of that interview, but ultimately this is finally it. They've brought down the W, and this is much more to the performance that we would expect of a team like Quest Esports. I mean, the caliber of players that they have alone should have been enough, but finally on day number 2, they make it happen. And hey, it's only match number 2, so they still got plenty more matches to make it happen.
All right, chat.
Well, let's take a look at our top damage as well to see who dealt the heaviest hand. And of course, as you can see, it is a pretty close call between the side there of Vista and Quest, right? Both teams sitting on very similar digits when it comes to those eliminations. And again, the damage so close. I mean, Vista almost hitting 1900, but a very, very exceptional play coming through from both these teams. And of course, you got to give it to the side of Rook, Vision, and Ra'ad, right? I mean, 6 elims, all of that coming through from 12.
Lowe's knows you want the best gifts for Dad. That's why we're offering the items he loves for under $100.
Could be wrong. No QZ, no Hyper Sucks. I mean, they have GK First and Kindness, who are both like just as good, low key. I think GK First is low key better. I don't know.
Watch out.
QZ was a very dominant player though.
Watch out.
Depending on who their fourth is, like Koi, I think it's Koi's who's gonna be their fourth. Koi's good, but I don't think it's on the level of QZ, so instead of like 6th place, you'd lower them down to like maybe 10th. Oh, wait, knock? What the fuck?
Hayır sinette.
Na batna to çimtit baş.
That guy got shit on. I didn't even see that guy from being honest, chat. I was trying to look at where he was looking. First is a better fragger? Yeah, I think GK First is a better fragger, but like overall, QZZ is just better. Brother, chill. Don't expose your hacks. Like, holy shit. Wait, they got zone and shit too. Oh! He's just, chat, this guy's just cracked. He's cracked off his mind. This is wild, jumping out like that for a nade. But shit, it's him. He's Timothy, chat. It doesn't matter.
Uy.
He's alive. Why did that dude not contest him? I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Что? Не готов.
Sen attın mı şimdi?
Kage naktak.
Ben ne yaptım?
Nikos.
QZZ have brain, GK First only gun skill? No, they all have brains, chat. They're not North American players. They all have brains.
Awesome.
This entire montage is just him shooting on IHC.
Kumbe'de hayır mı?
Sen sen.
You were watching? I can't remember if it's Pop or Axe.
Nara.
Тэр цаатаа тэр баруун төв.
Энэ толж ирсэн агш.
My husband has not one, not two,
Fuck your pants.
not
I don't give a
three,
fuck about your pants.
four.
Before. Alright, stop having more clips.
Hi залуусаа та энэ бичлэгийг хаанаас үзсэн? Хэрэг та бидний жинхэнэ дэмжигч бол одоо л бидний дэмжигч. Бид та бүгдийг сайн
Yeah, I'm cold. Come on. Wait, I'm very low. Chat, you know what's funny? It's his most viewed video is him getting, it's classic. It's a classic clip, chat. Like his most viewed video in the last like months. Like just PUBG Mobile solo gameplay classic match high rank. 282k views. 58 kills, new world record, 2023 high rank, 207k. Like, chat, comp. No one gives a fuck about comp. No one gives a single fuck about comp, dude.
Is to come. We can take a look at that second page to see who will be joining us in the what did I call it? The DK's donut shop.
Sure.
Chat.
Yeah.
Phantom
in the donut
Esports,
shop,
358 subs. Tournament highlights. Hold on, wait. Are we gonna say he's good or bad? Like, what do y'all think? Chat? You think he's gonna be good or you think he's gonna be bad? Okay, forward spray is a little iffy. It's a little woppy. Wobbly. Well, not wobbly. Hey, nice car spread. Switch back to the spot you're at.
knock नहीं
अरे यार स्मोक
रुक जाओ उठा रहा हूं रुक जा हां इट्स ओके
पुश कर रहे
हां पुश आ रहे
मारना रिवाइव मत दे नाइस वन
नाइस लास्ट टेक और
Oh my. His aim's looking like mine. He died there too.
अबे एक और ये इधर ही घुस गया
Go FPP in the smoke.
लास्ट है बाहर जा कवर आएगा तेरा बाहर आ
दो है
कैसा है
नाइस
लास्ट है
अगले आगे स्काउट करेगा जीरो आज ओपन यू लेफ्ट
को
जा रही है मारो
फिनिश है
निकलो
Yeah, these clips are pretty bad, chat. You know, we're gonna watch. What else we got? We got any other here on the For You page? No other PUBG mobiles highlights. Damn, we gotta refresh this shit, chat. Tournament Classics. Dude, Mr. Beast. Oh wait, I gotta turn the sound back on.
They showed up, quite aggressively as well as we did see.
But there's a clip of the car blowing up
today
and he
is
doesn't
just
get killed. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Completely different. And I gotta say, I'm absolutely loving it, right? Absolutely loving it.
Absolutely. I mean, it makes total sense why they were one of the teams that we were highlighting in terms of the aggression. It makes total sense why they have, some of the top players in the most elimination counts for the day, for yesterday. Coming into today, I think that's likely going to be the same case unless something else changes moving into these next couple of matches. They've just been on something else. And I mean, moving into a wrangle, right, DK, now we start to play with a little bit more statistics. We've had an entire day of stats yesterday to sort of break down what we should be expecting for game number 3. And if I'm reading this right, so you can just let me know, we have 4 teams that basically have an equal opportunity of taking this next wrangle. We only have one team that's doubled up on winner chicken dinners.
Dude, chat,
of course being
should I drop
Galaxy, they being
30
one of the teams that
pounds
could
and go to
potentially
like
take this next wrangle.
200
Otherwise,
pounds?
it's between
Or do I
Brute Force,
gain
Chicken
like
Esports,
20
and Vision
pounds
Esports,
and
who
go to
all have an equal
250?
shot at taking this win.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking very, very similar. Also, if you look at the amount of total points that they've been able to
Essentially,
secure on the map,
do I lift
heavyweight?
heavyweight?
I mean, Vision
Or do I lift
definitely sitting
heavyweight
on
but
most
look
points,
shredded
right?
as fuck?
55 points in total that they've been able to bank in. So there's a great opportunity. But speaking about great opportunities and banking, right? We got to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, well, I mean, Vision, they've been unleashing the beast as much as they can. Speaking about
I won't be
beast,
here
right?
Friday, so
Let's
no
tackle
stream
the next
Friday.
one
I will
as we
upload a
head
YouTube
straight
video.
into game number 3. It is the wrangle, the flight path. Looks interesting, right? It starts over on towards that ferry pier side, heading up north. But this is where we get to ponder as to what the zone is going to be bringing on through, right? I would like to see, or maybe I would
Drop?
not like
All
to
right,
see
chat,
something
we're
heading
dropping.
towards
We're
that
gonna start the cut.
eastern side, right? I would not be happy if the zone went in that direction. But of course, it could either be
sounds like
completely
Fake Poncho.
complementary to the flight path as well.
Let's fuck that, man.
Absolutely. So yeah, we need to get into this. We need to see who's going
Enigma
to be
in
the
12.
next team
Holy
to take that
fuck, man.
beautiful chicken dinner and hopefully surprise us. Because again, we've highlighted those 4 teams. Vision, GK, Brute Force, Arab Golden. They've had enough success. Okay, I'm going to put it out there. Let's have someone else bring
Does
in
Monster
home
Energy
on a map
taste
like
good?
a Wrangle.
Nah.
The fact that we haven't seen Crash
Don't get
Gaming
anywhere the
as
fuck,
an
bro. You're
example,
trying to look
take
like a
this
well?
particular
Bro.
Wrangle. I mean, the likes of GQ as well. They've been
what I look
so
like now, like,
good today, just
holy
highlighting
fuck.
the aggression that they've been bringing in and the synergy. And now we have such a
Why is it
synergistic
fucking- hold on.
zone right in the center. Very
That's what I look
equal
like right now,
opportunity.
at
Hopefully, never going south once again.
I'm 230 pounds right now. Do I look 230 pounds to you,
But
dog?
now it is going to be up to these teams to bring it home.
Look at that. Look at that already. GQ and Arab Golden getting right down to business. We can see a few of those sprays getting fired off down low. And the first team to lose a player,
tall, so like,
of course, is going to be the players there from Team GQ, as they've now, well, run into a bit of a brick wall. But this is not necessarily going to be the worst position to be in, right? They can still look to pick it up. Maybe break off, head over towards that eastern side, as we can see farm shelter.
Yeah, I think Monster's like shit. Bang is the best energy drink for flavor-wise.
So let's see
they have
if
so many different flavors. Eventually one of them will be good, right?
Here, or will they maybe get a bit of a break?
Ooh, GK. Yeah, Santa's just become one with the tree. No one can see him. He is standing still.
No, you look 180.
This is the
what
best.
the hell, man?
This is the best
Muscle mass, chat. Muscle.
I've ever seen in my life.
Muscle weighs more than fat does, chat, and it looks smaller. You know what I mean?
I have no words. Just well done. Absolutely. So yes, GK Esports, hopefully they will be regrouping after a little bit of a looting session. Very spread up approach for them currently towards the center. Sprinkled a little bit between, you know, Rozak, Sunken City, and of course very close to GK Esports, as we just saw.
Wait, so 6
so
Monsters
they
have a team
have a bit
currently?
of a regroup to
I don't have a team either, bro.
to, but again, very central zone. So very easy rotations that can happen. Oh my goodness.
Oh!
Hey!
Oh.
I mean,
What's happening?
AXA staying true to their name, okay? It's not exactly an axe, but a machete, I guess it's the second best thing, right? So, yeah, you know, doing what
with
needs
melee
to
weapons
be done
is insane,
to
by the
try
way.
and secure a few of those early eliminations. In the meanwhile, it is going to be RTG, of course, not just reaching those Nova crates all the way down towards the southeastern side. But you got to look at the map, though. It's a decent spread coming through from the teams. I mean, even Vision, they've opted for a slightly different approach here, right? They are essentially all the way from just north of Yasnaya, heading through Stolber in a near single file with regards to their position.
No, this is definitely one way to start a wrangle. That's for sure. Look, if there's a way to get eliminations, you got to do what you got to do, right? This is just somehow you need to bring it through. But hey, that was a beautiful start. But now we need to settle things down. We need to get these teams into their usual spots. We need to get them just going in the usual routes, please, because I don't think my heart can take any more of these wild surprises. It's just ridiculous. But hey, looking at the positions that we currently have, Vision very up northeast at the moment. They're all the way towards Stolber, which is quite an interesting drop for them. We've obviously got the usual suspects there towards Georgiapol with Ra'ad in north, R8 in the south, and a bit of a sprinkling of a few other friends in the form of Nassau over towards the Georgiapol crates as well. So again, from that western side approach, it's going to be a bit interesting, especially depending on the timing of those rotations, because we've got three teams so close in contention to each other that, again, if you have Nassau as an example, prime example, just sitting up, knowing that they've got that information and waiting for teams to come in, they can play containment, they can play early elimination game, or they can just choose to rotate out, give them the space necessary, and focus on looting for the time being, maybe even getting into a central location.
Yeah, but I think
Have you ever thought
Ra'adia
about
are
getting
going to
some
take an exit stage
LED
north,
lights in your
right?
room?
I think they could
No,
be
fuck
looking
the
to
light.
kind of maintain that northern
I live in
positioning.
the
I don't
darkness,
see
brother.
them really.
If I could have
it
it,
doesn't make
it would
sense
just give
to
me
see
completely
Ra'ad
pitch
pushing
black
across
in my
the
room,
waterway
and I would be
down
perfectly fine with
towards
that
the more
shit.
southern edge. But for contention, I definitely think R8 and NASA, there's a great opportunity for that, especially now with J7 being in hot pursuit there of Fahidan, right? So there could be a bit of an altercation or a bit of a bait and switch, right? That could also be in the brewing. So let's see how Quest and NASA are going to look to play this one out. As J7, I think, they've decided maybe it's better if we head closer towards Gadka, because there's no one really occupying that space just yet.
Absolutely. So this is going to
Who seems to move to another
be the
region?
turning point, I think, for Nassau. Again, we saw
no.
them pick up those beautiful
Darkest
eliminations. We
Volty 6
equally saw
factor.
that happening for Quest
It
Esports.
touches you? Oh,
So
okay.
again,
So
please
that-
just avoid each other. You both have to focus on the scoreboard. You cannot be going up
The
to
only
each
thing that
other right
touches me
now and
is
taking
big
each other
titty
out.
goth women.
But if they continue that energy, if they continue that momentum through, day number 2 could be where they completely bring it back. Because again, we mentioned it's not too far off outside of the realm of possibility. You can see the scores at the top, whether they've been updated or not. I'll have to double check because we saw a little bit of change in the first map. But that still means that they have that opportunity to really catch up,
Excuse
get
better
themselves
than
into a
top
good
or
standing,
action? No.
and then lock it down day
Not
number
even
3,
close
day
to.
number 4. But here,
KOOPS
now in the
doesn't come close to
center,
being better than
it
either of
is
them.
going to be about timing. It is going to be about how they manage this rotation.
Top and
because they
Action are
are
probably
so
like top
well
10 in the
center.
world.
They have so much space to
Maybe
work
even
with.
both in top
But where
5,
are
like
those
not
other
including
teams going to
China.
come into? They need to be the ones to lock it down. We've seen time and time again, there's a bit of
KOOPS
a
is
50-50
like
challenge when teams have that
KOOPS is like in the
containment, they have those
30ish range
positions,
probably.
and then sometimes they struggle to lock it down because we've had so many upsets in the last couple of days.
Yeah, but I think that is also part of the pressure of the championship is, you know, you have to try and prepare for the unexpected. Right now, the trouble with that is you don't know what the unexpected is. Hence, you know, it being unexpected. But in the meanwhile, a good drive-by coming through there from the side of Vista, trying to find a quick few cheeky trades. But, you know, speaking about teams and their performances, there's one team in particular I want to see step it up when it comes to Erangel. And that is going to be the side of R8 Esports, right? They've only been able to secure a grand total of 4 points, all of which has come through from elimination. So I want to see them step it up, but the same can go here for Triple. I mean, only 9 points. Again, all of that coming off of the eliminations. They've not yet had any luck with regards to those placement points. So I believe that this match will be the opportunity for them to try and kind of rectify that, secure a few more points. But it's all going to come down to how they play these rotations and, of course, those positionings.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think Erangel has been the prime example of where rotations have gone the worst, honestly. Especially going into that first map, we had so much chaos. We lost like 7 teams in the matter of a couple of seconds, just purely based off those zone shifts, right? So this has definitely been the most chaotic map, and it's understandable. Erangel has that history. Erangel has that little bit of extra spice that they add on top just to make teams sweat a little bit more in these matches. But let's take a look at that zone rotation. We're getting a little bit close to the coastline,
KOOPS,
but at
third
least we're not
highest
heading
damage.
all the way to the south. So it still centers up on some very interesting locations here.
Yeah, I mean, Wood's in the north, Wood's in the south, and then, of course, just Chaos in the middle. That is what we love to see. But this is especially going to be an interesting play coming to this church that we can see towards the northern side there of
buggy gang is insane, Jack.
Rotating
they
through
just
Nigma.
four-man buggying down the
back,
fucking...
looking to maybe strengthen their positioning.
Insane.
But this is a great opportunity now for Triple, as they've already been able to situate themselves towards that southern edge. Play a little bit of gatekeep. They got to be quite wary because as we can see, we got NASA, we got Vista.
Definitely a better player.
So many teams just hanging around in that surrounding area, so the pressure is
hopefully
definitely going to be on. But I think
so I can
that we could see the zone maybe pulling towards
if we're being real, I think
fields, right? I think somewhere within that vicinity,
China needs like 5 slots.
Potato Hill.
Like,
this is going to
let's be real, chat. I think China needs 5 slots.
And of course, speaking about tough, we head right into school to see what Rook and Brute
I think Brazil needs 4. And I think SC's region needs 4 or 5 as well. And I think the winner of regional should get an extra slot in PMGC.
Because again, all of
or the winner, not the winner of PMGC last year should get an extra slot.
Literally hold the stairs like this and get set for an onslaught.
How do you not hold that correctly somehow?
Like so good.
I don't know.
But here it is, Brute Force already going to be able to pick up.
Like it was a 1v3, but still, you know.
Going to be looking for a bit more now. Rook Esports.
Also, why is he inside the building holding it when he could jump out and hold and play the outside where his teammates can cover him? Holy fuck, this is North America.
To take this fight, Brute Force for now, they're just happy for the 1 elimination and for the good position of school.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see Pusher getting pushed, but you know, it's just that Wayne competition, right? Sometimes the hunter gets hunted and the pusher gets pushed. So well done to them. But now Neos, if only they knew, if only they knew how close they were to Rami, I think we would see a slightly different gameplay coming through from the side of Neos. But of course, well, with so many teams still hanging around in the vicinity, you got to be, you know, quite careful. You don't want to overextend. You don't want to unnecessarily give away a bit of an opportunity. So Rami is going to keep as
pretty
quiet
bad the last
as they possibly can, but it might turn into a bit of a cat and mouse game here.
They were only bad in the
Let's see how
last
this one will
Worlds.
unravel. Of course, Rami can hear those footsteps, right? They can sense it. All the sensors are going off, right? It's like just hold, just don't do anything, just hold for the time being. But of course, an interesting position then also being held there by the side of Crash Gaming, all the way down towards that southwestern side. I think that's a little bit of a safe position to be situated in. But of course, they're also one of our more aggressive teams when it comes to Erangel, already securing themselves 22 eliminations. And now they have the chance to move into position. I
You guys
think they
think
might
Action is
either be
better
going
than
towards
Top?
the
Top
straight
being a better
southern
player
edge,
last year due to
or
Action focusing
rotating
more on his
towards
kid.
where we see Prestige and SK Ton currently situated.
I don't. Yeah, look.
So then,
honestly, either option would be working fine.
Top
in their
being a
favor.
better
We've
player
seen,
last year.
Once again, this just
So Top
plays
is
to their strengths.
a better
This
player.
seems to be the way in which they like to approach maps, which is fine. It does spell a little bit of disaster for the teams towards those edges, but equally so, spelling disaster out here is going to be Enigma Galaxy and Assault. Once again, I hate that these two, all the teams I want to step up are always the ones who
Actually,
find
kid
each
Jackson
other
has a
on
kid.
these maps, but here it is. Enigma Galaxy, Nassau,
So please tell me what happened to
staring
QZ.
each other down.
He turned
as we
18,
see
went back to
Vista
PL.
also moving into the vicinity. Arab Golden just up ahead, already taking hit after hit from the World of Battle, and it is an equal onslaught.
Yeah, it's a fair trade on either side. But let's see how this one is going to go, though. World of Battle down to 3-piece, and Axe are now getting brought back on their feet. Now, Team GQ flying on by Sophie, getting uprooted and just ripped out of that vehicle as a bunch of Kings secures the spray. But now P6 having to try and set up a bit of an opportunity. Meanwhile, it's going to be Vision sneaking in behind the World of Battle. The shots are in. It's Arthur down. Oh, and that is it, right? I mean, that's the end of the opportunity for World of Battle as they get sent back empty-handed. But a great showing yet again coming through from Vision. Our most aggressive team so far on Erangel. I mean, this is just insane. I don't know where they found it, but they just got to keep it.
He went back to DM. Yeah. How does Action
There's a lot
happen?
that needs to happen for these teams, but for Arab Golden, it is finally that
all time. You
that
meant
shine that they
well,
brought
if it's
into
all
yesterday's
time,
matches. Now, once again, picking
top
up a great
MVP
amount of
at
eliminations
Worlds
on
would
map like Erangel,
outweigh,
potentially the start of something else.
Action.
Again, back to this bit
So
of
that
a
would mean
three-way that we saw just starting
Top
to
is
develop
above
between
Action.
Vista and
Feels like
Enigma
your
and
all-time
Nassau.
peak.
It's going
You know
to
what I mean?
be a bit of a stalemate, a war of attrition if you want to take a look at it, as neither team wants to go out in this scenario. Neither team wants to move from this position either until we have confirmation of that next zone. So for now, they just sit and they wait, maybe doing a bit of a cheeky peek, as we can see from Hamodi, just doing some damage. But Rook, oh no, Rook, they sent a player up to try and give some backup, and here it is, Rami, hide and seek pro, now
He's
up
dead.
for the action.
Yeah, as you were about to say, look at what's happening.
Get
and,
shit
well,
on.
Of course,
Get
it is gonna
fucking
be Rami
shit on. Holy
just
shit, dude.
driving it in. I
That
was
was-
waiting for you to finish that
That's-
sentence, but you
No,
stopped
puns are your
yourself.
job.
Well
Puns are your
done.
job.
Well done. Ado holding up on the roof. Of course, getting enveloped by the blue as the pressure comes through. Rami. Oh, this could be that spot. But now Ado, yeah, again, you know, these sensors, it's just something else. I mean,
She
I
found
would have
that
been
Tiamba
the
have 3
unlucky
players like
person
QZ
to
who are
get
way
caught
under
out by
18,
by the
and
play
there
right
is
there.
90%
But what's
chance they'll
also
go
quite
PMC.
interesting to look
Yeah,
at is
probably.
that blue zone is just
Why is
so
it free
close
playing?
to
We
them.
don't know.
Fortunately, it's still early stages, so they can actually afford to tank a little bit of damage. Not that kind of damage, Ado. Blue damage, as you know, these utilities are looking pretty toasty. But Ado are going to try and play it as best they can, right? All the hopes and dreams for Brute Force in this Erangel is going to rely solely on that
Nasser,
performance.
why don't you land a
GQ
goddamn
also just
shot on him, bro?
dashing right past the side there of
Dude,
Nasser, looking
holy
for that entry
fuck,
point, that
Nasser can't land
opportunity,
any
but they have to
shots.
contest
That's-
against the
I
side
don't
of
know, bro.
Vision.
This is going to be hard. Now we need to look at this, right? Just as we wanted to say Rook Esports in a spot of trouble now with the split that they had, but no, they turn it to their advantage. We can just take a look at that once again. Rami, the hide and seek pro, bringing it home. And
That's your dead
taking
this game?
two
Yes.
down is already
they
just
are.
such a tall order, but then they turn around for the third. I mean, no, please. Whatever they did today, whatever their
Mr.
routine
Six,
is,
no
we need
shit,
to
bro.
find
Get on
out.
down.
We need the juice. But now we take a look at this. We still got a few more teams developing here towards that southern edge, trying to look for some action. Vision Esports also, they've moved in, as we were talking about that rotation from the eastern side. They've gone straight to the center, looking for a piece of the action.
Well, I mean, center could potentially be a beautiful setup, at least looking at how the zone is currently situated. Meanwhile, we say goodbye to Brute Force, getting shipped out with 1 elimination to their name. Of course, the big bad blue zone not making things any easier for them. Meanwhile, Nigma holding on the edge of zone. Going to be looking for, I don't know, maybe a bit of a gatekeep opportunity here. But Arab Golden Galaxy not going to allow too much of that opportunity to come to them, as they are looking to rotate elsewhere. But the carnage, the chaos, the mayhem now ensues in Pachinki as GQ get met with a very heavy hand. Off they go, getting shipped out empty-handed. Triple down to Old Boy. And now they got to play that cautious game because the rest of the squad much further away. And this is the opportunity now for a team like RTG to capitalize and lock in those eliminations.
This is what we love to see. RTG, again, been a bit quiet for me, I would say. I would go as far as saying so far.
The only fun part of PUBG is spending money for you, brother.
Constantly being in that conversation, constantly just really applying the pressure.
Just don't spend the money. Hear me out. Hear me out. Don't spend the money
into what we would call the success, right? Bringing in more success to their already one winner.
I spend $200 a day.
I remind you, the only team that's doubled up on winner chicken dinners has been Arab Golden. So we need someone else to challenge their position. Please don't tip your car right in front of Enigma, guys, when I'm like spreading praises about you. Not nice.
I mean, right as you said, Arab Golden, they went flip. Right, so you've got some power there, you know, well, you know, with great power comes great responsibility, so use it wisely. In the meanwhile, Arab will now continue to try and find a bit of a spot, squeezing into the side here of Pachinki. Of course, the zone also getting ready to pop. I want to see it go north. Come on, take north, take north. That would be absolutely crazy. But of course, looking at this Pachinki setup, I mean, Vista trying to sneak their way through, coming from that southern edge, and that could actually allow them quite a bit of an opportunity here, especially looking at Nigma now pushing up that eastern end as they envelop the side there of NASA. It is absolute carnage. But NASA not going to allow that to come through. Not going to let them get in for free as the shots continue to connect on
Nigma has no idea how to utilize KOOPS.
Oh, yeah. Playing the upside here, just finding the heads up into NASA. But fortunately, NASA still maintaining a full 4-piece.
Let's see this one come to fruition here. Nassar, they've already stepped up so beautifully in the previous match. It can't end here. Again, in a very recoverable position, just needing to get those reses, but the pressure is being applied by Enigma Galaxy. And again, depending on, you know, which side
if they're crashing Nasser, why do they have an Overwatch? You don't need an Overwatch, you just need the 4-man crash that shit, bro.
Or you will be hoping that Nassar's going to be taking it. Either way, though, we also have to turn our attention here to Arab Golden, finding Triple Esports, Old Boy in a spot of trouble.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But of course, now, Puncher going to be looking to find a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a play here, a bit of an angle, but the rush is in. That is going to be
worth a lot of money one day, so I'm investing now.
Unfortunately, getting taken on down as B6 just rushes straight forward into that.
These accounts are slowly going down in value because the game is slowly losing popularity.
It's going to be Nigma getting backed up in 13th position. And of course, I was asking for that Northern Zone shift, and that is exactly what we got given. Meanwhile, GK also feeling a little of that pressure.
CSGO proved that skins have a huge market. That's if you can trade skins to other people's accounts. You have to sell your entire account to someone. You can't just buy a singular skin. The skins will be worth something if they were limited time.
Absolutely essential.
And you could only sell them and stuff. You could sell them to other people, but you have to sell them your entire account.
So much indeed. Bringing
so let's say you get a really nice rare skin, which is let's say $1,000, right?
Honestly,
you spend $1,000 to get this really rare skin. Over time, it'll eventually be like, you know, 2K maybe. But every other skin in your account, you have to sell that too. So some people don't want all these other skins you have. So that way, then your account just becomes useless because they don't want to spend 7K because you spent 10K. You know, they just want that one skin. That's why CSGO did it correctly, where you can sell skins and stuff.
Moves in a little bit of a reach here to get those meds up, but ultimately the action has to continue. Chemo and Thor here.
They're better than you, Cash. Well, no shit, they're better than him, bro. They're better than all of us. But they're fucking ass.
Well, the pressure
compared to these teams they're playing against.
Looking for a bit of a play here. It is going to be Chemo. Fortunately, getting missed by the utility. RTG also just hanging in the wing, but down goes Bisk. Again, it turns to Mozero to try and keep the hope, the dreams alive.
Did you go into depth why you think NGX don't know how to use KOOPS? They don't play aggro enough.
So if they can bring them back
it's just
on
that simple. They play extremely passive and they like play very edge some games. What is this circle? Dude, look. There's just no one at all on this entire side of the circle. But they play like really edge, but they don't play like a third-party aggro edge where they fight teams in edge. They just play edge to play it. And they'll also like rotate late as fuck and eat zone the majority of the games instead of trying to find fights early to get points.
Towards the southern edge. Up comes Galaga. This nade could be golden. It's going to be a bird getting taken on down. The nade is loose. Will it find it? No. Thor just narrowly escaping that explosion.
Triple Esports have been on literally just trying to tight walk around a thread at this point in time. They have been on a two-piece for so long, and Vista finally get that confirmation. So unfortunately, we say goodbye to Triple Esports, out in 8th with only 2 eliminations. Not the performance that we would want from them, but it's okay. They come back to fight another day. Now, let's turn this attention. Road to Glory. Keeping a good eye on what Vista have been turning in. Quest, they've been slowly but surely just playing the third-party angle. Now and then just picking up at least a little bit of a semblance of an elimination, but it's ultimately getting stolen by RTG.
You're just
and again,
short-term us all. It's okay. Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
All of this beautiful
yeah,
glory
but sometimes people are like, right,
outside the zone.
You know?
These teams, they need
sometimes it's not opinions, it's like straight facts. Like PUBG Mobile is slowly dying compared to where it used to be years ago.
Crash Gaming,
so the more the game dies, the more it goes down in value because less people play the game.
Here, but of course the nades coming through, it is going to be Groza being brought to their knees. Kalaga having to get themselves patched up. Mazzaro, ooh, unfortunately not going to be able to survive that blue zone. But of course now this is the opportunity for the teams to get themselves positioned into this next phase. Vision taking that preemptive play, pushing all the way up towards that far northern edge. In the meanwhile,
yeah, y'all know how that outfit Mortal had at one point where it was just like Mortal had like some outfit that everyone, no one really had. It was like his outfit, right? Like you saw that outfit, you would think Mortal. And then like years later, they released it back into the shop for like $10 or some shit. You can buy it in like a crate or some shit for free.
Leverage the opportunity.
The outfit immediately goes to zero value
Ragnarok with
because everyone can get it easily.
Right there, Kevin.
So PUBG Mobile just repeatedly did that with all the outfits everyone likes.
Connect on through. And R8 now just doing them dirty, right? Just crashing the party, 4 crash themselves.
So it's just.
But could A Buddy maybe still find a bit of a saving opportunity here? Still sitting on a full 3-piece. And this could be another graceful rise coming through from the side of Crash.
Absolutely. From the outskirts, this is where they like to rise, picking up such a wonderful amount of eliminations just off of those rotations. Again, always placing themselves in the best possible opportunity to gatekeep any team trying to make it in. But now, again, taste of their own medicine. We have one confirmation. A buddy goes down, and all of a sudden, Crash Gaming, they have been relegated to only one. It is Jafar to keep them in this, up against the one of R8 Esports. It's Ragnarok versus Jafar, who is going to be taking it further for their team. And will they even have an opportunity to get any of the reses popped off? Because Ra'ad already stepping in for those third parties.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the opportunity for Crash Gaming not going to pan out, as there is a lot of pressure being applied from
you get it all figured out, but we get it.
Looking pretty much on the money here. No, still sitting with a pretty strong representation. Like, I mean, one of the only few teams still left with a full squad.
You just see outfits being re-released.
And this is now that play right down to the final 4. We go.
Even have it to COD Mobile.
Sitting in a very contentious
There's no like
position.
outfit market. Like it's not like going up in value or anything. It's just going down in value.
To get themselves secured, but that could be like trying to cross an absolute flaming river. But now Ra'ad,
yeah, like what they just said in chat, they re-released the Season 1 outfit. So the Season 1 outfit where you had to be diamond to get the pants or whatever it is,
and Vision
they
actually quite spread out. So this could be a golden
opportunity. They re-released it, so anyone who had the Season 1 outfits and shit immediately went down in value.
Crash Gaming, they have literally just been taking fights after fights, and finally
but before you could sell for a good couple $100 just for the outfit, just for that singular outfit. Once it's re-released, $0. No one's gonna buy it because you can buy it yourself in the store.
Right now, they hold pretty much majority.
And you can't like buy just the outfit from one person and put it on your account. You have to buy the entire account. That's why it's not going to be worth anything.
With this Eastern's Edge. Now R8 Esports again, great confirmation, great recovery from them to at least take 2 into this next fight, but they still have to rotate through from that southern position. I like how Vision have themselves set out that 2-1-1 split, really applying the pressure to R8, already finding 1 knock. Ra'ad jumping into the action as well might mean that we could say goodbye to R8 Esports. We have to wait and see how this unfolds.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough play, but R8 have already been doing so much work. Already sitting on 9 eliminations, and now SK Don getting found. The shots come through. That is Vision now just eliminating them right then and there. Ragnarok holding steady, but of course that zone is not going to be in their favor. They've been spotted, they've been identified, now trying to just snake their way using what hard cover they have available to them. And with that, Ragnarok will not make it any further. Now it is going to be Ra'ad and Vision fighting
that's
for
all
that
correct now,
chicken
but
dinner. Zuxi getting knocked and traded.
that's all correct now. There's no
and
market
the rest
now.
Of Ra'ad all just
And what you were
grouping up
saying
in
is
one
correct right
single
now.
Position. This is
But
not
you don't
kind of
know what's
position
going to
that you wanna
happen in
try and play
the
at
future.
this point,
That
but
could completely
Lane's now
change
gonna
that.
try and step it
Nothing
up,
in the future is
trading
going
on
to completely change
through.
that unless they
Looking to
change.
see if
You
they
can
maybe
sell
flank
skins
their
to
way
people
into a
without
very
selling your
contentious
account.
position, but up comes Volt. Oh, gonna watch out. Down they go. Beautiful defense from Ra'ad.
This is what we love to see. Vision getting a little bit cheeky, but ultimately it's going to take them down to a 3v3 scenario. Again, it's a 2-1 split because of their initial split. We do have Mon out in the open as a bit of a flanking position with Lathe trying to sneak across. Now Ra'ad taking a bit of a page out of Volt's playbook, and they're going to be heading straight to Mon.
Oh, but unfortunately, Fevo will just get ripped out of that vehicle. Down they go. Reno not trying to close it up. They do get the confirmation up onto Wood Saif. Mon is down as well. And now it is a 1v2 battle, but Ra'ad having a great opportunity here, still sitting with 3 players available. Lathe, of course, going to be sneaking on in. All the hopes and dreams for Vision, relying solely on their performance here. It's essentially a 1v3 play, right? So we don't see Saif getting res on up. Yep, that is going to be Nossa trying to find them out in the open. They do spot the opportunity, the confirmation gets secured, and that is now a 1v3, right? 7 eliminations for the side here of Ra'ad, 8 coming through onto the side of Vision. Lathe now trying to capitalize, spots a bit of an opportunity.
Did you not see the guy on his right running the open?
Fevo as they are distracted. Reno coming through with a buggy. The opportunity is ripe, and down they go.
There's no way that gun should have gone from that range shot. That's
picking up the winner chicken dinner. And of course, their first victory in the championship.
Finally, look, I was hoping for a little bit of a double up on the winner chicken dinner stats, but it's okay. We like to add a few new champions to the list. So yes, Ra'ad jumping in. It's a bit of a question mark how that actually happened. Again, there's been some confusing plays today. Very confusing plays. When you have that advantage, when you have the numbers advantage, positional advantage, and then upsets happen, but that's what that's the glory of the MEA championships. So let's go take a look at that match report to really start delving into some of those stats.
Well, here we go. Let the delving begin. Of course, it is going to be a very strong representation coming through from Vision yet again. I mean, they've just been finding some absolutely phenomenal momentum when it comes to the map of Erangel, right? As we can see, Saif with an absolutely insane amount of distance travel as well as that long range hit. But Kevin doing the work, right? Securing a decent chunk of damage coming through on that one as well. But you got to give it to Fevo. Beautiful utility play coming through. 2 eliminations getting picked up off of grenades.
It's what we like to see. Honestly, everyone has been stepping up, especially individually. We've been seeing a lot of players just jumping to a whole different level. Again, I have to go back to that whole situation with Triple Esports and Chemo just running from one fight to another, from one building to another, somehow staying alive, at least until such things happen. But let's go take a look at the match rankings and see how the breakdown worked. We saw a lot of teams picking up massive eliminations. We can see that obviously reflected in these wonderful scores. 4 teams with double digits, of course, it ending with Crash Gaming on 10. No surprise really to see Crash or Vision Esports really making this appearance just based on their performance yesterday and today. But to see Ra'ad and R8 Esports in particular making that appearance and making it a double-digit effort is fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean, it was about time to see this kind of performance come through from both of them, right? It's just about time, and things started to go click, especially looking at Ra'ad. So well done to them, but of course, you got to commend, the performance coming through there from R8, looking absolutely exceptional. I mean, Vista and Quest, they tried, right? 7 eliminations coming through from the side there of Vista. Quest walking away with 4. They sit on a grand total points of 7 in total. And then, of course, Ra'ad, Arab Goldens, we saw
the moral suit get re-released? Yes,
but
it did.
we have a few more customers now taking a quick pit stop over at our glorious donut shop. Of course, it is going to be GK Enigma, GQ, as well as the World of Battle. I mean, this is an interesting one because, especially looking at the World of Battle, I mean, they need points. Right, they are in dire need of points.
My girls.
So having this
My girl
kind of
gave me her
play, especially
Pubgm
coming
account.
through on
And
match
it has a bunch of
3,
skins and shit,
it's
and I'm
not
gonna
really
use
what
that
we
shit,
want to
bro.
have at this point, right? So
I'm gonna use it,
it's
and I'm
gonna
gonna
be a
solo
pretty
squad
tough
rank grind.
play for them moving through the final 3 matches
And
after
go for
today, right? They have
clips.
to pick up that consistency, because if they continue on like this, I mean, they're gonna have a pretty tough time, especially moving into these later days.
Look, competition is tough. We've already seen that with the fact that, you know, as we take a look at the highlights, whereas our PMPL champions from their respective regions have been having a tough time getting into the swing of things here at the MEA champs, which is exactly to allude to the fact that the teams are just stepping up. They're just better. They have done their homework. They have done the training. They have done whatever they could to get themselves into a whole new standard of play, which is, again, so healthy for the scene. It shows that competitive level, and it shows that these players have so much more to give us.
I tell you, it's the optometrist, right? That's it. Right? Vision, optometry, it just works out absolutely amazing. Yes, I'm yet to see them hit a 2020. That would be quite exciting. But you got to commend them, though. I mean, Vision just doing so much work. Unfortunately, as we saw, yes, it didn't exactly go in their favor in this game, but I mean, if we look at their track record that they've been able to establish over the first day and, of course, the first half of today, absolutely insane. But speaking about insane, we are going to be taking a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you right back afterwards.
Right now, only titles in PUBG are worth money. Yeah, the only thing in the games are titles and shit. Chat, how do I sign out of a Facebook account to sign into another one? Like, settings, then bottom. Wait, so I go to the settings. I go, wait, I gotta wait 10 seconds for logging in again.
We are always in motion. Getting this?
Alright, so I go to the settings. I go to the settings and I go to the bottom. But like, so here.
Watch out.
Chat. So, why the fuck is my camera fucked up, chat? Alright. So I'm here. Where the fuck do I go from here? Like, so I'm on my account. So if I click bottom right, which is log, or bottom left, which is log out. Do I go customer service? What does this do? Count. So if I click log out of all devices, and then I go to click log in with Facebook, I have to click continue, right? And then if I click cancel, it takes me back to here, right? And if I click continue, it auto logs me back into my account. Like, I'm trying to not play on this account. Go back to that. I did. Look, settings, log out of all devices. Yes. Guess what? I go back to here, click continue. Same thing. It just puts me back in the game on this account, but I don't want to play on this account. I want to change accounts. So I have to delete the game and download the game again. Like, is that how it works? So that way it resets all that shit. No, use Safari. Motherfucker! What? Use Safari? What the fuck are you talking about? Use Safari? Why is this shit taking forever to load, bro? What the fuck? Okay, go back there and then click on Safari. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean Safari? Y'all are so bad at explaining out of this. Log out on Safari? The fuck do you mean log out on Safari? Holy shit, this shit does not load. It's at the top right, there's a Safari logo. It doesn't work. I just did it. It doesn't work. So you're saying top right Safari logo. I click on the Safari logo. Previously logged into this account. Would you? I can't. There's nowhere I can sign. I can't sign out. Like, what the fuck do you mean sign out? Like, y'all are so bad at explaining shit, bro. You say Safari logo, and that's all you say. You need to explain how to do shit. Log in like where you are, but don't press continue or cancel. On the top right, there's a Safari logo, and you log in through there. But how do I, like, if I click cancel here, open this page of pubg, cancel? Please close this tab? Like, what the fuck do you... What do you mean Safari logo? Please close this tab too, bro? Like, what? What am I... Read your comment? Your comment was go back to that. It was on the bottom left. It said log out and switch. Your comment does not work. So, like, cancel. Okay, so we're back here at the default, right? We click log into Facebook. You have cancel or continue. If you click cancel, nothing happens. It just goes back to the homeroom. Click continue, brings us here. You can click continue or cancel. If you cancel, it just goes back. Continue, it logs into my old account. Let's go to the Safari. Alright? If you click cancel, it cancels. If you click continue, open this page in PUBG Mobile. Open. And then I'm here. Log out through Facebook. What the... Yo, my sound is so delayed on this shit, bro. Holy shit. If you have Facebook linked already, you cannot log into another. That's why I'm trying to figure out how to log out of the Facebook so I can log into another one. It's fucking holy shit, bro. Log in from the Facebook app? Bro, I don't have the fucking Facebook app on my phone, dog. I gotta fucking download Facebook? Listen to me. I literally did it yesterday. Explain it. Go to web for your iPhone? I don't even have fucking... I don't even know my password for Facebook, bro. This shit ain't even loading. One mutual friend? Wait, am I already logged in? Who the fuck are these people? Skip. Oh wait, I am logged in. How'd I log out of this shit? Log out? Yes. Wait, no. I want to not remember my password. Shit, I haven't used Facebook in like 3 years, dog. Alright. So I log out. Wait, hold up. No, not yet. Can I view my profile? How many subscribers do I have on my YouTube? Gaming? Where's the gaming version? Games? No, this is not it. Alright, we're just gonna log out. Yes. Okay. Does this work now? We're just gonna be a boomer? No, you're a fucking boomer for knowing how to work Facebook, dog. That's... Okay, there we go. I had to fucking log out in Safari or whatever it is. Y'all were saying click the top right Safari button. This did not help at all. Y'all were so bad at explaining shit, chat. I'm never asking y'all to fucking explain shit ever again in my life. Holy shit, bro. I need to start streaming Facebook again. Because Facebook is so fucking gas for viewers and shit. But I forgot how to stream on that shit. I'd get banned instantly because I play music, actually. Never mind, that wouldn't work. Because things are becoming old. Chat, y'all are just fucking older than me, bro. That's all I'm saying. Y'all are fucking old fucks for knowing how to use Facebook. Y'all explain that shit so badly, bro. For a solid like 5 minutes, y'all were saying click the Safari at the top right, and I did that and it wasn't working. None of y'all knew how to do that shit, bro. At least that was you just got mad. Bro, I was listening. Y'all weren't explaining it all correctly. You were reading the wrong comments? I wasn't reading every single comment, but I was just reading whichever one I saw first. And half of y'all didn't know what to do. Bro, chat. Here's what y'all were telling me to do. Chat. Y'all were literally like, click the Safari at the top right. And I'm clicking this shit, and it's not working. It does not fucking work. And I'm sitting here like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Oh, I gotta close out this app now. I gotta log into the account. So she's just got stuck on the click the Safari. Because that's what y'all say. Y'all said click the Safari button. So I kept clicking the Safari button. And then I waited for y'all to explain even more after I saying fully explain it, bro. Y'all were going like step by step and it wasn't working, chat. Alright, is this shit starting again, bro? Oh wait, it's already started, chat. What the fuck? We missed so much because of... I blame you guys for missing this shit.
For Arab Golden Galaxy.
Yo, my PC is so shit, chat. I need a new PC.
It's gonna come down to the information. It could have also just
Sonic PC is something in your wall, so
that happened
there,
as they
buddy.
were making that rotation, you know, actually happen, and then Vista just moved in, took the compound. They were like, oh well, what are we supposed to do now? Because P6 also is in the perfect line of sight for GQ. So depending on what happened earlier, we don't really know. It's only Arab Golden that can speak to that. But now
they just had to log out the Safari. Chat, that's what I was doing. I was clicking on the Safari button that you told me to click on, and there was no way for me to sign out on that spot. So I'm just like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
To the trio here of Teak, Axa, and Puncher to keep the dream alive and to ensure that they do not go down to Vista.
Yeah, I mean, this could either be a big brain strat coming through from Arab Golden, or it could just be something else. But now Vista having to try and find.
If y'all said go on Facebook and log out on Facebook, it would have just been so much easier. There's probably someone saying that, but like not all y'all are saying that. Y'all all tell me some different shit.
Now Kakao holding that front line, beautiful 2-2.
But for real, no one uses Facebook? No, not really. It's more for like, it's like a family app, like with your to connect with your family or some shit, you know. But I don't have family, so there's no like connecting with them.
And of course, Arab Golden gonna come in a hot pursuit, and with that zone shift,
I slightly fucked up. When I went to fill my container of water, I filled it with hot water. So this is fucking hot water in here.
I like the energy that I'm seeing from Arab Golden, right?
It's so warm.
This is very reminiscent of what we saw in PMPL Africa, and we know
I'm
the
still
results
drinking
of PMPL Africa. We know how well they did there. So to continue that here, again, I can't
warm
get
water
over
is not. It tastes
how these teams can still
just
keep
warm
their
water.
confidence, how they just
this is
seem
weird.
so
I don't ever drink warm water.
nerve-free, basically, in these situations. I mean, even Puncher now going for the solo 1v1 finish-up, but the backup is at least there because
warm water is
that
disgusting, chat.
turned into a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I mean it was close, right?
And you don't have family? I mean, I don't talk to my family.
But now, of course, it is going to be Ra'ad looking to jump in on the opportunity here. Already a slightly loosened up Arab Golden squad up ahead. As you can see, Punch
Drinking warm water is gonna be like top 3 of the most weird things.
Now, Ra'ad, great opportunity. Just
so
gonna
weird.
require a few of those utilities to get sent.
Fuck, I spilled it on myself, but it's warm, so it's okay.
Regrouped, right? Drew back to the
chat is family. Yeah, chat, you're family to me.
Team here.
I talk to you guys more than my actual family that I don't talk to. So one sentence. That's all it takes for me to talk to you more than my actual family. Chat, think about it. NGX, 0 dead so far. This is the NGX win. You're not a real tea drinker, 6. Okay, but tea is different than fucking warm water. You're telling me tea and warm water are the same thing. No, tea has flavor. Warm water is just warm water.
One trade with a double up thanks to Arab Golden. Teak has moved in for the rescue, taking both Reno and Fever.
Yeah, that shit.
A follow-up nade will give him that space.
That shit's weird.
Arab Golden have turned this into a potential opportunity to pick up more eliminations.
When's Valid go home?
Time is of the essence. They cannot
Valid,
allow
bro.
Ra'ad to actually get these reses.
Well, and so far so good, right? Teak pushing up does at least prevent the first initial
Valid?
race to come through.
Meow.
Oh, now looking to play
When
clean up
are
as yet
you
another
home,
Ra'ad member falls.
kitten?
It's now all down to
So if you don't
Zoe
talk to your homies and call them kitten and shit, then they're not really your homies. Treat your homies like your girlfriends, chat. Warm water is butt cheeks. Back from simping, how's NGX doing? Horrible.
How am I supposed to break that down? But wow, Arab Golden, they turned that 3v4 naturally resulting in a 2v4.
6, what bottle you got there looks kind of unique. Okay, so it was a lemonade bottle, but I just use it for like a water bottle because like a normal water, but chat, I drink like this much water in probably like an hour. And so if I use like a fucking 32-ounce cup, then I'm fucking filling that shit up like twice an hour, dude. Because I drink a shit ton of water, bro.
If the zone continues to stay in this position, Crash Gaming have secured themselves
Chat,
a
how many likes we have right now? 117 likes? Yo, chat, give me it 150 likes and I'll chug this entire water thing right now. For fucking fun. Also, chat, I'm going out drinking, or I'm going to my homie's house and drinking tomorrow. Should I do a live stream while I'm drunk as fuck, bro? Instagram live stream chat.
Down they go. I mean, a good back and forth coming through between R8
Actually, my friends are extremely racist, chat. I live in the country, and everyone here is just racist.
That is all that's needed.
And they be saying some crazy racist shit. I'm just sitting here like,
right back to them. But what's also quite interesting
to they're like the homies though, so like, you know.
The performance that we've been seeing come through here from Arab
Golden. It's okay, all you guys are racist too. Majority of you are.
All they got was placement points.
So it's just like I'm hanging out with y'all, RL, you know what I mean?
This time around, they're sitting on 8 already, and that
I get drunk quick as fuck too. We do be doing some crazy shit, bro.
Turning their focus onto the world of battle, trying to break down the door. DBS to the face. That is how it's done as Al-Hajj steps into the mess.
Chat, I live in like the country. But is it funny though? Okay, some of the racist shit they say is like a joke racist, and then other times they just be saying racist shit to say it. It's like you'll never know. They'll be saying like the harder you are and like randomly.
You know, picked up quite a number of eliminations off of the back of that rotation, especially towards Brute Force.
Say the homies though.
They basically confirmed Brute Force out of the lobby for everyone else. But now the synergy that's coming back for Quest, and again, very reminiscent of what we would expect from these sort of players. But the fact that they once again,
I'm pretty sure they just do it because they're all homies. There's one black guy in the group too, and there's like a Mexican. It's just constant racist jokes with each other. So it's just like homies being racist to each other. And some of the shit they say is just like crazy, like shit I've never heard before. I'm like, yo, that's a new one. Hold up. I'm gonna have to use that in my Overwatch games. You live by yourself? No, I live with my grandparents. I used to live by myself, chat, but like, dude, chat, I live by myself, and I didn't talk to anyone for like months at a time. I didn't talk unless it was like on VC with like people. So for the times that I'm not on VC, I'm just sitting there silent. My house is silent, it's quiet, it's dark all the time because I don't like the light, really. So it was just constantly boring, you know? And also I was just spending like fucking 1.5k a month on an apartment place that I was at for no reason when I could just live here, you know, for free.
In the meanwhile, just doing their due diligence, of course.
Also, I didn't know how to cook that well, so like cooking shit was just AIDS. Chicken and rice, shit was free. My friend is racist to the bone. Chat, you ever had that one racist friend that like, you know, he's racist, but like, you don't know if he's racist or if he's just actually racist, you know what I mean? You're vet press 6? Yeah, I am. How can you get something 6? Never. Don't be going outside, bro. Yeah, brothers and sisters. I got 5 brothers and a sister. No, 4 brothers and a sister.
Opportunity is still available. It's going to be Ida and Ragnarok holding on the front line. Beautiful bit of spray coming through as Kante. Oh, starts pushing in, but the response is there, and Ida puts a stop to it.
6 is just like me.
Coming through from Quest.
Yeah, I was very conflicted in that whole engagement because I didn't really know who I wanted to win, but ultimately it's
I thought he got dicked up for a second, bro.
Now we turn our attention here to
Alright, there's no way NGX loses this. KOOPS, no. No, KOOPS! Oh, thank God NGX can't aid.
Themselves the southern position, obviously for that rotation, but here come Nassar to break their plans. Yes, they are up.
Whoa, KOOPS! KOOPS! KOOPS!
Not what their story to end here.
I apologize, KOOPS!
But now Nassar up now.
I apologize, KOOPS. I completely apologize. I forgot you were Himothy, bro. I forgot you had the fucking fattest cock in the West, bro. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to pick up some
God damn, bro.
Of course, what better way to get it done other than using the buggies and the vehicles available to you. But now GK,
when living alone, did you lock a door when you feel like rubbing one off?
Now it's going to be up to Ragnarok, but Gaith getting met with aggression all the way from GK off in the distance. Up comes the hits, though. It is absolute pressure. Never mind. That was Nigma darting that one in.
All right.
Yeah. There we go. I mean, it's suspense. It's crazy. It's intense.
Huh. Interesting. So what's your car dream?
Up as well, so
either a Challenger or a Ferrari, but most likely a Ferrari.
But we can try and keep you up to date with what we have going on. R8 did, of course, get a knock come through on towards Ragnarok, and now it's going to be
I stand naked in my living room and just close my eyes and rubbing one off.
And with that, confirmation is in. Ragnar is down. So GK having to settle for, well, that lobby, right? They are down for the count. So let's see how this one is going to go. We, of course, still left with about 5 teams left. Crash still holding on with a full squad, still maintaining that.
يا كوبس عذبتم في
Why is the stream so delayed? What the fuck?
ياخذ الاول والثاني ومن بعدها بالفعل ثلاثيه كانت مصالح منايات كوبس. 3 لاعبين لمن لبطلهم للنصر سبورتس الذي كان بطل لدوري PMPL اريبيا. لاقصائهم كان عن طريق لاعب واحد.
White black stripes. I want a red one.
بالتحديد.
Or even a green one. Y'all know the car from Ben 10?
إلى الصدارة. هل سيكون قادر على خطف الصدارة من لاعبين من الفيرجينيا سبورت بعد التحدي الكبير بعد يوم أول كان هو متصدر فيه ليكون متواجد معنا الفيرجينيا سبورت بعد محققا للمركز الثاني في رانكل في 3 مبارياتنا. ننظر هنا بتواجد الفيجن وتواجد الكراش جيمنج.
Hold up, let me see the map. Vision might win this game.
و13 لاعب الكراش جيمنج برباعية عبودي ووحش وجعفر وكيفن وأربعة.
No, I don't think Vision wins. I think GK. It's really just whoever it shifts to, chat. This is like a fucked circle. The entire center of the circle is just wide open.
صعبة يا لورد صعبة والزون لها وكانت هي صاحبة الإقصاء على النجمة جالاكسي.
Y'all ever watch Nickelodeon? That show always had that. Whatever show, what the fuck is it called? Nickelodeon. What the fuck is it called? Like, what is Nickelodeon, chat? Like Cartoon Network? What is that fucking called? Network? Fucking channel. Wait, channel? Whatever it's called. Nickelodeon. Always had the most fire shows. And so did Cartoon Network, and then Cartoon Network fell off. But Vision wins this game because of his own shift. Nickelodeon. What was the Cartoon Network, like, jingle thing? Nickelodeon? Nickelodeon.
يا تخليها لفريق الجي كيو والكراش جيم ودع خلاص 3v3.
I stopped watching television since 2017. I stopped watching in like 2016, I think.
يكفي ايفوستيشن راح يبيك شافه مون يلا يا مون انت الام في بي لليوم الاول.
He has a car, he can get out of here.
اليوم الاول عيد كرته.
Wait. I think he just goes to the rock directly in front. Wait, Chad, if you drive to this hill on the left, then you're chilling. Wait, he could Loki have the nastiest angle on the left side. Please go to that left side hill. Please. Please, the left side hill slant. You can fucking sit there. They can't kill you. Wait, no they can't. What the fuck? That's a horrible spot. Why am I... It looks so different from the perspective that I'm watching. Okay, relapse. But let's be real, the Amazing World of Gumball is peak as fuck. Like, that show is like up there.
عن هذه الزاوية فائتها ليث راح يبيك لكن الآن سيف يفتح الباب ويعطي الحرية لمون وليث. يلا علوها وروحوا. سيف الأول سيف الثاني لكن يسقط سيف الآن يقول سهلت المهمة عليكم.
Jeez. Vision Esports, what's that, 2 wins for the day?
يوري أورنج قدروا يخطفون هذا الشيء كانوا قلت لكم. الثالثة ثابتة مستحيل تضيع منهم بعد ما شفناهم بالمرة الأولى شكن.
Channel? Miserable Gumball fell off for me. Maybe Traps. It's because he got older. Yeah, he bro got fucking muted for that. Ugh. Gumball top 5 cartoons ever. Hold up, chat. Let me let y'all experience how good Gumball is. Best Gumball moments. From 2 years ago, chat. We'll watch this from 2 years ago. Alright, chat.
Before the Empire ruled the galaxy, a rebel.
What is this? What is this? Hold up.
Rogue One comes the streaming event critics are calling the best Star Wars series yet.
What is this?
Star Wars
Ander? Chat, let me see if this is actually as funny as I remember it is. The regular show? Okay, the regular show was just like them like tripping and then all of a sudden they're in like the multiverse. Okay, holy shit. This sound quality is so ass, I can't watch it, bro. Nothing is better than Gumball out of context.
It's fine, honey.
Probably watch all those Gumball highlights.
So are you gonna tell us what we should be celebrating?
Holy shit, his voice is so different in the early seasons.
I don't know what that secret ingredient is, but the customers just love your burgers.
The secret ingredient is love.
Bro. It's just always the most random shit, bro.
The board wants you as our new CEOs. There's only one problem. You still have hearts.
A singagram!
Hello, my darling. Hello, my baby. This is from the IRS.
Dude.
You better pay it. They're getting
The
serious.
IRS,
Your home will
bro.
be repossessed. There you go.
Dude, they have some funny as fuck moments in this show. Out of nowhere.
Party! I knew it!
It makes it funny. Dude, out of context doesn't make it funny, chat. You have to watch the entire episode where it's just a normal episode and then it's just some insane shit out of nowhere.
You're right. Books can be as dangerous as video games. There's only one reasonable thing to do.
Become better parents and look after our children in a sensible way.
No.
Exciting adventures. I'm more handsome, richer, and more colorful than you guys. And yeah!
We're gonna click the one.
3,
Why does this sound so bad?
1.
Nah, he killed the Irish shit though. The Irish shit low-key was good. Alright. Did dude clip every single one of these? What? Bro needs to get a life, dude. This is some insane shit. The slap, what is this one?
Now, I want you
Holy
all
shit, I
together
remember
around my
this
desk
motherfucker, bro.
and witness the true beauty of nature as the butterfly emerges.
We're a family
from
kind of
its-
guy.
And I'm off the clock and don't have to pretend to care about.
Family Guy, bro. I don't think I've ever really watched Family Guy. Chat, I'm more of like Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty. Best moments. It's just the best moments overall. Best of Rick. Dude, Rick was my goat, chat. Rick is just that guy.
All the ways
What's the next game? Alright, fuck this guys.
no matter if you like impossible or double bacon.
I want to have like Rick and Morty
Whether
and shit
he's
on my fucking
adventuring with
timeline.
Morty.
For a free replacement Morty in the event that your current Morty should... guys, not a good time. Come on, Morty, let's hit it.
Rick and Morty was
You know, maybe I don't
the
connect
greatest
because I'm the
shot.
Rickest Rick there is.
And then what happened to the fucking Rick guy?
Summer,
What did he do? The guy who was Rick? Like the actor?
I'm having a party.
He fucking... What did he do? I heard some shit about him doing some crazy shit.
Wrecked, son!
Rick, I got him! I got the crystals!
All right, you did it, Morty.
Rick, wait! There's something you need to know. I couldn't have done it without Linkler. He said that he was really sorry and that he loves you like a father. He only wanted you to accept him and he hopes that his final act
Y'all hear my
will
stomach
redeem him
chat?
in your eyes. He sacrificed.
Huh. Wait, is this... Oh, I thought we were in the next game.
Lord, honestly, I don't.
What
know
about
how
Robot
to
Chicken? I never watched
justify the
Robot
results
Chicken,
they
chat. I
did,
think it was like
but
out of my
it would
time.
Really come down to, of course, Crash Gaming.
Essay allegations. He voices both Rick and Morty. Oh yeah, he does voice both of them.
For the top slot. And as you can see here,
Wait,
behind
chat.
them, how
Low
involved
key,
it was Vision
low key
Esports
with all the AI and shit today. Are do you think they can make an AI with Rick and Morty with their voices since the dude got like fired basically?
It was going to be those final hits coming in, and with that, it is Vision securing the second victory of the day. I mean, this is pretty insane, right? Vision, they are finding momentum from who knows where. I mean, already sitting on
It's still warm,
32
chat. Fuck.
eliminations for the day. But let's take a look at those match rankings to see where they find themselves, and of course, where the other teams are. Vision, right there, 5 points up, along with those 10 points coming through from the placement. Does put them on a lovely 15 point there. Crash and GK secured all the way there on 10 points apiece. And of course, GQ, even though they finished in second place, only finding 3 eliminations.
Oh my god, she messaged me 30 minutes ago and I didn't fucking see it, chat. I'm so sorry.
I do say so myself.
I'm talking to her, but like, you know, not fuck y'all.
Incredible game there from Vision Esports to pick that one up. What I like to see is the fact that we are finally seeing Sandhawk's beauty laid out right ahead of us. The spread of eliminations is what differentiates Sandhawk to any other map for me. Again, because obviously there's a massive focus on third parties, there's a massive focus on close quarter combat, there's a massive focus on whatever noise you make is going to be heard by several teams that are looking to take a piece of you. And this is exactly what this Wrangle was, with the Sandhawk was, sorry. Wow, a Wrangle. GK Esports, Arab Golden, picking up those 8 eliminations.
Okay, Nimba Galaxy with 8
much
points, chat. That's
needed
more than
points for
usual.
them. We go over to the second page. Naturally, because of how many eliminations we had our top teams pick up, we have the World of Battle, Rook Esports, and Triple Esports, who had that hot drop in bootcamp, not quite having the success, even though they were so close. I mean, Triple Esports picked up those initial 2, and then it was just the follow-up that they couldn't quite close down. But it was close. The damage was definitely there. It was just the final set of angles, the final sets of 1v1s that they needed to lock down a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, but this is a little bit of an unfortunate play coming through for the side there of Triple, and I mean, even the side of RTG, sure, they finished in 10th place with 2 points up, right? But we've seen some movement come through, especially
Finally off the stupid timeout. Did you get timeout for 5 minutes, bro? Forget about that. Mainly watched Late Night Cartoon Network because anime came on after, and I was in my during my Z phase. Dude, I never. Dude, Cartoon Network late night was always ass for me. It was always that one dude that drank the beer and shit and fucking. I hated that show. That show was so ass.
Sitting very, very comfortable right there at the top with a 16-point lead. But of course, then moving from Crash down to the Arab Golden team, we see a 29-point drop-off. So there's definitely quite a bit of a aggressive performance coming through from our top 2 placing teams at this point. But as we move down the board, you know, things start to even out a little bit more, right? It gets much, much closer. And again, Rook Esports, they're going to be the only team defending on this first page with not a single winner chicken dinner to their name just yet.
Unfortunately, they also have had a pretty tough day. They've moved down 2 slots so far. We also saw Ra'ad at least dropping a slot because of the energy that GK Esports and Arab Golden have been bringing to the table so far. But at least we have another team joining Arab Golden with the double up winner-winner chicken dinners. Not quite back-to-back, but we'll take it. Moving on to the second page, Quest Esports, obviously, with their winner-winner chicken dinner today, you really are starting to see a light in the tunnel for Quest Esports. I mean, they have picked up dramatically that they needed to, and it's beautiful to see.
13th, 14th, and 15th, the 3 teams that want to do good are fucking horrid.
Match respectively is really, really
Chat.
yeah,
Chat,
I mean,
what's going on?
close.
King of the Hill, yes, fuck that shit. That show's ass as shit, bro.
Mark, but I mean, 20 to 50, it's doable.
Yeah. I mean, speaking about points, of course, we got to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, you know, these segues make no sense, but it is what it is because we can segue however we like, right? So big shout out going out to Monster Energy. Much love going out to them. And of course, you know, you're talking about unleashing beasts right now. Quest, they've been unleashing a bit of a beast today. I mean, secured themselves a grand total of 41 points. But speaking of that, it is time for our final Erangel of the day as we are going to be venturing in. And I think in this game, I'm going to be looking at the World of Battle, right? As you can see, them sitting with 22 points. Now, if you remember the amount of points they came into today with, right? That means they've only been able to find 1 point today. 1. So they definitely need to pick it up, right? I mean, yesterday, 21 points. It's good. It's decent. Today, 1. Come on, you gotta find a little bit more than that.
Cash starting to rise, Bruce Jenner.
Be the game for them to try and secure.
Why not read y'all's comments out loud, bro? Why? I don't know why I read y'all's comments out loud sometimes. I need to start reading your comments, thinking about answering them, and then read them out loud. Cause like, y'all be saying some out of pocket shit, bro.
And of course, no surprise to see Mon and Volt sitting right there with the top elimination.
You ever watched Yu Yu Hakusho?
It is.
Hakusho?
It's no surprise.
Hockey show?
No,
Hockey show.
Stats really don't
Nope,
lie.
never watched it before.
Moving into this one, there's a bit of a focus.
Y'all remember Samurai Jack, chat? Did any of y'all watch that? Were y'all that like OG? Where like if you watched Samurai Jack back in the day, you were cool. So did you watch? Did you watch it, chat? Samurai Jack. Be honest with me right now. That was peak cartoon right there.
Bringing in a bit of a hot and heavy, sweaty rotation, as the flight path really did not give them any sort of chances into this one. But this should be a great opportunity for teams like RTG, who love that
Chat, R8 Esports is NQuest. Like all these good teams are like at the bottom.
But I mean, You know,
Like
this is
Vision
gonna
and
be the
Crash at the
match
top is insane,
to
by the way,
watch to
chat. Because
see what
they
is
got
gonna be
dominated in the league
happening.
stage. Holy
We've
shit.
not yet
Or
seen
the
any team get a back-to-back.
chat. Samurai Jack has to be like top 10 greatest cartoons ever like
So it could
produced,
still swing in either which way.
like of all time.
Of course, Triple now looking to just get themselves secured in here. R8 also just sneaking in for a bit of an opportunity. I mean, R8 Triple, both teams very similar with regards to their performance when it comes to Erangel. Not a big
Samurai Jack,
disparity
Giant
between
Bravo,
the
and
two.
Powerpuff Girls.
The
I never
only
really
difference
watched
being that, you know,
Johnny
R8 has
Bravo.
secured 2
Chat, y'all remember Johnny
eliminations
Tested? Did you know watch
and
that on
Triple
Cartoon
have so
Network? I
far
think is what it was
Erangel.
on.
So let's see, maybe
That show
it
was
could
like
be
peak
hard.
Loki.
There could be a chance for something to come through, right? And this is the interesting part looking at the leaderboard is there's such a
Zero damage,
difference,
He's
right,
got this. He's
between
got
the
this. Keep
performances
chasing.
that we've seen in the finals of the
Dexter's
respective
Lab. Holy
PMPLs
shit, Dexter was
moving
peak as
into
fuck
the
too.
championship. I mean, it's like it's entirely different new teams.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely take that even further when we start to look at just the performance of Triple.
All right, chat. I'm chugging this water. It's here right now on the water scale, chat. Y'all see it? Like it's like above that line. Like if I tilt it this way to show y'all, it's like there. You know. How much can I chug this? Can I drink all of it? How many ounces? This is probably like 40 ounces left.
All of our expectations out of the water. Crash Gaming did the same thing on day number 1.
It's still warm. I don't know if I can do this, chat. Dexter's mama's peak. Brother, you're horny. Brad Dexter's thing. I low-key be forgetting a lot of these shows or thing.
I can say this till I'm blue
Chat.
in the face, and I think I am. But basically, this
Y'all
is
know
gonna come
Ben
down to
10,
how
right? Like
these
the
players are
cartoon.
putting in, and,
Chat. Wait, whoa. We're forgetting the OG Teen Titans, chat. That was fucking beyond peak, bro. That was like the fucking OG goated show, bro.
Solid that we had no reason to suspect anything.
Was Dexter's mom thick, if I remember?
Yeah, there was no reason to doubt the performances that we've seen. I mean, especially looking at what we had in the finals and those league stages as well.
Mom.
But, you know, Championship is an entirely different beast, and that is exactly what these teams are proving as they keep on bringing in.
Yo, she thick as hell, low-key, chat.
Plays. But, I mean, looking at the map of Erangel, we've seen a
Yeah,
little
she
bit
thick
of
as
a
hell.
different kind of flow start to develop here. I mean, Will the Battle, Triple, NASA, even Nigma, they've been having a pretty tough run, and which is quite surprising because Nigma were
Danny Phantom?
absolute
Holy shit, Danny
menace
Phantom.
over on
Courage the
PMPL.
Coward Dog. I never watched that show because it scared me as a kid. Chowder? Okay, Chowder was like... Chowder was good, but it was just so much weird shit in Chowder. Billy and Mandy? Okay, Billy and Mandy peak as fuck too.
Step it up because, as we know, we are almost at the end of day 2. There's only 2 more days to go. That's it. So if you miss that opportunity, you might be kicking yourself in the
Courage the Cowardly Dog taught me some life lessons.
Absolutely.
Courage the Cowardly Dog taught me when to turn the TV off, bro. That shit would scare me when I was younger,
the
dude.
fact that we have those teams that
Shit was nightmare fuel, dude.
50 odd points all the way to
Dude,
115 naturally.
what was that show where
I mean, we set the bar
Fairly
at
Foster?
2 points, I believe it was yesterday.
Not Fairly Odd Parents, but that Fairly Odd Parents is peak as fuck too. But the Foster one where like it has the fucking the tall red like person with like the one arm, you know what I'm talking about? Oh fuck, what was it called?
We are constantly breaking the boundaries.
Scooby? Okay, Scooby's like a default like peak as fuck chat. Like you don't have to mention Scooby, it's just up there.
Not in chat, go talk to us in chat.
Mystery Incorporated Scooby-Doo was actually good as fuck too.
Single team that's really overperforming overall. You know, the Golden Goose.
Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
You don't have that.
Okay, Ed, Ed, Eddie. Clarence. I didn't ever like Clarence. Foster's Home? Was it Foster's Home? Was that what it's called?
Team X is just gonna, you know, eliminate everyone, and we're just gonna be done with the game.
Dude, chat. Y'all notice how all the banger cartoons we're naming were ones from like 10 plus years ago? Like all the new cartoons they have now are ass, bro. There's no new good cartoons. Kalu? Okay, shut Caillou, or whatever his name is. Shut the hell up.
So two maps that we know historically they are quite.
Foster's Home with
proficient
Imaginary
but,
Friends.
I mean, as you've said,
Peak.
right? This is just it's just a wild guessing game for us.
Old Ben 10, yeah, chat. Old Ben 10 was good as fuck. Total Drama Island. Oh my god, I forgot about that one, dude. That's a sleeper pick right there.
A brood here, so it could be an interesting play, but
That's a sleeper pick for sure, dude.
Progression towards the zone, right? A big majority of the teams.
Chat, did y'all ever watch Justice League, like the cartoon Justice League? That came out a while ago. That shit was good as fuck.
R8 still there. Ra'at now starting to rotate up. I mean, Rook, GK, Crash, Brute Force, the World of Battle, Vision, they're all still pretty much outside of zone. And yes, sure, this is only still the first phase, but we want to see a little bit of that preemptive play, right? What are these teams anticipating the zone is going to do, right? Is it going to be
I have a problem with biting my nails off. I need to stop doing that.
Southern edge? Is it going to be focusing towards the western bridge? Right, there's so many factors that come into play, and I want to see
Kim Possible. Yo, how do we forget Kim Possible?
I would.
Oh my, yo, chat. I remember I had a fucking crush on Shigo forever. That she fucking determined my preference for the rest of my life, dude. Shigo was the GOAT. Green Lantern. Oh my god, Green Lantern was good too.
And that leads to some very interesting points.
Kim Possible is definitely smashable. Okay, chat, you can't say that now. We're over the age of 18 now. My character's like 15 or some shit. Back in the day, Young Justice was fire too. Yeah, the Young Justice League was peak as fuck too. Holy shit, Phineas and Ferb is a... Yo, Phineas and Ferb is the default banger, chat. Like, we're talking about like the sleeper picks, chat. We gotta talk about the sleeper picks.
And go head to head, it was a completely different story. Now everyone is on equal terms, just like
that guy kind of got beamed. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think that the learning curve was quite intense.
Did we already say Danny Phantom, Mob Psycho better than all that?
Stepped up to the challenge,
Mob Psycho, isn't that an anime?
Absolutely gloriously, right? I mean, we did see a few chats come into a few messages come into the chat where they say, "Oh, this region is stronger than that region."
Chat, I don't think I'll ever watch Naruto or One Piece. I don't think I'll ever in my entire life ever watch that unless someone fucking ties me down and forces me to watch it.
We've got 10 teams from the Arabia region and 6 coming through from
Yo,
Africa.
Childish.
So,
Popeyes?
yeah,
Yo, that shit's old as fuck. I remember that shit.
Opportunity for both regions to learn from
Yo,
each
chat.
other and see what they can maybe adapt and bring in. Because, as we know, only one team is going to be moving into the PMWI. Only one team. So there's a lot of opportunity here for teams to bring in that betterment, bring in that improvement. And of course, we can see one of the Enigma players now just, camping. Were they camping on the bridge? No.
Where's it at?
Oh, well, it just looked like that for a brief moment. But it does seem like they are going
all
to be
Batman
cartoons. I mean,
cartoons.
it's only now at this point, seeing that the zone is now centered towards that western coastline.
Fuck, I wanted to see like
things could get
a
quite
list.
interesting because looking at the terrain, especially on this side of the island.
Okay, is this it? No, this is not gonna work. Chat, the Batman where he wears a black suit and he's young as fuck. Like it's, well, they all wear black suits, but like, you know, fuck, he's like a younger version of himself. List of Batman comics? No.
I felt like they weren't gonna get
list of all Batman cartoon shows.
Now it's the exact same thing for Wrangle. I feel like when we finally rotate to the north, they're gonna be like, what is this Severny? What is this shooting range you speak of? I have not seen this in many matches. But the teams at this point, they should be well versed in what happens here towards this military base island. They've had so
Featuring
much
Batman. Holy shit! What is all this, bro? Is this like comics or is this like
champs? I mean, with the positioning that we're seeing, R8 Esports, of course, still on towards the main island. They're going to be taking a bit of a pit stop,
the comics
because Rook Esports just up ahead of them is going to be locking this bridge down. We've got
it's 2003 Batman.
Actually making
2003 Batman
just out
show.
of the water. I think Vahita is bringing the boat at least.
No,
so they should be
not
getting
this.
to the island a little bit
It's not
faster
that.
than just by swimming. So that means they have an option to either take
Is it
a
this
look
one?
at Enigma
This
Galaxy, Nassau,
editing
or
looks
Arab
familiar.
Golden's
Or
position
not
if they
editing, but
want to
like
take the
fucking
rotation there.
Well, I mean, there's only
Flashpoint
one way to
Batman.
figure this one out, right? So
Flashpoint.
it's all going to come down
Holy
to how
shit, I
the
can't
teams
spell.
played, and of course, as we look
So
over
far from
towards
the
the
keyword.
eastern bridge, it is going to be
No,
brute
no.
force
This
for
is
all
like
the
semi closer,
battle,
but not that.
with the addition of potentially GK
Young
and
Batman
GQ moving in
black
behind them, but down on the island
suit.
itself. It is going to be a pretty sweaty play. Well, it's not the island, it's just north of it, but it is going to be R8 and the Ra'ad getting into a little bit of R&R right
Chat, fuck
here,
the
right?
tournament.
We
We're
know
figuring
Nossa
out what the fuck this
on the
is.
defensive line,
This,
trying to keep the players
what the
from
fuck is
R8
this show
space.
called?
It's pretty
This
cool
was
to
peak
see
as
the
fuck,
teams
chat.
coming through here.
That, this
Getting
Batman,
down
whatever
prestige,
Batman this
taking a
is,
little bit of damage.
Gotham season 4, whatever the
Will we
fuck
now
this is,
see
bro.
Ra'ad
Peak
pick out
Batman.
the next
Peak
few
Batman.
opportunities, these next few plays, because this
Brave and
is
the
gonna be
Bold.
an important play, especially for the side here
Brave
of
and
Ra'ad.
Bold,
I mean,
so good,
the
chat.
figures on Erangel not looking too great, but they have the chance now to improve those standings and bring in a much stronger performance when it comes to Erangel. So far, so good. As the jump shots come through, Zuxi just absolutely...
7 Deadly Sins. Okay, I watched like 5 episodes.
Now they got to
7
mend that health bar, and with that, Nossa,
Deadly Sins.
it is absolutely
Chat,
carnage.
y'all do realize that my chat's like 30-second delayed. So when you guys are saying the fucking name, I don't see that until like after I found it. Okay. Pink Panther, holy shit, that's old as fuck. Go to
Here
the.
we are, just rolling into the world of battle. My goodness, what a card trick! But now, can they?
Wait, go
rabbit
FP
out
and
of their
prone.
hat because Arthur's still up and Adam trying to keep
The
his name
Flintstones,
alive
holy shit,
for
the
battle.
fucking.
They will find the
What's the?
second. Now
Okay, it's not the
on side of
Flintstones. It's
things,
like the
Sports Battle
futuristic
needs to
one.
have those
What's the
rotations in,
futuristic like
but
version of the Flintstones called?
alas,
I forgot what it's
they don't
called.
have the cards.
Yeah, the only place they're going to be rotating now
The
is
Sims?
back to
No.
the lobby.
The Jetsons?
They get sent out with one elimination.
That sounds so familiar, but I don't think it's right.
Teams that have been shipped out do so with 1 point to their name. So, you know, not all hope is lost, but let's see.
Was his name
what
Terry or
Zone's gonna
something?
bring. Is
Yeah,
about,
it wasn't like Batman, but it was
say,
someone
probably
like I don't know.
3% of the zone,
It was
maybe more.
banger.
It's just water. So
Chat.
it's gonna be a very
I'll never
tricky
watch
position to try
Naruto
and
or
hold.
like fucking
Meanwhile, GK,
like Dragon Ball Z or like One Piece. Even though no matter how great they may be, I'm not watching fucking hundreds of episodes, bro. The Jetsons, yes.
While also still tanking a bucket load of damage.
7 deadly frames, bro. Isn't like the last seasons of Seven Deadly Sins like horrible?
Costing a little bit of their HP bars. You can say the same thing here for GQ.
Chat, I gotta pee. I've had to pee for like 10 minutes. But like I was too busy trying to find this fucking.
Just yet. As we head
What do you call
to
it?
the southern point of this island, the action is just going to get crazier. We can see Rook Esports towards this east might be the welcome party for GQ, depending on how they shift this rotation. At the moment, obviously, they just want to focus on actually getting into the zone. As for GK Esports, it's going to be potentially R8 that might be that, well, that gate, that massive wall to get into safety.
Well, let's see. Maybe they've brought a few. I don't know, like I don't know. Maybe they brought a little C4 or something with them to try and break down any potential wall they could be facing. But still, the journey looks pretty long, pretty arduous for the side there of GK as they're about to make entry towards the zone. It's going to be Prestige now to welcome them on through as we wait to see where this next shift is going to be taking us. Brute Force also going to be pushing through from that southern edge. So it could be a bit of an opportunity onto RTG, or maybe even an opportunity for RTG on towards them. But the zone is going to pop, and it is going to take us even further down. Nigma now being smack dab center zone triple in a bit of a trying position. It does seem like they are holding onto the cliff edges there, but it's going to be a very, very tricky play now to secure any potential positions within the zone.
Yeah, Rauf also rotated towards that coastal line just to keep an eye out for any rotations from the coast, which
FMA is a
must.
must.
Absolutely what they need to do.
What the fuck is FMA?
Where Crash Gaming might have to rotate in. We just take
Well,
a little bit of
the new animes you can avoid, but Dragon Ball is a must. Chat.
That we saw earlier.
Alright, I think Attack on Titan's peak, chat. I just think that show's peak as fuck. Like, it's just goated.
We are seeing so many players drop with these rotations, and
like, I could watch it for the 6th time. I've watched that shit so many times.
Yeah, no, that's the way they need to try and
Sword Art Online was peak as fuck too, chat. I need to finish it though. I stopped after they made it out, and then they went back into the game. That's when I stopped watching it, because I was like, oh, it's a completely different thing now, you know?
So that is why they are not fully committing to this push just yet. But Evo Station has been spotted and dealt with, so that does alleviate a little bit of the pressure for them. Meanwhile, GK trying to swim themselves all the way back into safety. And this could be a beautiful fishing session, especially looking at GK, because, I mean, they've got Crash as well as Vista all just huddle up ahead
How do you
of
fill
them.
the bridge
So,
camp?
you know, a great opportunity to lock in a few of those elims, but of course we turn our focus back towards
Wait,
the
still got
east
one.
as we look at this western
You caught up in
bridge.
AOT?
Orca
Yeah, I've
trying to
rewatched like
dominate as they do
AOT
find
like
that
5
knock.
times. Like,
There's going to be Prestige
I
and
fucking love
Ida
that show.
needing to hold it steady, but at this stage,
Chat, I'm
Brute
literally
Zone
Aaron,
is
dude.
not going to be friendly to anybody.
Aaron's like my goat because he's the ultimate gaslighter. How do they allow that guy to do that right there, chat?
The late rotation, they were the ones looking at R8 Esports as almost the gates to safety. Now they've turned it around, not only towards R8 Esports, but also potentially on towards Rook, picking up eliminations, loving the energy that they're just cracking out here. They have lost one in that rotation, and it's not going to be an easy fight for them into the zone. Just
Wait, is
yet.
NGX a
Still
duo?
holding that line of sight. Prestige and Ida out here in the blue, trying to make a rotation to safety. It looks like GQ will be giving them that space to make it happen. Over towards that waterline, as you were mentioning, Crash Gaming, GK, Vista, take your pick towards that coastal line. There are so many
NGX 4 up.
opportunities. I would
Why
say
does it
also
show there's only
keep
2 in the
in fact
compound?
they're
I'm confused.
already on the coast, already on land.
Like,
just
look, it's only.
waiting for
Oh,
either
never mind. They have a
Marshall
split.
to
Never mind.
take
Never
a
mind.
bit of breath so they can take them out.
They just kind of mid. Well, the show's not over yet. There's still like more to it.
Right, and we've now sent it up slowly on towards this western point of the zone. But Arab Golden now trying to find a bit of an opportunity here, holding onto that elevation, trying to see if they can maybe capitalize. And it is going to be a very tough play as we have RTG knocking on the door, pushing on through. Meanwhile, Vision running themselves into a little bit of a troubling play as they get packed up in 14s. And now center zone opens up. We can see Nigma still holding onto those compounds. Vista also in a bit of trouble out in the drink. Crash facing a very similar fate. But the edge of zone, right here with Arab Golden and RTG yet to be decided. As Arab Golden, I mean, as I said, they have this elevation to try and utilize. But will they find those, you know, the
I'm talking about the
necessary
manga.
angles?
Oh yeah, I don't
If you
read
leave
manga.
it to RTG, they're just gonna wrap around and do exactly what they're doing
Now
now.
I'm gonna talk about Boruto and how it's another level compared to anything else. The dick riding is insane, brother.
Applying the pressure here to Arab Golden. And it's time that they're wasting on this engagement where they could rather be finding a better position in zone, because I can tell you
Alright,
now,
chat.
that zone is going to
We're gonna
be
do a
tough.
little
This
questionnaire
one
now,
is going to
okay?
be tough here for
And I don't know the name of the anime, but I'm gonna need y'all to name it for me. Okay, it's there's this girl and this guy are the main characters basically, right? And the girl tries to kill the guy basically at one point in the show, but they have these little phones, and if the phones get destroyed, then they like die or some shit like that. And it's like a battle royale game, not battle royale, but like there's a bunch of them like called up or wherever it is. And like the chick has like pink hair, I think, or some shit like that. That's the first anime I ever watched, and it was with my first girlfriend. She made me watch it because I had never watched anime before. Don't remember the name of the show. Watched like 4 episodes with her. It was pretty good, but I just don't know the name of it.
You know, they're just lurking in the wing, so they could be, you know, they could be cooking up something. Something is gonna happen. We don't know what just yet. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be looking on as Arab Golden now turn their focus solely down towards RTG. The shot
Future Diary?
through.
Damn,
Rio,
y'all quick as fuck.
A little bit of trouble, very low on that health bar. Is going to be Riva now, just looking to potentially maybe dip out of dodge.
Oh.
But up comes the hits, the sprays down.
Bro just got
goes the
clapped by that
shotgun.
DBS,
Teague
dude.
getting traded, and now it's going to be Punch and P6 trying to defend. Are they going to be able to find their teammates? They have to act quickly because Rook Esports
Yeah,
are
chat, is this
also
shit kind of
getting
blurry for
ready
y'all?
to move on through. RTG trying to get themselves back onto a 3-piece.
Yeah, the
and
quality
this
looks
is
kinda
gonna be
bad,
that
chat.
trade
Hold up.
opportunity. Unfortunately, the nade does not exactly find its point.
الى المجد بالريفايف موجود الله الفينش.
Chat, does the quality look better here?
ياخذ الاقصاء الاول بالنسبه له، لكن هذه نيت حذاري.
Chat, does the quality look better?
راح يوصلها بانشر
Or does it look the same? I can't tell.
هي فيها نوك داون. لا ما فيها شيء، ما فيها اضرار خفيفه طفيفه. والريو بدفاع 1 و2 مو معطي فرصه للعرب جولدن بانهم يتقدمون ياخذون فرصتهم بهذا الفايت. يقول خلونا ناخذ الان الوضع بحله عادله بيننا، خلونا نهدي الامور ونحل الامور الوسطى دائما بين هذول الفريقين. هدوء الان ما قبل العاصفه مره ثانيه راح تتكرر بعمليه اليوتيليتيز بالنيدات، راح تنبني صدقوني ما راح تطلع منها الا فريق واحد بهذه الزو، الجي كي والنجمه جالكسي والكراش جيمنج اللي عانى باصطيادهم الان بخفر السواحل بمسمى الجي كي اي سبورت، متواجدين ب3 لاعبين. والان اقصاء من كويسكونت على غيث من مسافات بعيده. يا ساتر كيف يتدخل، والرد الان موجود من راجنر يقول انا المدافع عن السبورت، راح ادافع عن اسم الجي كي. امامك يا كيفن، بيك لي كيفن. 1v1 دمج موجود مره ثانيه. الله الله يا راجنر يا ساتر لو كان في بولت طلقه واحده رصاصه الرحمه عليه على طول واقصاه. كراش جيمنج بالمركز العاشر. هاردك عليكم والجي كي يرفع الرايه ونيت خرافيه على طول من تريبل اي سبورت على جي كيو. هارد لك جي كيو، نيت خرافيه من مين؟ بايادي مين هذه النيت التريبل؟ علموني كلمني البرودكاست مسج. وعندنا كذلك الان هيمنه كبيره من النجمه جالكسي بعد كوبس واداءه العظيم صراحه والنايت مير اللي بناه في خريطه السان هوك. هل راح يستكملونها والكويست من جهه اخرى امام الروخ؟ وعلى مين؟ على العرب جولدن. مسافات البعيده لعبه الكويست، نعم لعبتهم وحلتهم المناسبه.
You gonna watch PMRC SA versus SCA? Maybe, probably not.
راح نضغط من المسافات ممكن تساعدنا الدي بي. نعم فيها دمج. الله الله يدعها. عيدها مرة ثانية. عيدها في المكان السليم. حول اليوم بي. موضوع صعب الريلود لكن حذاري من روخ المتواجدين.
Alright, chat, we're going back to the English version. I like listening to English casters more, no matter how bad they are, chat. It's just English.
A little bit earlier,
It's my preferred language to listen to. You know, considering the fact that I can understand what they're saying.
Holding on to a full 4-piece. Already 3 teams currently sitting on a 3-piece on either end. Oh, but now it's going to be Ragnar looking to push up. Down goes Hope potentially as well. As it's down to the wire. Freak. This could be the chance, right? Hope now needing to keep it nice and steady, looking for a bit of an opportunity, but the shots just come blazing on through. RTG getting sent out in 8th place, and this is a great opportunity.
Okay, they got 3 kills right now, chat. 3 kills, no
Have to
deaths.
settle for
They're in the
7th.
top 6 right now.
Still going to be looking to play the
Is this the comeback for NGX? NGX coming on the back?
Holding on to that 2-piece. Pusher, Bronsberg, nice and steady angle, but the blue zone is going to force their hand. Meanwhile, the shots connect on through, and now the tables could potentially turn as Alhaje gets knocked on down. Bronsberg now just trying to keep themselves back into the zone, but they have to get up. That is not going to be one that they can just sneak through on their belly, but a great opportunity still. Oh, well, it was there. The chance was there, but that is going to be the end of the road for Rook.
Oh, end of the road indeed. But here we take a look at it. I mean, these are teams that have not had the best of opportunities to really capitalize. I mean, the only team that is actually still within the top 5 placement is Arab Golden, and they've been relegated down to 1, potentially down to none, and none it will be. Now, we take a look at Brute Force in 8th. We take a look at Quest Esports in 9th. We take a look at Enigma Galaxy in 13th, and of course, Triple Esports in 14th. So every single one of these teams have so much to play for on the overall standings in this matchup. This 4-way squad is going to be a difficult opportunity because now every single mistake is going to count. Every single kill is going to get them that much closer to the winner chicken dinner to close the gap on the overall standings.
Well, let's see how this one unfolds. It's going to be Triple still holding steady on the edge. Full squad up. 10 eliminations to the name, or full squad of 3, as Thor has already been thundered off. But Zakaria, has been spotted.
NGX win, chat. NGX win.
A cheeky little bit of an opportunity there. The zone getting ready to move. Who will be blessed? Is it going to go to that no man's land in and amongst everyone else? You can see already Rauf getting ready, right? Yep, they want to be the first one in, and there we go. Nigma securing a bit of a foothold as they move on in. Of course, now looking at the rest of the teams, right? This is going to be that constriction coming through. The teams having to move a little bit further forward. Quest already sitting with 7 eliminations up. So good day at the office for them. Team with the 2nd highest elimination count out of the teams still alive. But let's see, could this be the play now? Triple, Nigma, everyone looking for a little slice of that pie.
Enigma Galaxy now trying to hold on to the numbers advantage. Meanwhile, the only other team still with a full squad, Brute Force, trying to just pick up whatever eliminations and give themselves as much space as possible here towards that southern point. We've also got Quest that's very close to them. We can have Triple Esports, pick up a few shots, maybe deal a little bit of a damage, but ultimately it's going to come down to what Brute Force and Triple Esports are going to bring to the table. Oh, Enigma Galaxy, can't forget about them either. They look a little bit hesitant, but they really don't feel comfortable in the current spot. Look at them rotating around, and look at this from Quest.
Oh, there we go. The shots are in. That is Quest now getting taken on down. 7 elims to the name. It is going to be a 3v4v4 to fight for that winner chicken dinner. We've been waiting to see Triple and Enigma step it up. We've been waiting for Brute Force to step it up, and we are
What is Xenix and KOOPS signed with the same organ? I think with the same.
Right here.
I'm pretty sure KOOPS is probably getting paid more to play on that team than, Master.
I'm feeling a little bit of that pressure. As you can see, Old Boy is down, but we could see that rest come through as Icy is mending to their teammate. Now trying to suppress the advances coming through from Brute Force. But of course, Nigma still playing towards the north. And it's a beautiful open field finish. Let's see how this one is going to unfold. I mean, at this point, essentially it can go any which way.
Yeah, but I'm I would like to lean towards the Broody Fruities, as you like to call them, but for Nigma and Triple, this just means so much more. This is so much more impactful for them if they can take the win here, especially for, I mean, a team like Triple Esports, who was the winner of PMPL Africa. They need to make a statement. And for Nigma Galaxy, they also want to have that momentum to take into not only the last match of the day, but tomorrow, when they need to catch up to the overall standings.
Chat, which is worse, third-degree burns or first-degree burns? How does it go?
Yeah. But I mean, Triple already making a bit of a statement, as you can see, 11 eliminations.
Sorry, that's just that's random.
I mean,
but like, it was just came across my mind. I'm like,
and I think it's good for them to try and pick up that momentum yet again, and hopefully it carries through to the final match of the day. But so far, Erangel definitely looking quite favorable right here. So Brute Force sitting on 6, good position, good bit of hard cover to try and utilize. Nigma now trying to make a little bit of magic happen. I mean, they don't necessarily have the most aggressive run, but they've got a good position, a good potential angle within that zone. Old Boy, yeah.
I can always forget which one it is.
Very, very tough one to try and get out of. Oh, they're going to be trying to dip and dodge those bullets all over the place. But the rest of the team caught in a very similar situation.
Let's take a look at it. Top 3 teams left. Oh, not before Lord goes in and picks up a beautiful shot. KOOPS jumping onto Triple Esports as well. So now all of a sudden it starts to potentially fall apart. Triple Esports, they need to move out. They out in the blue. They're falling to the blue, and now we take a look.
NGX free win though.
It's Nigma Galaxy,
right? Free win, guys.
Teams here fighting for that win.
There's no way they lose, right, chat?
Massive focus on what Nigma Galaxy can bring to the table, but Brute Force, I mean, it's the Brute Fruities, man. You still gotta support them.
Yeah, I mean, I'll continue to support the Broody Fruities. I mean, with a name that nice.
Dude, I hope these casters never get hired again, bro.
Not?
The Broody Fruity just needs to stop.
They're showing a little bit of that Brute Force as well, as they've now been able to secure themselves
Lord
up
with the
into
knock.
the top 2. Nigma looking pretty golden at this point. As the pressure is on that blue zone, is going to be absolutely devastating now for Brute
Chat, there's no way to lose this, right? It's
but
just a
look at
free
this play.
win.
Oof, KOOPS, Freak. Everyone's getting ready to find that next opportunity, that next angle, and that is going to be
and then he just kills himself.
Getting run down.
What, he revived himself and killed himself? The zone? Or revived his teammate and they killed each other in the zone?
The winner chicken dinner. Absolutely phenomenal play. 1,500 damage and a glorious 7 eliminations to boot.
Man, oh man, just looking at that.
Dude, bro has the hairiest arms I've ever seen, dude. Holy shit.
Love given over towards Nigma Galaxy.
It's like hairier than mine.
Jumped into the action. They have brought a different story to tell. So, second last match of the day. They bring it home. Finally, we can give them the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic run. But let's take a look and see who our top performers from this past match has been. Of course, it is going to be Old Boy coming through with the most eliminations. Lord doing some lordy things, right? Finding 870
Lord doing some lordy things.
But
Can they just
very interesting performance coming through
sometimes
from Old Boy here. I mean, taking the most eliminations, one of which was a grenade, and then of course hitting the longest shot as well. So a very well-rounded performance being brought in by Old Boy.
Yeah, very well-rounded and absolutely beastly performance coming through from Old Boy to award them those fantastic points. And again, very much needed points. I think that took Triple Esports up to 26 points, I believe, total.
Yo, chat. Y'all know that chick on TikTok that makes these really cringe videos about like LGBTQ and shit that looks like this chick? Holy fuck, that's who she reminds me of. No wonder her face annoys me.
For these teams, because every single one of the teams in that top 5 placement had so much rooting on that win.
Yeah, I mean, like this was an absolutely essential play, but I mean, a very satisfying one coming through nonetheless, right? I mean, Quest also
holy shit, chat.
Consistency, but I think this was just an opportunity to restore a little bit of that.
This shit, can y'all see?
Triple Enigma. I mean,
Fuck,
because as we saw, they were having a pretty tough
Hold up.
play.
I got this. I got this, chat.
And this wrangle, it was that
I'm gonna search up annoying
I mean, Triple
LGBTQ
it's not the same
TikTok
as
girl.
Chicken dinner, but it still boosts the team morale.
Images?
Right? It gives them that opportunity to just remind themselves as to how awesome.
Chat, I literally just googled this on my phone and it was there.
Hold up. 16 awesome teams right here, and all of them should.
Buzz, wait, what is it?
Well, some of them have to take no points. That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
99.
They were hungry, you know. They wanted some
TikTok.
donuts. That's completely
Chat.
understandable. Donuts are
This
delicious.
person.
So they just went and grabbed themselves a few donuts to work with and get themselves ready and set for the last.
They don't have any
of the
posts,
day.
bro.
But for Vision Esports, they have enough points. Okay, it's fine. They have enough points. I think it's about time.
Can I pull
we
up
start spreading it to the rest of the team? So that's
chat?
exactly what happened here. That little bit of an upset.
Chat. Hold up. So this side by side. Chat. They're like the same people. You tell me these aren't. You tell me these aren't the same people. Chat. Chat. These are literally the same people, bro. I don't. It's literally just the same people, bro.
Is what we like to see. You know, we don't really.
Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Chat, they're
brutal.
literally
So,
twins,
you
bro. I don't know.
Mad respect going out to these teams. Just looking so cool and confident, working through all this carnage. It was absolutely amazing, amazing to watch. And of course, unfortunately, Kevin, well, they'll have to settle for a little bit of that beach real estate as we saw them finish up there.
You just
But I mean,
bro.
again, right, the zone just doing its thing, and these teams not shying away from the challenge. I mean, at any point, right, Triple or even Nigma could have said, you know what, we don't know. But they just kept the focus on, they just kept the pressure there. And I mean, Triple, though, still walking away with 11 eliminations. That's absolutely amazing for them.
It's the best performance we've seen from Triple so far. It's absolutely refreshing to see that performance from Triple as well. Again, you can see here just towards the end, it unfortunately came down to a rotational issue that didn't really award them anything past this point. You can say the exact same for Brute Force. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they swooped on in, found the one, and then the blue zone just came to finish off the remaining two, so they didn't even get an opportunity to get those final 2 points. It happens. But yeah, rotations, rotation. The goal of that match was just the rotations.
Yeah, speaking about rotations, let's rotate over into Triple to get a little bit of a breakdown. Look at a few stats as well to see how they've been doing. And of course, I mean, what a performance, right? 1,500 damage, but they've also taken a
Someone who can
bucket
pull
load
off
of
the short hair,
damage
she
as
can't.
well.
Yeah. My goodness.
A lot
I
of people
mean,
can't pull off the short hair,
just as they're
chat.
dishing out, they are basically receiving. So equal opportunists is what we like to call them. But still, 11 eliminations. We have to highlight this because again, it's one of the higher elimination counts that we've seen so far, and it's from a team.
Why
like
does
Triple
bro in
who's
the
been
middle right
struggling
not have a
for the
jersey?
last couple of matches. So it's incredibly good to see them. For all of the Triple fans, they must be absolutely elated at these facts, at these numbers, because this potentially is the rise of Triple once again. But that means it can't stop here. Please, you know, one great game is not going to make up for the rest of the teams absolutely gunning it, especially.
That wasn't a
in the
great
next
game
couple
though.
of
They had
matches.
a good
speaking
game.
about
It
the
wasn't
next
a
couple of
great game,
matches, we are
chat.
going to be
Those are
taking a
definitely
very
great and
quick
good.
break, so be sure to stick around, and we'll be right back with the
Great
final
game is
match
above
of the
20
day.
points, and I don't think they had 20 points. Good game is like 15 points, chat. Okay game is anything below 10. How many days left? 2 more days after this. 1 more game today. You won't regret it. That's all I say. Wait, what? What am I not regretting? Is it Canada you're a side in? No, I live in North America, bro. 6, check the link. What link am I checking? There's no link in my chat. I think it just auto like blocks it and deletes it. Yeah, chat, we're gonna... Alright, let's see what montage pops up first on the YouTube, boys. And it's 4-piece STE, which is like 15 hours ago. What the fuck, bro, streamed? Alright, let's see if we find a montage. Like, anyone posting a montage? Shifu posted a montage W, let's go, chat.
Go дал. Одно КП выбил.
Yeah, this ain't loading, chat. We're gonna load this back down to fucking 1080p.
Too many drunk white hoes set out, but I might go walking on a tightrope. Do it just in spite. Backwards got my eyes low. I might just go psycho. Backwards have my eyes low. I just left in the Porsche. I'm moving too fast. I cannot slow it down. On my way to the morgue. I'm dying young if I don't slow it down. Too much cash in the bag. I'm burning it all. Nothing can stop me now. Gave you one more chance. You lost that shit and you just lost the crown. Waste my time. I can't move. It's making me go blind to this new shit. I'm so clueless. Saying this is old news, but you're not new. You're old.
So you're gonna play on my account. Also at work, don't judge the YouTube channel. I'll play your account later, but I'm like viewer partying PMPL right now. I signed into your account. How's work? Where'd the molly go? What the fuck?
No photos. I just swerved off in a Lambo.
Do you have UC in your account? Because I gotta change the name. You have 9 days of recharge in this account? I need to buy a name change in this account. At least in UC's account. PPB so I can come back and get FOMO. Where's that? What? Get FOMO. Almost done. Going to buy groceries. Maybe just going to my house tonight for girls' night. Why don't you invite me to girls' night, huh? Period per. You know, like I can pass. No, I can buy some for you, your mommy. I seen some for the UC name change. Damn, he has 476 people watching. That's kind of nice. Keep you getting views. Who's Montage watching?
Всем спасибо за просмотр данного хайлайта. Подписывайтесь на
I don't know what he's
телеграм-канал
saying
по
if
первой
being on
ссылке в
chat.
описании.
Is there another montage here? Crazy plays? Okay, we'll watch this one. The game started, chat. We'll watch it after. I kind of want to watch it.
Put under pressure. So this is going to be fun. If we do head all the way to that island, I will be a very
There's a lot going on with this overlay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff with the overlay.
Even if we stick to that edge line, I mean, the sheer cliff drop that we see over towards those positions are so incredibly difficult to just navigate. I mean, to set yourself up for a win in that position, in that terrain, is almost impossible. Almost.
Yeah, but you know what's also pretty impossible? Is the shift to the islands. So who knows? Maybe today could be a day of impossibilities coming to fruition. Yeah, it would. It would. It'd be also quite exciting. But yeah, let's see how this one.
It's not impossible. It is.
Yeah,
possible.
it's not. Yeah, we've already seen it very limited times, right? I think I've only seen it once. And
Yeah,
aside from competitive, I've only experienced it once in casual play. So that says a lot. So it's not a very regular occurrence. It is quite rare, but if it happens, it is absolutely insanely funny and chaotic at the same time.
Did you top 10 again finally?
It would be fun. That's
Shit,
all that
bro.
matters. But yeah,
All that matters is
we
first
take a look
place
at
in this,
Vision
basically.
as the center team. Obviously, Triple will be joining them from the south of Puerto Pareso. In terms of all the other teams, Arab Golden, very far rotation for them, all the way from Trailer Park, where they usually do drops, so no surprise there, and they are pretty used to that long rotation. So they will be beating out Crash Gaming for the longest rotation this map. And yeah, I mean, just in terms of taking stock of what we've seen today, we mentioned briefly, you know, a few of those changes for Triple Esports and Enigma Galaxy respectively, but there's been like semblances of hope for a lot of the teams. Like I'm especially interested to see what R8 Esports have been doing, because they've also in the daily stats just picked up at least 2 slots. They've managed to pick up a very healthy 21 eliminations, so they're second only to Vision and Quest Esports respectively, and Vista. But it has been a tough day of battles for these teams.
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, but for 2 teams in particular, based on what we've seen so far, right? We've already highlighted them a little bit, right? With Vision and Quest sitting on 32 eliminations apiece. But also, I mean, they have brought in pretty consistent points, right? So 52 points going to the side of Quest, 63 going to the side of Vision. I mean, it looks pretty impressive, because the closest we have to that is Nigma sitting on a grand total of 34 points. So, you know, there is a little bit of a drop off moving in, an 18-point difference. And from there, it's pretty consistent across the board, right? Until, of course, we get to the World of Battle, who unfortunately find themselves on only 2 points for the day.
Just after this, are you ending or continuing the stream?
Yeah, that has been tough for the battle. And I mean, on the overall standings,
No,
they
I don't
are
think
finding
serious.
themselves at the bottom of the overalls. So it's been a tough
If
day.
Indians can get a win in this, they can get
that's
6th or 5th.
roughly at about 23 points total.
I mean, 5th place is 67 points. They're like 50 something, right?
Then it goes up to the 48s. It goes up to the 50s. So
yeah, with a single win, they can get like 4th place. Low key, like not that far.
Yeah, I mean. But a lot of stuff that we see happening here is just difficult, right? I mean, the teams just make
you
it
go
look
from 14th
easy,
place to
right?
5th
Let's
with
be
1
honest
win with
about
10
it.
kills, chat. That's just how the
They
points
make it look
lives.
effortless, you know.
Okay, 3rd place is 76 points.
Off the maneuvers that
Okay.
they're pulling off. I mean,
76
I've tried
points.
it. I failed horribly, but maybe that's just because I'm a bot.
What's
Who
your score
knows,
again?
right? It could be many different
Oh, we'll see in a
factors
second,
coming
chat.
into play here. But the way that they handle themselves
Okay, so they
out on
have
this battlefield,
59
even under
points.
this pressure,
So
I think it's
76,
very
59 was at 16 points? No.
no, it is. It's pretty impressive that we've seen
Chat, do the math for me.
everyone stepping up. I mean, especially
Whatever
with the
points
Galaxy
have,
that win.
they
in the
need one good
previous
game.
match.
That's
It's
all I'm
been
saying. Just one good game.
Such a long fought battle, especially for fans of Enigma Galaxy, that we've been waiting for that sort of performance. We've been waiting for them to bring us a glimpse of their previous seasons of performances and the caliber of which we know that they are capable of. But it's tough on this stage. I mean, the fact we still have every single one of our PMPL champions struggling.
Yeah.
They are still struggling. They are still battling up against
17. There we go,
brand
boys.
new-
Good number.
the
Good
brand new Vision
mathematicians.
Esports, the brand new Crash Gaming, the brand new but similar Arab Golden Galaxy, GK Esports. They've all been performing so solidly that it's exactly why we haven't seen a single one of those of our top 4
So you
teams
just need to win,
make
bro.
any sort
And
of
then
shifts
boom, they're
today.
in
They have
fucking
stayed in
3rd.
their position as which they started with at the beginning of the day, which is incredible. But it just does mean that we need to see a little bit more from teams like Nigma, from Triple, from anyone else, especially from the World of Battle. But enough of that. We want to. We take a look at what is happening right now. And what that is rotation.
Well, but
And
Triple member
RTG
dead.
having a bit of a crash into Triple.
Yeah, a little bit of a crash. I mean, they found one. Now there's still a triple dose of Triple to come through.
Give me
so
mod?
maybe we could still
No.
see some opportunities.
Relapse. Do we give him mod?
Yeah, I'd also be quite watchful.
Just
Of
got another
Vision
one with like 7 kills
up
last
on the
match.
hill there. I mean, that looks like a very interesting position to play from. But yeah, I mean, seeing that we were looking at the World of Battle, I mean, ideally we want to see them make it up into Wood Zone and make it past that early elimination point. because in general, also, you know, they have a little bit of a tough time when it comes to the side of Miramar. But also, the other team is going to be GQ, right? They've also not had the craziest run when it comes to the side of Miramar.
They just play
a good
wherever frequently,
position
yeah.
that
That's
they
what
find
happens when you
themselves
play your
in
main
right at
roster,
the
Chad, not
moment.
your secondary
It's
roster.
positioned right there alongside R8 and, of course, quite a few other teams alongside them. But it does seem like they are going to be looking to play a little bit more of that center zone positioning. So, however they look to tackle this one, I hope that, you know, they've got that focus in, right, to see a similar kind of play, a similar kind of bounce back like we had come through from Triple Enigma in the previous match.
I'll give you this time out, Butch.
And sadly enough, we will not
Brother.
be seeing the island. We will be shifting a little bit more towards the northern side.
Take away Viper's
so
mod and
we
give it to him.
still are taking roughly about a 30 to 40%.
Yep, Viper,
of that
your mod's
available land away
Vamoose,
from the
it's
team.
gone.
So this terrain's
Goodbye.
still not easy
No
by
more
any
mod
means
for you, bud.
necessary. However, it does mean that massive shift.
What a
to the
crazy
north,
zone
that
shift.
Massive migration is now going to concur because everyone is looking for some compounds. They're looking for some spacing to work with.
Oh, shit.
The SAR already greeting their neighbors in the form of Vista, taking one.
Does
and
Vista take this fight? Yeah, they take this fight, right? Like, it's a good fight to take.
In for the finish.
Never mind,
Enough
that guy
damage being
just
done,
got
but
opening knocked.
J7 just hot on the trigger.
Yeah, this is going to be an important play, especially looking at the side of NASA. I mean,
Still
to find a little
2v2.
bit more consistency when it comes to Miramar. I mean, they are looking good with regards to points, right? Good-ish, but yeah, maybe things could just click in a little bit more.
J7
So far,
third
it does
party,
seem
unfortunately.
like Vista are definitely getting the upper hand with that NASA down to a 2-piece. So let's see what Bisk and Sko are going to be bringing through. But of course, you know, this is the duo combo that you want for NASA. Xenox, Spec, they're going to be holding down the fort. But now they have to defend and watch out for these off angles as Bisk just
Bro got
lights
angle
it
diff.
up. Good opportunity. But so close to the clutch. Spec now trying to just push out, trying to find that extra little bit of leverage. And of course, the off-angle plays coming through as GQ sneak in a bit of a third-party opportunity.
Hey, that's what you have to do, especially on a map like Miramar. No, that's just weird. It's not Miramar, but it's what's happening here. We've seen this exact same sort of chaos happening on Erangel. Again, maps that you won't necessarily expect.
What the fuck?
With all of the
Brother.
spacing that they are being allotted because of the zone shift, because of the position that they've been put in, it is basically like we have a mini Sanok happening here. Teams don't have the space to work with. We still have every single team represented in some
Wait, how did that
fashion.
hit him? Wait, what the fuck?
Manner
I didn't even know it
into
landed in
such
there.
a tiny space, and of course we had to add the water
Okay,
in
Spec
as well.
clutches these,
Vista
I
Gaming,
believe.
however, they are up, they are healed up, they are ready to take down their opponents of NASA.
I mean, I love this back and forth between Xenox and Spec, right? So the
Rip.
one gets rezzed, and well, of course, Bisk has to end it right there. Now it's going to be
GVSOP chat.
rushing in.
Never mind, he's
on
ass.
a little bit of that Arab Golden Galaxy spice here, but unfortunately, they will be put to the stop as Jafar comes rotating in. It is going to be a 2-2 split for the side here of Crash Gaming, but will it suffice? Will they be able to find the play on towards Puncher? The answer to that is no. Walsh Kevin having to try and pick up the ball, and maybe we could see them abandon this approach and maybe look for a bit of a disengage. But I think they could also just be looking to wrap in and just come in from the opposite end.
Arab Golden now going to be feeling some of the pressure. Crash Gaming looking to take back some of their glory from yesterday's performances as they need to catch up to Vision Esports, and that might start here by them taking out Arab Golden. We know for Arab Golden, they are currently in 3rd place. They are fighting up against our 2nd place team, so it's a bit more of a focus for them to make this one count.
Well, let's see. It's down to the wire. Kevin now trying to pick up a bit of a strafe here, finding the hit markers onto its buncher. Oh, UMP reigns supreme. But now it's going to be Teak that they still need to try and deal with as the confirmations get stacked on through Kevin. Now on the sole defensive here, are they going to be able to get the job done? We've got mollies, we've got utilities, we've got everything flying all over the place. I don't exactly see Kevin getting that res all the way towards Walsh. But maybe they could strafe their way into victory here, getting the beautiful clutch play. Oh, the answer, though, is going to be no, as they will be ended right there. But a valiant effort being put forth there by Crash Gaming, of course. With that, down to 13 teams we go.
Ooh.
And Brute Force. Ooh, that's not a good one.
No. So the rest of Brute Force will be saying thank you, but no thank you. Not going to be dealing with that right now. Let's just rotate on out of the situation as far as we possibly can. because RTG are bringing in a whole different level of aim. But unfortunately, as we've mentioned before, this terrain, it is not conducive to these last-minute rotations. Trying to set yourself up in this chaos now for a win on this terrain, not going to be easy. There are only, like, I would say 3 set locations where you could count yourself as in a better position. Otherwise, yeah, just take a dip into the water because nowhere else is really safe.
Yeah, you guys got to do what you need to do at this point, but a nice little bit of a
Perhaps
spread
we're
coming
in
through
a
with the team's
real quick here.
positioning, right? A big concentration of teams over towards the southwestern side. Now AZ could maybe get spotted as the blue zone comes through, does force the hand here for Ra'ad, but Nossa not going to settle with not having the angle. Instead, they're going to look to try and play it, but AZ already preemptively coming through with a spray. That vehicle just needs to go up in flames, and that
What is this
gonna
guy
be the
doing,
end,
bro?
though.
What the
But look
fuck?
at the Zooks, he gets found, and down they go. It is going to be Ra'ad absolutely just ripped from Miramar.
What did I just witness? Okay, Rod. How? But okay, it's fine. Whatever. We move on. We say goodbye to Ra'ad. We say goodbye to a plethora of teams as we need to take a look at our top 12. Now, holding on again to this terrain, I am liking the position that Rook Esports are holding. I think GK Esports also have that opportunity to really put a bit of a pressure point on any rotating team, especially Enigma Galaxy. Unfortunately, R8 Esports, Arab Golden, that entire trio of teams there towards the northern side need to decide between themselves who's going to be the team moving on into the rest of this matchup. Whereas to the south, of course, it is Vista and the World Up Battle. We know for the World Up Battle, this is massive. Just picking up anything at this point in time sets them up in terms of momentum for tomorrow. They are currently the team at the bottom. They are currently the team most in need, not only of points, but momentum.
That's goddamn
So it comes down
crackers
to
right
this
here,
one.
bro.
Take it nice and slow, break it down. Hopefully, they set themselves up strong for tomorrow.
Where how stellies are.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good, right? World of Battle,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're looking pretty good. They've made it up at least into the top 12. But all they now need to do is just, you know, keep that consistency going, because I think at the end of the day, that is going to be the key factor for, you know, a successful run. I mean, they've got a great opportunity to also just rotate forward up in towards that zone, look to claim a little bit of ground. I mean, there's quite a few positions to choose from, right? No more compounds really to speak much of, but either which way, you can still utilize the living heck out of the terrain. Speaking of which, that is exactly what Vision is trying to do here. So you can see RTG caught in a bit of a vulnerable position. Ooh, Dado gets found out as GQ continues with the onslaught, but now Quest turning all their focus
5-6,
onto
later,
the side
chaps.
of the world of battle, and this whole situation just keeps on getting turned on its head.
The World of Battle not really having any sort of spacing to try and dissect the situation. Quest going to be sending a few more nades, trying to just get that confirmation. Unfortunately, they're doing more damage to their teammate than they are to the World of Battle, but GQ will step in and put them out of their misery. Now, the World of Battle just needing to take any time they are allotted to set themselves back up. Quest, they need to focus on recovery, right? The rest of the teams need to focus on rotation. I mean, Vision, similarly, this is what I was talking about. For once, they are the team in center. Look where they go out. In 12th position with, am I correct in saying not a single elimination? I did not see eliminations, but that's what it is. So immediately as you turn around that position, as you take them out of that outskirts play, out of that late rotational play, they start to struggle. And this might be a sign for the other teams. It might be a sign because of that all of this aggression and this crazy terrain, but it is what has happened on our last Miramar.
Yeah, well, I mean, Vision, yeah, they didn't exactly get sent out with nothing. I mean, they do walk away with at least 3 eliminations, so,
not bad.
you know, they did a little bit of some over here and over there. But I mean, this is a great run coming through for the World of Battle, though. I mean, they are in 11th place, so not exactly in placement point territory. So they still need to keep their wits about them, right? They still need to try and just outlast a little while longer. Meanwhile, it's not going to be the same thing coming through there for Koa, as the zone does get the better of them. But with that, of course, we drop down to our final 10 remaining teams. Brute Force not yet having any points. Same can be said there for Rook as well as R8. But we are just about to approach placement point territory. So there's going to be a lot at stake here, especially now looking at where the zone has shifted. And again, the water stays in play.
Whoop. Here we go. Arab Golden, a bit of a rotation for them. Again, I mentioned that trio of R8, Rook, and Arab. needing to decide how this one was going to turn out. And this is it. I mean, Arab Golden, they were finding themselves in such a tough battle here with Crash Gaming, but they managed to keep their wits about them, and now they're sitting pretty towards the northern side of the coastal line. So a little bit of hard work there to get rid of Crash Gaming is going to give them quite a good amount of opportunities. You can see they're already reaching into Broody Fruity, or the Brute Force
Holy
team has,
shit, bro! If I hear
also
Broody
known to
Fruity one more
us.
time, I'm killing myself.
No, Broody Fruity, that's right on
Yeah,
point.
no, it's their new name. Anyway, ignore what's on the screen. It's a lie. Kidding. But now the World of Battle and Quest rotations to
What kind of
the
NGX?
south.
Oh no,
Right
I haven't really been paying
alongside this
attention.
road line, you can see GK Esports and GQ once again finding one another and once again in a position to put all of these rotating teams out for the count.
I mean, the vehicle rotation at this point is a little bit risky, but I mean, so far so good. Oh, but absolute insane play coming through from Ragnar as they just pick up the trades, and that is the World of Battle rotating themselves right into the lobby for elimination.
What kind of rotation is that, by the way, chat? Like, who does that? Who crouches that compound?
Being brought forth there, but now it is
Out of everything.
GK looking to show a little bit of dominance as they look to leverage the angles onto GQ. But Gorka, and of course, well, only Gorka is going to be holding in the wing. The rest of the team down on their knees, and I mean, this could be their ticket.
Can be indeed. The golden ticket is right around the corner, but who's going to be grabbing it first? RTG, a little bit of a quieter day for them, but they've already picked up 4 eliminations just in this Miramar. Now looking ahead to GK Esports, it's going to be tough for them to take this aggression to GK, depending on how many smokes they have available to make that rotation in, or if they're just going to be sending it. I don't see any vehicles in check just yet, but they could just be on the outskirts of that coastline. But of course, Enigma Galaxy with that rotation closer to this position, I wouldn't do anything just yet. We need to still see how the zone is going to be shifting, but at least they can, for now,
27 points is crazy, by the way, chat.
just doing a bit of peeking and prodding.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about peek and prodding, right? One team we haven't seen all too much of just yet is going to be the side of R8, right? They're holding towards the northwestern side, waiting for the zone to be decided. And then we could potentially see a bit of a play coming through. Rook also very similar kind of positioning that we have here. I mean, they've also not yet found a single elimination. I mean, all the other teams aside from MEOs, therefore Brute Force, have secured eliminations. I mean, we see Team GQ sitting on 8 elims. We were asking for Team GQ to step up the performance when it comes to this map, and that is exactly what they've been doing so far, of course, down to a very tough number, right? Korka being the sole survivor is going to limit the options, but maybe we could still see a strong placement point finish coming in.
Ooh, cheeky. That center zone. Now it's going to be centering up on towards Arab Golden. Does mean Puncher might just want to regroup with their team because they do not want to be the focal point of these next few rotations. Still 9 teams left into this position, so you do not want to be the focus point, as we've seen before. RTG, still quite a spread for them. Trying to break down what's happening here. Keep an eye out on Enigma, keep an eye out on GK. At least Rauf has been found by Groza, so that's a little bit more spacing to work with. Also an immediate turnaround there by GQ. We say goodbye to them thanks to Quest, but now here is some movement from GK. They take the fight to RTG.
Freak needs to go to the water, low-key, and just chill in the water.
On. Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
This is a ridge down there you can play.
Having a slight bit of an advantage, right? They've dipped their toes in the zone, and now they could actually maybe look to leverage that. But of course, Santa gonna come through. Just
Santa?
hoeing it up top. Looking to see if they can turn the tables around. Speaking about tables,
how did he mix the words up? Santa.
Off they go. Getting sent out for eliminations to their name. A pretty tough run. And of course, a very challenging zone to work with. But RTG looking to capitalize as Santa now moves a little bit closer. Just looking to...
How does he keep saying Santa?
Teams. You can see Ragnar and
He's
Hope
throwing the words out of place, bro.
those nades. Santa on the money.
Santa again, bro. That doesn't even look like Santa. Looks like Satan, or Satan, or Saturn. Anything but Santa.
Oh, the absolute
Santa in, like, bro, like anything. Santa, like, where does Santa come from? Santa? Brother, why do these motherfuckers keep saying Santa? Can they not read?
RTG towards the southern point of the terrain. Arab Golden reaching in to also get a piece of the action to RTG. Well, they just need to focus on.
I don't think they're allowed to say Satan. His name's not Satan. It's Satan. That's how you say his name. It's Satan.
Well, let's see how it goes.
It's not Satan.
Of course, now RTG
Satan.
still trying to find the rhythm, find the flow. I'm lying because they've already secured themselves 8 eliminations. R8 though on the opposite side, sitting on only 1 to account for. SKTON being brought to their knees is going to be solely reliant on SKTON now to bring in, or rather IDA to bring in that res. Prestige moving in for that fortification. But I'm curious to see how R8 are going to play this one. I mean, we saw this play from them previously on a bit of that Erangel action, right? They've already been, Murmur action rather, being able to secure themselves a winner with a chicken dinner. So
Definitely Satan. No, it's definitely not Satan, bro. It's
not
Satan.
to feel confident at this point, right?
Because the fucking, what do you call it, casters? Their Raven casters say Satan.
That in their favor.
Unless that's the way they fucking say Satan in their like accent. Satan.
Of course, we can see Arab Golden still holding a nice center position, trying to peek and prod and see what they can find. Almost like they're going fishing for some eliminations. But RTG, R8, this is the focal point. R8, they were the ones who started this. Will they be the ones to finish it?
Oh, it could be. It could be. Already 3 elims up. Trying to close up that bubble. But here we go. Prestige is down, right? So RTG down to Rio. I mean, a phenomenal performance coming through from RTG. They've just been doing absolutely amazing, amazing work. But let's see how Rio is going to get themselves back into that next zone, as we can see it just centering up on itself. Arab Golden starting to expand, trying to play their options here, trying to play their hand. And Rook also still looking pretty contentious. Again, not a single elimination to their name, but they have the numbers to work with. So it's all going to come down to how they make this last play work. Of course, well, we're about to hit that 8th phase, or at least the zone is going to start closing up for the 7th phase. And this is now that opportunity, right? Down to 6 teams, only 14 players alive.
Just looking at the spread that RTG are taking, I mean, in terms of that Western focus, they definitely have almost every single angle covered, but it will be as a solo. So again, as an example, SKTON in this position, yes, at least they're only up against a solo of Fihadan, but if they get caught out, there is no backup just for the time being. So I'm glad that they're taking that regroup, making this from a 1-1-1-1 split to at least a 2-2. Will be able to get themselves back and regrouped, because at this point it's anyone's game. We still have massive positioning from Rook Esports to consider as well, and R8 definitely cannot be giving away any freebies.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I mean, this is not the point we
Yeah, I didn't know you racist. You didn't know relapse was the racist, bro?
But Fidan trying to make it count, keeping it nice and steady, nice and quiet.
I mean, Rook definitely wins. RUKH, where we call our
still,
team name, was definitely wins this game.
Still a little bit further to go, right? 24 meters, it doesn't seem like much.
R8's getting hoed by this quest
in a lobby
member.
like this, 24 meters could mean the difference between surviving the next phase or getting sent on out. So let's see how Fiadan is going to play this one.
He's going to go for a knock and insta-thirst.
They are going to get tested. The blue zone is going to start nipping at their heels. Out comes the spray, though. Ida just dodging lead all over the place. And that has now given them the cue.
My brother cannot aim, unfortunately.
There we go. Ragnarok secures the finish. Now, down to the final 4 we go. It is going to be a 4v4v4, right? That's essentially what we've got left. 12 players remain, 4 teams, 1 solo, just, sprinkled in there as well. But I'm pretty sure Neos is not going to be able to survive the damage coming through from that blue zone. But let's see how it goes. Ab Golden, though, good sneaky spot, just held over towards the southern edge.
Esports are moving in from that northern position. They've been waiting for the opportunity, and now finally they get a chance. Arab Golden sending a few nades, just a few welcoming presents, because they've been holding onto the center position for so long. They do not want to be giving it up anytime soon. R8 Esports, of course, still that western front that they are applying. They might honestly just push all of these 3 teams off of the coastline. They have that ability. They have those line of sights to make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this in horror movies, right? When that wall just starts to close on up, you run out of options. So let's see, maybe this could be that play. Maybe R8 could be the horror of Miramar. But Rook now just holding down on the coastline, not a lot of space to work with. I mean, they still could potentially rotate.
Yeah, Rook just wins this game.
The higher ground, but AXA can try and maybe put a bit of a stop to that. And I mean, this is the exciting part of this terrain, is like there's still so many different potentialities that could come through from this. But let's see. it's still a bit of a back and forth. You know, utilities getting sent all over the place. But I'm surprised to see R8 keeping it steady, just holding, locking in on that 2-2 split, waiting to see what the rest of the lobby is going to bring on through. That's now going to be Ragnarok trying to create a bit of an
Ban him,
opening
Puma
here.
banning. What happened,
They
chat?
do find some success down on towards the players there from Arab Golden. Oh, but up comes the nade. That is Puncher getting smacked. Down they go. Teague. And of course, Axa having to hold steady as Eugene could also bring in a bit of an upset.
That's exactly what I'm saying. R8, they have the ability to just literally lay down fire from the top of these high rises, either onto Arab Golden or even to Rook Esports if they go that far. But for now, the focus is on Arab Golden. They are in the Valley of Doom, and right now they need to find an opener. Axon needs to get this opening onto Rami and give themselves some spacing to work with. But look at that, just as they want to reach out, lo and behold, it's R8 to jump in and pick up a knock.
Oh, yeah, R8 now just stepping up like it's no one's business with that. It is going to be Arab Golden getting shipped out as the eliminations go straight into the kitty there for R8. Already 7 elims. I mean, just a few moments ago, right? They were sitting on nothing. Now already 7 elims strong. Brute Force, Rook, both teams also sitting on that bubble. So let's see how this one is going to play out. And I mean, again, I have to agree with what you said about R8, just having the opportunity to leverage their position as Escaton does find Neos, and down to the final 2 we go. It's going to be Rook v R8. Oh, Ida gets the nade, and this could be that absolute runaway play now from the R8 side.
This could be it, but of course they still have to go up against the likes of Rook Esports, who have seemingly been
But
looking
FBA
like
agent,
they
I was
are on
hacked.
their
You
way
know,
winning, but this is their time to get eliminations. They have been pretty
that's how it
quiet.
works.
That was their first elim, and that will be from the side of
I'm so
R8.
bored.
Now they
This
need to
tournament's
make
so
it
boring.
happen. Down to only 2. Can they bring the winner chicken dinner home? It is going to be no, thanks to Ida.
Oh, R8 coming out of literally left field, right? Sneaking their way into the zone, and just with an absolutely overpowering performance, 12 eliminations and 1900 damage to add on top of that winner chicken dinner. Absolutely phenomenal play coming through from R8.
Spicy. It's spicy. That's all I can say. It is spicy. I mean, the fact that we had...
All right, chat. We're watching this montage while they do scores.
이거 소리가 금방 하나만 깔게 여기다가.
야, 아사도 오는데? 아, 아사도 왔다. 담벼락까지 왔다.
나이스. 지금 기회다. 할 수 있어.
나.
야 근데 나 이거 안 돼.
하나 돼. 하나 기다려. 하나 더 오른쪽. 하나 더 오른쪽.
뒤 하나.
From what I've seen, the best team in this tournament is VSN, which is Vision Esports.
나이스.
라스 하나.
앞에 있다. 용환이 앞에 있다. 살리고 있다. 얘폭 들고 있을 수도 있다. 용환아. 폭 들었다 얘.
라스 하나.
Dumb gun, chat. Dumb gun.
아, 바위로 빠진다. 차에 치였어.
나이스. 하나 더. 하나 더. 더 드릴게요. 라스트. 야, 폭 간다. 얘 폭 간다. 깨.
원킬을 치웠다고?
야, 파핑도? 파핑도 있어. 야,
이거 다 가져야 돼? 아니면
어디 쪽에 있어?
아 가지자. 1펑 가자 우리도.
챙겨볼래? 나이스. 하나 더.
우리 멀어. 나이스 돌리자.
I think I got bodied though.
네, 3대야. 3대. 뭐야? 깃불 다리 먹을 것 같은데.
오! 타고 나온다. 끝.
Yeah, damn. You have more hair now? Yeah, my hair grows fast. Damn, go for that thirst, bro. You even got the med off and shit?
담 조심. 와! 미친놈. 차고 좀 있고. 있어, 둘.
Is that a double? You got a double with this fucking car, bro. I'm fucking weak.
야, 영환아, 이거. 아, 이거 안 빼냐. 야, 내 쪽 밀어온다? 아, 확인. 가자. 똑같게. 저보자. 나 풍마부터 할게. 야, 이거 확인. 나 연막 깔고 가야 돼, 이거.
확인했어. 기다려. 나이스. 기다려. 집안에 있지? 아, 너 있지. 나이스. 신놈.
Sacrificing his teammate for the greater good.
야, 영환아, 여기 있다. 정확히. 빨고 있다, 구석에서. 왼쪽, 이게
What is that guy doing, bro?
야, 폭 갔다.
야, 폭 실수했어, 얘. 폭 실수했어.
폭 실수했다.
집 뒤로 나가서 살린다.
집 뒤에 가면 될 것 같은데? 서클 와야 돼. 얘도 폭 들었어. 나이스. 아직 있다.
Not even right lane is the same.
얘한테 오는 거야?
아다를 지금 도로 타고 한대 그쪽으로 간다. 성균이 형.
가자. 이거 가자.
오른파이가 폭한 개만 폭한 개 넣어줄게. 기다려봐. 아니야.
확인. 여기 새끼절. 여기 새끼절. 애들.
와, 씨발.
Alright, boys, after day one, Enigma Galaxy is sitting in 10th place. Nasser's in 15th, and Triple Esports is in 14th. And then Vision Esports is first. R8 moves up to 7th. Yeah, chat. It's not looking too good for the NA guys and then Old Boys team as well. Alright, chat.